Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry became overpowered after learning Snape's dark past. Here is short summary. After uncovering the full truth about Snape's dark past, Harry gains knowledge and power that change his destiny. With newfound abilities and a sharper mind, he prepares to take on Voldemort like never before. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Neville pursed his lips and studied the chessboard. Ron really was an incredible player, and he had Neville in a trap at the moment. If you're going into the Aurors after school, you'll probably shoot up the ranks if you strategize outside of chess half as well as you do playing it. Ron didn't look up from the board, but his ears turned as red as his hair. Neville, have you met me? He slowly moved a piece, knowing he could afford to sacrifice it for the greater good. I lose my temper at the drop of a needle. So learn to control it then. Neville cheerfully resigned himself to his utter destruction and stepped obligingly into the trap. I've seen you control your temper before, when other things are more important. You know I'd like to. I really want to be an Auror, but they can have their pick of the litter. The best of the best. Why would they ever choose someone like me? Ron moved another piece. It may be a cowardly thing to do, but as long as I don't really try, then I can pretend that it's my decision, that it's not instant rejection. He fiddled with the sleeve of the new set of robes that had been delivered by Owl. It was so soft. Ron had never worn anything like it. He couldn't imagine why Parkinson had wanted to keep his ratty handed-down robes and give him something like this instead. I don't think you'd get rejected actually. You've already got some experience dealing with dark wizards and creatures. Plus, when you buckle down to it, you do really well in class. You just let yourself become distracted easily, and besides, have you heard of Nymphadora Tonks? They said she was clumsier than a minotaur in a china shop when she started, and she was trained by Moody himself, you know. Tonks is brilliant. I got to know her quite well during the summer. Ron stroked his hand over the silky material of the robes again, feeling a bit silly as he did it, but he couldn't seem to stop. He hoped Parkinson would appreciate his feel-better gift too. It was only a plushie made by his brothers, but it was given with care. He turned his attention back to Neville. You really think I could do it? By my own accord, not riding on somebody else's fame? Ron sounded hesitant. Thinking about Harry there. Neville moved a knight. Yeah, I really do think you could do it. The Aurors. Well, they don't care about how famous someone is. Mum and Dad were Aurors before. Well, you know, and they get visits from the senior Aurors. I've talked to a lot of them, and they're more keen on someone who'll do the hard work, learn from mistakes, and are willing to risk their lives in the line of duty if that's necessary than on who they know and all. I am thinking of Harry, but it's not his fault. He's not the one creating the hype. It's easy to get caught in it though. Ron looked up at Neville with clear blue eyes. It is my dream, what I want to do with my life, and maybe I should stop being scared and give it a go. He moved his hand. Checkmate. So Neville, what do you want to do after school? Neville shook his head as his few remaining chess pieces turned round and gave him obscene gestures. I'm going to get a mastery in herbology, and then I'll travel. See if I can find any new plants and get the seeds to cultivate rare ones. When I'm not doing that, I'm going to grow potions ingredients. Maybe, one day, when I start getting creaky, I'll come back to Hogwarts and see if they want me to teach herbology if Professor Sprout isn't still at it. The calm, quiet boy smiled. Gran thinks it's silly, but it's what fits me. I don't think it's silly at all. It's a grand plan, and you'll be brilliant at it, plus you get to see the world, travel new places. Ron smiled widely. I say go for it, mate. Let's make a deal. You follow your dream and I'll follow mine. We'll make it. His chess pieces had finished with their victory taunting of the other team, and Ron started to box them up. Neville beamed at his friend and held out a hand. Pax then. Just as they were shaking hands, Harry came in, and Neville gave him a short wave with his free hand. Hi, Harry. Hi, mate. Lesson went all right. Ron smiled but grew serious when he noticed his best friend's expression. What's wrong, Harry? Has something happened? Nothing's wrong. Rough night, that's all. Nothing to worry about. Harry shrugged and walked over to them. Get slaughtered again? He asked Neville. Of course. Ron's aces at chess. He'll make a great Auror with his talent for strategy. Harry nodded. Both Myone and I have tried to tell him that for ages. Oi, still sitting right here. No need to talk about me as if I'm not here. Ron flushed as he finished packing away the game before his brothers found it again and made the pieces do all kinds of depraved things. Ron still had nightmares about that particular chess game. Sorry mate, but it's true. I'm just happy if Neville's gotten through your thick head. Neville chuckled a bit at the two best mates. We agreed that he'd go for his dream if I go for mine. He started packing his own chess pieces away. What about you, Harry? What is it you want to do with your life after we graduate? Harry stilled. You know, I honestly don't have a clue. I wouldn't mind teaching, getting more integration between Muggleborns and wizard children, have a greater understanding of both groups from year one. Harry thought about the conversation he'd had with Snape, that had stuck, and Harry thought he could be happy being a part of a change like that and teaching kids. Neville tilted his head and his smile turned a bit considering. You know, I think you'd be a great teacher. Well, you already are a great teacher actually. I heard Professor McGonagall say that Dada has never been better, and I tell you it's not because of Snape. Something warm spread inside Harry at those words and he smiled at Neville. Thank you Nev, but really Snape has a lot to do with how the Dada classes are going. Believe it or not, but the man really knows what he's talking about and he's the one helping me plan and carry out the lessons. I'm only a TA. You have become really defensive of old Greasy lately mate. What's he doing to you down in those dungeons of his? Ron said it as a joke, but Harry stuttered and blushed. I've just... Well, things aren't always as they seem and you shouldn't be too quick to judge people. Harry stumbled over his own tongue as he spoke. Neville's gaze was somewhat piercing and half-knowing as he looked at Harry, but he didn't share whatever it was that he'd noticed. Rather, he lifted his shoulders. He's not a bad teacher, I know that. It's just that for people who are timid or self-conscious like me, he's scary and it's hard to learn when you're afraid of the person teaching you. With you there in the classes, people like me have someone they feel they can approach if they have a stupid question without being looked down on or criticized. I see your point. Harry nodded, glad to have the subject moving away from his thoughts about Snape. This was easier to handle, even though it did make him a bit self-conscious to discuss his role as a TA. I'm happy that you think I'm useful and that you can come to me with any question. I really do like teaching and I'm glad that I'm not too scary. The other boy grinned a bit. Not scary at all actually. I'm sorry to say that Ron here is scarier than you or Harry. The gentle tease gained some rare wickedness. Of course everyone know the scariest of your trio is Hermione. The only person who's ever clocked Malfoy. I can be scary. Harry frowned when his words caused Ron to crumple down into a laughing heap. I can. Though yes, Myone is undoubtedly the scariest of us all. He shuddered when he thought about one of Hermione's moods. When she got those, it was best to just duck and cover. Lately though, I don't think that it's clocking Malfoy that's on her mind. No. Ron's eyes grew round and large. Don't tell me she's got a thing for the posh prat. I don't know about that, but they have spent a lot of time together and he isn't as horrid as before. I think it's a good thing. Harry tried to concentrate on the friendship aspect of it. Thinking about Hermione romantically involved with anyone at all felt weird and just a little bit wrong. She was like a sister to him and he knew Ron felt the same way. Neville tilted his head back to observe the ceiling thoughtfully. Malfoy has grown more humane, I guess is the best word for it, and he's not the only one. All the Slytherins have gotten a little less nasty since what happened to Parkinson. The way they are now, I can see being friends with them a lot easier than I ever would have before. And Malfoy has really helped me in potions. I haven't made a cauldron explode in weeks. He looked at his housemates with a self-deprecating smile before nudging Ron's knee with a foot. And you've been getting a lot of fluttering lashes from the Slytherin girls too. But of course, I'm like a piece of man candy to all the ladies. Ron smirked and flexed his moderate muscles. Ah, modest as usual. Harry chuckled and pulled his knees under him on the couch. He thanked the fates for giving him the friends that he had. Friends who could always make him feel better no matter what his troubles were. Neville's eyes twinkled in such a way that you swear he'd been hanging out with the twins. I think it's more your sudden chivalrous hero status that has them a flutter than your lanky anatomy. Even Slytherin girls like a hero. Ron flushed bright red, still a bit self-conscious about his hero status. Well. Oh Neville, I think you've done the impossible. Harry chuckled. You've managed to shut him up. It's a momentous occasion that will go down in history. We should mark our calendars. The other boy finally broke into laughter at the darker red that suffused Ron's face. We're just teasing a bit, Ron. But it is true that a lot of the girls have noticed you since you helped Parkinson. Kinda sad really, that it takes something that momentous for most girls to look past a pretty face. Lanky frame and not a pretty face. I feel so heartwarmed here. Ron put on a wounded face and placed his hands over his heart. But you're right, it is sad. I'm sure it will be forgotten soon though, when something else happens. The weird thing was that Ron didn't feel like taking advantage of his 15 minutes of fame. Mindless snogging in a dark corner seemed to have lost its appeal. Maybe he was sick? Yeah, but until then I vote we capitalize on the softening of the snakes and try to forge some friendships. I mean, the Sorting Hat told all of Hogwarts that we all needed to stand strong together this year and in the coming times, didn't it? Slytherin's just as much a part of the school as Gryffindor and the other houses. Harry nodded. I think you're right, every bond we can create is important, and I think it's time to look beyond houses here at Hogwarts and just concentrate on the people in them. Very profound. Ron replied dryly, but he did agree with his friends. Maybe we should ask the headmaster if we could have a gathering or a party of some sort, where all the houses could get together without schoolwork or lessons. Not something snooty like the Yule Ball, something easygoing. Sounds good to me. Maybe some sort of fall celebration. No games or anything competitive though, we're wanting to bring people together, not have them half kill each other over who tossed the ring farther. No, definitely not anything competitive in any way, that would sort of defeat the purpose. Ron leaned forward. Just a casual get-together, where all the houses can meet and talk. I think it's a good idea, and I can't see a reason why Dumbledore would say no. He's all about unity after all. Harry agreed softly. Gatherings and parties were not really his thing, but this could be useful in bringing the students together. Harry, you get to bring it up to the headmaster, you get in to see him the most. Neville looked over at Ron. So how do we decide who tells Hermione? She'll get the ball rolling like none other. It was Ron's idea, so I think he should get the honor. Harry grinned. If you're lucky, she might even let you help with the planning. Ron blew him a raspberry, which only caused Harry to chuckle more. I'll ask Professor Dumbledore tomorrow. I have a meeting with him then anyway. Harry continued, but as I said, I'm sure he won't have any objections. No, he probably won't, but better to ask him directly than go through McGonagall. She's great but not all that big on frivolity. That settled, the three boys turned the subject to Quidditch and the Christmas holidays that were nearly a month away. Pansy slipped through the common room after giving a small group of first-years pointers for transfiguration and up to the dorms. She crawled up onto her bed, drew the curtains, and grabbed two things that had been comforting her lately. The first was the slightly tattered robe of Ronald Weasley that she'd claimed for herself. In the days following the attack, she developed the habit of wrapping it around herself when she needed to feel safe. The other was a changing soft toy that was a pretty emerald green snake when others were looking, but when she was alone it was a unicorn. Weasley had sent it with the sentiments that he knew that cuddling a plush always made the girls he knew feel better, and since it changed her fearsome reputation, wouldn't be damaged if anyone saw it. She was touched, as much as she'd deny it if confronted, that he'd noticed that she liked unicorns and also kept a mind to her pride when sending her a gift. Not to mention that he'd sent her a gift at all. There was something to be said for Gryffindor sentiment after all, she supposed. Today she needed both the robe that still smelled lightly of Weasley and the comforting plush. It had been a tense, stressful day. Nothing had gone right. Her potions homework had blown up, she'd botched the latest charm they were learning, giving Millicent a pig's nose instead of a smaller one, and in herbology her robes had been splattered with some foul-smelling, unmentionable substance spewed from a plant. She changed immediately, of course, and finished out her day, but her nerves were a bit frayed. She buried her nose in the unicorn's fuzzy mane and closed her eyes. She was slowly getting back to herself, with Draco and Blaze's almost overprotective lurking and the other Slytherins rallying around her. The house meeting that the two boys had arranged and Snape had presided over had revealed a few shaky foundations in Slytherin House that had now been shored up. It had been made clear to everyone that there were things that not even the worst of dark wizards would do, and no matter if you were dark, light, or in between, if you were a Slytherin you did not attack another Slytherin. The inside house motto that Slytherin is one, Slytherin is family had been brought home. Draco had stuck his neck out and told the assembled Slytherins that he no longer supported the Dark Lord but that he would not judge, nor expect any of his house members who threw their lot in with who to change their views. He told them that division had no place inside Slytherin, no matter the people's status, bloodline, or beliefs. What had rocked so many though was when Snape had stood before them and revealed his mark before telling them that Crabbe and Goyle had been expelled and taken into custody for assaulting Pansy. Snape had made it clear that should any Slytherin attack another ever again, for any reason, he would personally deal with the attacker in the worst ways he knew. Then he dealt them another punch by sneering that it was sad that a Gryffindor had not only saved Pansy but that said Gryffindor had stayed solidly beside her until she was safe in the arms of her trusted housemates. She giggled into the white plush fur. Their head of house had made it a part of the inter-house competition by implying that the Gryffindors seemed to have a better grasp on unity than the Slytherins. He'd challenged them to prove that assumption wrong, then swept out of the common room mentioning that he had a potion to supply to the ones who held Crabbe and Goyle in custody. Things had been churned up for a couple of days as those who held with the Dark Lord's beliefs and those who didn't felt each other out and found common ground to stand together on and bonds within house were reaffirmed. During that time Pansy had lost count of the number of times she'd been approached about giving details on how Weasley had acted, and soon after the other girls had begun casting the red-headed boy interested glances. That rubbed her the wrong way. She wasn't a fool to deny why it bothered her either. She'd seen a better side to Ronald Weasley than the one she'd always poked fun at, and she liked what she'd seen. It was why she kept his robe and instead sent him one of fine quality. Not only did she get to keep a bit of that protected feeling he'd inspired, but she got to give him a bit of luxury in return, in a way taking care of him the way she'd felt taken care of. Her lips curved up slyly. Let all the other girls bat their lashes at him, that was fine. She didn't intend to be so obvious and certainly not so insipid. She intended to catch herself a weasel and was going to apply all her Slytherin cunning to the endeavor. Ronald Weasley, you are not going to know what hit you. Severus stared at the headmaster in a soft kind of horror. Surely he had not just heard the senile old manipulator tell him to join in on some ridiculous inter-house unity party that was happening in 4 days. Not even the Dark Lord would be that cruel. What did you say? Oh, I'm sure you heard me, Severus. With this inter-house gathering, which by the way I find to be an excellent idea. Great initiative on Gryffindor's part, the Great Hall will be filled with students. We need to have trusted people there to look over them. Besides, house unity is not only needed for the students, the faculty need to unite too. Dumbledore gave Snape a wry smile, his beard wiggling in an attempt not to laugh out loud at the potion master's stricken expression. Who knows, Severus, you might even have fun. And there it was. Proof that Albus Dumbledore actually was, in fact, a cruel man. Never before over their long and frustrating acquaintance had Snape been more desiring of wringing the old bastard's neck, which was saying something really. Albus, I take enjoyment from brewing a potion to perfection, from finding a new and better way to brew an old potion, from sitting quietly and reading, from tormenting the little monsters by assigning hellish homework. I cannot fathom what could possibly put the idea that I might enjoy keeping a leash on hundreds of hormone-ridden, control-challenged, loud, messy, irreverent brats while they attempt to forge some kind of friendships with people they have heretofore wanted nothing more than to hex into the middle of next week, and I can only surmise that you have at last gone round the final bend in your sanity. Dumbledore twinkled at him, an amused smile on his lips. It's never too late to try out new things, Severus. Go into this with a positive outlook and you might be pleasantly surprised. I've heard rumors that there may even be dancing involved. He laced his fingers together on top of the desk and beamed at Snape. That thrice damned, constant twinkling of the old wizard's eyes simply could not be natural, as it somehow managed to negate the glare that was the ocular equivalent of Avada Kedavra Snape gave him just then. One day, Albus, one of your fine machinations will come back to bite you, and I can only hope I survive this war to see that occur. Opinion made ripely clear, the potions master swept out of the headmaster's office and down to the dungeons. It was a Sunday, so fortunately no classes were taking place. For once there were no detentions on his plate. He'd have to correct that, and the occlumency lesson for Potter had taken place yesterday, so he actually had a free day for once, to do as he pleased, and he was not about to let Dumbledore's latest fool notion ruin it for him. Harry was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet as he waited for Snape to return to the dungeons. He was very excited about the spell he had found in a dusty old book in the library. It was a shielding spell called Clapius Divina, and so far it had held for all the spells Harry had hurled at it in his tests. If they could modify it just slightly, it could become very useful, like sort of an invisible armor when fighting. Snape was the first person Harry had thought of when he found it, and he wanted to hear Snape's opinion on it. Snape rounded the corner and nearly groaned when he saw an excited Harry Potter outside his door. He stared balefully down at the teen. "Mr. Potter, is there some reason you are currently jumping about outside my dungeon like a demented rabbit?" Harry's brilliant smile dimmed a little at the tone of Snape's voice, but he quickly shook it off and closed in on the older man. "I found something I really want to show you, something great." He waved the book in Snape's face. "And I'm not bouncing like a demented rabbit," he added with a pink flush to his cheeks. A black brow winged up. "As I am the one looking at you, I assure you, you are doing a remarkable impression of one." Resigning himself to the fact that he would not be brewing one of the more time-consuming and delicate potions as he had planned, he opened the door and gestured Harry inside impatiently. He followed, shutting the door loudly and locking it to prevent any other of the pubescent and prepubescent twits from intruding upon him. "What, precisely, have you found that, have you so?" A pause and a bit of a twitch, nearly giddy. The smile was back full force as Harry hoisted the large leather-bound book up on Snape's work table and turned to the right page. "Look at this, tell me what you think." He pointed at the spell with a long finger. "I have been testing it on a dummy in the room of requirement, and so far it's just bloody brilliant." Harry's eyes shone. "I think this is something we could really use." Snape peered down at the tome. Clapius Divina. He read the description, an intrigued expression taking over his face. It was a stronger shield than the Protega charm and actually used less magic, as it created an invisible, form-to-fit veil around the user instead of a large, shielding blast. The only disadvantage he could find was that it did not protect against blows from objects or beings without magic. "Interesting, Mr. Potter. Very interesting." "I know, right?" Harry went back to bouncing. "I know it's Sunday, but I just couldn't wait to show it to you." He looked from the book to the potion's master. "I wonder why it's not in use more. It seems to have been quite popular back in the days." Snape moved to a cabinet that had more locking charms on it than the Malfoys had galleons and opened it, revealing an astounding number of shining blades. He perused them for a moment before choosing an old-fashioned fencing foil. He tested the weight, as he was wont to do, no matter that he knew every single blade in that cabinet down to the very last scratch on a blade. "I would imagine it fell out of favor, Potter, around the same time metal armor did. A shield spell that cannot block a sword in a duel is rather useless. Until the loss of armor it hadn't mattered, and apparently no one had the desire to put forth the effort in adjusting the spell to encompass damage caused by a blow from a muggle or a non-magical object." Harry's mouth suddenly grew dry at the sight of Snape wielding the thin blade. It was something about the control he had over the weapon that made Harry's insides stir. "I suppose you are right. If your opponent knows you're using this particular shield, all they have to do is use a non-magical object against you." He shuffled his feet. "I was sort of hoping you would know a way we could alter the spell, make it cover all objects thrown at it." Snape held up the blade, studying the way the low light of the dungeon played over the edge. Yes, I suppose I might know a thing or two about modifying spells." His eyes slanted over to Harry. "Carry the book, Potter." He retrieved a scabbard for the foil, belted it round his waist, gathered a few materials, and went to the door, holding it open for Harry. He scrambled to gather the book and walk out the door that Snape held open for him, still finding it difficult not letting his eyes drifting to that glittering blade. Harry never knew he had some sort of sword fetish before this, but now he has all sorts of wicked images swimming through his head, one in particular of standing in front of Snape, licking the broad end of the blade. This was so not good. "Where are we going, sir?" he asked in an attempt to get his head back where it belonged. "The room of requirement, of course. I have no intention of being pestered by any more students today." The way he'd said students was much the same tone one would adopt in discussing a cockroach in their morning cereal. "I believe I will have more than enough of them come 4 days hence." He glanced back at Harry and lifted a brow. "Coincidentally, and as you happen to be the only one of your house, about 50 points from Gryffindor for concocting the idea of a party between houses." Harry gaped as he followed Snape's billowing robes, but there was amusement in his brilliant green eyes. Besides, the loss of points didn't sting too badly since Dumbledore had awarded them 100 points for their initiative in striving for house unity. Not that he was going to tell Snape that. No, Harry said with laughter in his voice. I imagine that being pestered by students are a horrid thing for a teacher. I mean, how dare they? The man cast a glance at Harry. Sundays are meant for leisure for students and teachers alike. Potter and I, much like most other people, appreciate my leisure time being uninterrupted by silly twits who do not have the good sense to complete their homework the evening it is given out, or the ones who stew on a question for days before coming to ask it. Suddenly Harry felt guilty. He hadn't given Snape's personal time a thought as he'd bounded down to the dungeons, even going so far as waiting there for Snape when it was clear that the man wasn't in his rooms. I'm sorry if I've ruined your day off, sir, he said softly. As for stewing on homework for several days, he often did that, but thankfully he had Hermione to go to, so he didn't have to bother any teachers with his problems. Snape sniffed impatiently as they began pacing for the room of requirements. Fortunately for you, Potter, spellwork of this sort happens to be one of the things I do enjoy. Otherwise I would have sent you packing off until tomorrow evening, your house missing even more points than you could hope to recoup. The door appeared and they stepped in to see a complete spell testing facility. Yes, sir, Harry said, not knowing quite why he was agreeing, but it felt stupid not saying anything. He walked down into the room and placed a book on a tall, narrow table to the side of the room where it wouldn't be in the way with the spell testing. I'll keep that information in mind if I feel any urges to disturb you on your days off after this. Snape made his way over to the table as well and spread out the materials he'd collected. He slanted a brief considering look at Harry, his mind turning over the boy's intelligence and talent counterbalanced by his impulsiveness and occasional reckless nature. Tell me, Potter, do you think you could rein in your more undesirable Gryffindor tendencies long enough to learn how to craft spells of your own? I don't really know, sir. They're unpredictable, those undesirable tendencies, but I'm certainly willing to give it a try. The sarcasm was dulled by the fact that Harry really wanted to learn how to craft spells, and he was aware that he couldn't get a better teacher regarding that subject than Snape. The deep black eyes of the man held Harry's for several minutes. Spellcrafting is a sometimes delicate art that requires patience and self-control. Surprisingly, I have seen you display both qualities, overshadowed they might be by your recklessness, so I will give you a single chance to learn to craft spells. In this you will do as I say without argument, though questions as to why something works in a particular way are not amiss, to the letter. The first time you fail to do as I instruct will be the last. Harry nodded seriously. I will do as you say, and I do appreciate this opportunity, sir. I will do my very best. He gave the potion master a nod and moved to stand beside him. This may be a stupid question, but is there a difference in crafting a spell from the very beginning than modifying one? Stupid, no one with an obvious answer, yes. Snape shifted the sword at his side so it would not hinder him. Spells, like every magical thing, are woven of magical energies. Different energies cause different effects. For example, the Patronus charm is almost exclusively a protective energy, yet it has solidifying, movement, and knowledge retention energies threaded through. To create a spell you must carefully, willfully, and knowingly pull and weave different energies from the ley lines around you into a unique pattern. After a spell is created, anyone of sufficient power can learn it, but only those who understand the weaving of spells and what make a particular spell work as it does can truly master it. Snape's face softened and almost glowed at the same time as he shared his knowledge of spellcraft. Modifying an existing spell requires that you work new energies into the established pattern without disrupting it. It was amazing, listening to Snape, hearing him speak of spellcrafting and watching his face lit up as he explained it. Harry felt that he learned more about Snape these few minutes than he had during his several years at Hogwarts. When Snape spoke of this, he allowed a sliver of his true self to be seen, and Harry liked what he saw. He liked it a lot. If anyone can modify this spell, then it's you. The professor had to stifle the thrill of pride that the teen's vote of confidence and the shiver that the soft emotion in the green eyes provoked. He hummed a bit. Perhaps, perhaps not. We shall see as we go. Now, to understand the energies you first have to understand where they come from. Snape's voice remained steady, calm, and rather soothing, if anyone who might listen in would have discovered, as he taught Potter the basic theories of spellcrafting. Snape studied the dummy before him. He'd assigned Potter to reach within himself and attempt to see the magic within and around him while he had been slowly modifying the shielding spell. The sun was now beginning to set and dinner would be soon, and so far he'd only managed to create a tiny, token amount of resistance to non-magical blows. His sword still went through the shield and sliced into the dummy, but it was a start. Once when he was very little, Harry had seen Petunia weave a tablecloth with very fine threads of fabric. That was how he was imagining the spell now. Like a weave brought together by hundreds of tiny threads to create a whole. To modify the spell you had to add a set of new threads without disrupting the pattern of the weave itself. Harry kept his eyes closed, picturing the weave in his mind. He was well aware that he was nowhere ready to try and weave a spell of his own or alter one, but it helped him to have something concrete, something real to imagine when he worked on it. It was just like with the web of his mind. Harry did better with visual aids, he always had. Opening his eyes, Harry watched Snape studying the dummy with an unreadable expression. Harry thought that Snape had done wonderfully for such a short amount of time. "I think I know how to picture it to myself now, sir." Snape nodded, circling the dummy and flicking a few bits of chipped wooden pieces from where his blade had struck. "It's coming on dinner. We'll set this aside for today and resume next Sunday." He turned to look at Harry. "In between now and then I want you to look at the energies and try to get a feel for them, for what which energy does and is." Harry nodded in agreement. "I will, sir." He closed the book and carried it under his arm as they got ready to leave the room of requirements. "Once again I do apologize for laying claim to your whole Sunday." The professor paused at the door. "Do not. It was the most enjoyable Sunday I have had in some time." Then he pasted his usual sneer on his face. "Your company is surprisingly tolerable when you are not wallowing in Gryffindor impulsiveness." "Funny, I feel the same way, sir. You're almost passable company when you forget to cloak yourself in grumpiness, sprinkled generously by utter prettiness." Harry gave the professor a serene and innocent smile as he passed him in the doorway and moved down the hallway. "Pleasant dreams, sir. I'll see you tomorrow." After that, Harry didn't turn around as he made his way up the 2 flights of stairs that lead to the 7th floor and the Gryffindor Tower. Snape kept a narrow glare on Harry's back until the teenager was out of earshot, then he chuckled a bit. When not in lessons, he had to admit he enjoyed Potter's smart mouth. Of course he'd never admit that aloud. He stalked back to his dungeon to change into fresh clothing for dinner. He was greeted by a note informing him of the time for the bloody party, stating that casual dress was a requirement even for the teachers. One fine day he would see something bite Albus Dumbledore in the posterior and he would snicker in secret glee. Hermione straightened her simple pale purple sweater, smoothed her hands down the thighs of her jeans, and made sure that she was as neat and tidy as she could possibly be before she went to join Ron, Harry and Neville as they headed to the Great Hall for the Interhouse Unity Party. She and the boys had worked so hard to make sure things were just right. Nothing too much like any one of the houses. The colors of the decorations actually went through the entire spectrum in a constantly shifting kaleidoscope of shapes and light. The food was simple finger food from every corner of the globe. The seating, rather than the normal tables, were large cushions, chaise lounges, and small mounds of pillows in rainbows of colors, inviting people to simply sink down into them. Even the casual clothing requirement was stipulated to make everyone feel more comfortable and more likely to relax. She just hoped it would work. They reached the Great Hall's welcoming open doors and she smiled brightly at the sight that met her. Groups of people were arranged in various seating areas and every group was comprised of mixed and mingled houses. She chuckled when she saw Luna Lovegood, dressed in a bright yellow sundress with a furry pink shawl around her shoulders, holding court with a wide-eyed group of younger years who she was probably warning about Nargles. Hermione heard Neville sigh just behind her and waved him ahead. "Go on then, join your sweetheart." He gave her a thankful nod, then made his way over to Luna, pulling a wild pink-petaled flower out of nowhere and handing it to her with an affectionate smile. The Gryffindor prefect chuckled again. "They're really sweet together." She saw Professor McGonagall in a long brown skirt and simple red sweater talking with Professor Sprout, then did a double take when she saw Snape glaring balefully from a corner. Am I seeing things, or is Snape actually wearing color? Blimey, he is." Ron sounded shocked and he was almost gaping at the sight of the dungeon bat. That didn't look at all like a bat at the moment. Harry didn't say anything, but his stomach did that weird floppy thing again as he looked at Snape. The green of his shirt gave his pale skin color too, and it clung to him, showing that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the potion's master's physique. The soft gray slacks showed off the man's long legs, and Harry felt an urge to wipe his suddenly sweaty palms on his jeans. Looking at Snape, he felt underdressed in his black denims and a t-shirt that actually fitted him for once. Ron was still gaping. "I don't know whether to be impressed or truly terrified," he whispered. Hagrid walked by in a bright pink leisure suit, and Harry's eyes actually burned. "Now that's scary." Hermione shuddered. "Well, at least he's confident enough to wear pink proudly." She continued to look round, and her gaze caught the silver blonde glint of Malfoy's hair, and then her mouth went dry. The Slytherin prince was rather striking in the simple black turtleneck and slacks, apparently knowing how to play the contrast with his coloring. He was in a group with a few Ravenclaws, a Hufflepuff or two, and were seeming to stand guard over Pansy along with Blaise Zabini, who for all his classic prettiness, was completely overshadowed by Draco from Hermione's point of view. She wasn't even aware of the soft, "Oh my," that came from her mouth. Ron opened his mouth so say something to her, but Harry's elbow in his side shut him up, and he locked eyes on Pansy instead, who looked very, very nice in his eyes. Straightening the collar of his blue button-down shirt, he moved over to say hello and ask how she was doing. Draco looked up and saw Hermione, silver-gray eyes lit with appreciation at the way the soft purple sweater clung to her curves. He gave her dazzling smile over Pansy's head. Another, "Oh my," came from the Gryffindor girl, and she could almost hear Harry chuckling in amusement behind her. As one of the ones who'd arranged this party, she felt it was her duty to go mingle and sort of nudge people together, but she would really much rather go over to Draco's group at the moment. A gentle nudge came from behind her, and she heard Harry's reassuring voice in her ear. "Go on, go over there." Harry gave her another nudge. "You have done enough with the planning and decoration, now go and have fun. I'll promise I'll be a good boy." Mingling and smiling and making sure that things will run smoothly, he smiled at her and motioned for her to go. She wrinkled her nose at him but did as he suggested and headed over, hearing Pansy's sharp and cool tones reply to Ron, and almost wanting to laugh at the way Zabini continued to be a guard dog over the Slytherin girl, despite knowing that Ron was certainly the last person who'd hurt her. Hermione came to a stop just in front of Draco, a smile on her face as she met his eyes. "So, what do you think?" She gestured to the hall. "I like it." But Draco let his eyes travel over her instead of over the room. "It would have been very easy for this to become gaudy and tasteless, but it's really, really nice. More fairy tale mood than Rainbow having thrown up." He gave her an amused smile, hoping that she'd know that this was as close to an honest compliment that he would come. Now she did laugh. "Good. I was worried about the latter being an issue. Especially considering Ron's comment when I first showed him the banners." She shot her friend a teasing glare, remembering his "core, it looks like a unicorn farted all over it" joke. "Oh dear, please don't tell me I share humor with Weasley." Draco gave a mock shudder, but his smile stayed in place. "No, really, you have done a great job here, and I think all of the student body appreciates it." Draco held out his arm. "May I offer you my arm and escort you to get something to drink?" He looked around and chuckled when his eyes landed on Weasley, who was slowly backing into a wall, looking scared out of his mind. "Oh, look at that. It looks as if Daphne has caught sight of something to her liking." Daphne Greengrass was closing in on Ron, looking very pleased with herself. Hermione took his arm, not feeling the slightest bit sympathetic for her friend considering his rather doggish behavior in the past. It was about time he was on the receiving end. He'll be fine. Besides, it's about time he learned how to talk to girls with backbone. She sent a scathing glance over at Lavender Brown. "There aren't too many about in Gryffindor, but don't tell anyone I said that." "No worries, you're not telling me anything I wasn't already aware of." Draco managed to look extremely arrogant as he led Hermione across the hall to where the drinks were set up. "Besides, I'm a Slytherin, we can keep secrets before we even learn to speak." She lifted a brow. "Well, it would be difficult not to, seeing as if you're an infant who can't speak. Your options for communicating secrets are limited." Pansy smirked at the Gryffindor girl's bite, which she knew Draco would more than appreciate, and turned her attention to Daphne and a rather nervous-looking Weasel. Draco grinned. "You have a point there." Ron was fighting the urge to run his fingers under the collar of his shirt. It felt as if it was fitting way too tight, choking him. Greengrass was looking at him as if she wanted to devour him whole, and Ron suddenly had a flashback to second year and his and Harry's meeting with Aragog and his offspring. Daphne. A deceptively delicate hand fell onto the girl's shoulder and the other girl turned, showing that Pansy was just behind her. Give Weasley a little room to breathe, won't you? Though her face was pleasant, her eyes held a clear message to the other girl. My hero, go get your own. That had Daphne bowing out as gracefully as someone scrambling back could, leaving Pansy to study Ron's face. You should be careful. We Slytherin girls can be barracudas. Already breathing easier since those predatory eyes were gone, Ron leaned back against the wall. So I'm learning. Ron's blue eyes were wide. Slytherin girls have never given me the time of day before. I'm way out of my league here. He stepped close to the dark-haired girl. Thank you for the rescue. I thought I was gonna get eaten. She gave him a sly smile. Well, one good turn deserves another. She moved to semi-lounge against a pillar. You really should learn how to play in the big leagues now, Weasley. You've got the attention of the sharks and barracudas, so you're going to have to learn how to swim in dangerous waters. She gave Blaise a go play watchdog elsewhere look, nodding in satisfaction when he went to talk to a Ravenclaw girl. I think I'm quite happy staying in the shallow end of the pool. Ron tried his best not to notice the arch of Pansy's long neck as she leaned against the pillar. Now he felt all hot under the collar for a different reason. He had no doubt that Pansy was able to gobble him up in a single bite, but funny enough it didn't seem so horrible when it came to her. Her midnight blue gaze slanted over to him, faint amusement in their depths. You might be, but you'll find that there are a few enterprising sharks. She glanced at Daphne, and a killer whale or two. This time her gaze found Millicent Bulstrode, who will go into the shallows and drag you out into deeper water. Ron paled. I don't want to become shark bait. He sounded miserable. Will you protect me? He looked down at her pixie-like features, feeling his ears heat up. He really wasn't sure of what they were discussing, but he liked spending time with the Slytherin queen. Her lips curved a bit wider. I'll do you one better, I'll teach you. She pointed over at Blaise, who was leaning in close to the Ravenclaw, whose face was now a rather fetching crimson. You see Mr. Suave over there? He's gorgeous and trades on it heavily to overwhelm the teeny-minded twits, but if he were to go after someone like Granger— she looked over to where Hermione and Draco were chatting and probably trading sharp quips— she'd have him on his ass in a moment. Not because he can't be charming or sneaky when he chooses, he is a Slytherin after all, but because she's not weak-willed enough to fall for pretty and charming. He's who you don't want to be. Being as you're a Gryffindor, what we'll do is boost your natural confidence. She stepped from the pillar and circled him contemplatively. Keep the gentlemanly attributes, and polish up that uniquely leonine cunning. Have you tried out for the Quidditch team yet? Ron nodded dumbly. I made keeper. He was looking utterly confused. Are you really going to teach me how to date? Ron was aware he didn't have the best track record in the world, but he didn't think he was that bad. She chuckled. Not just date Weasley. I imagine you'd manage just fine on your own if that was all. No, she came to a stop and tapped him right between his collarbones. I am going to teach you to hold your own with any girl, of any age, in any setting, no matter if you want to date her, befriend her, or whatever. She stepped back, satisfied that she'd made her point to the other Slytherin girls around. That little tap had been her putting a claim on the redhead in front of her. The others were welcome to tease him and flirt, but no serious moves without Pansy's approval. So keeper, she nodded. I thought as much. You're taller but more lean than the twins, who are perfect beaters down to their size, and not sleek enough for a chaser. Your long reach and slightly bigger body is just right for a keeper. You won't start off well though. Managing to stop the quaffles in practice is one thing. It's completely different when you play a match. No keeper has ever started off without losing at least 3 games, so it won't do your confidence any good, but after you get used to the matches and start catching the quaffle, that'll change. So, we'll start with getting you comfortable being she leaned in, very close to a girl without. She pointed at the flush that spread over his cheeks, that. Snape looked around from his brooding post in the corner, just to see if there was any impending trouble, and found himself reluctantly impressed with how well this little plan was actually working. Even his snakes were mingling peacefully and happily, and with Gryffindors no less. He refused to even think about the connection that even he could see growing between his godson and Granger, and so he found himself staring at Pansy, making a subtle claim on Weasley that no Slytherin would mistake as anything other than a clear, "he's mine" action. From the redhead's expression and red cheeks he could tell the silly Gryffindor had no idea what the little Queen of Slytherin was up to, and Snape found himself reluctantly amused. She was going to eat the boy alive and Weasley would have no complaints. Ron sputtered and turned even redder. He could feel his cheeks and ears burn, but he didn't move away from the fascinating, scary and gorgeous girl in front of him. Harry's cheeks hurt from all the mindless smiling and small talk. He wasn't any good at these sort of things and he hated them with a passion, but Hermione deserved the night off. He saw the way she looked at Malfoy and he saw the way that Malfoy looked back. As long as the Git looked back in that smitten manner, then it was all right. Harry knew that Hermione could handle herself, but should the Slytherin do anything at all to hurt her, then Harry would hurt him. It was as simple as that. She deserved this night to just be herself and spend some time with the boys she fancied. Harry didn't have anyone special like that, so he might as well to the socializing. After making his rounds around the floor a few times talking to anyone who wanted a word, Harry ducked into a corner just so that he could breathe and get away from a very determined Zacharias Smith. Harry really didn't like that pompous ass, but somehow that message had failed to sink in. Your self-sacrificing streak, Potter, is a rather pathetic spectacle. Although that it's for one of your close friends rather than a writhing horde of idiots makes it slightly less painful to witness. Snape's voice rolled out from nearby in the corner Harry had sought sanctuary in. He wasn't actually attempting to mock the teenager, surprisingly enough, but to take his mind off the stresses of schmoozing when he could finally see that it was a very unenjoyable activity for the younger brunette. I do applaud you for seeking sanctuary from Smith, however. One can only take so much of that particular brand of idiocy. Green eyes shot open and Harry turned towards Snape. The man could really blend into the shadows. Harry had not sensed him at all. Isn't that the truth? The Git just can't take a hint. Snape in casual clothing still made Harry's nerves jump, and Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to step closer or hightail it out of there. How is that people talk so much when they don't really have anything to say? Harry saw Zacharias looking for him, two glasses in hand, and sunk deeper into the shadowy corner. Snape shifted closer, nudging Harry deeper into the shadows. Don't so much as twitch. As long as you remain still, people's eyes will pass over you. As for the constant running of the mouths of the intellectually challenged, I honestly can't say. I suppose silence makes them uneasy with their own thoughts, the two that rattle about in their brains like marbles anyway. Harry snorted in amusement. The dry scientific tone Snape was making his statement even funnier. He did stay still though, not wanting to get caught when he'd finally found some peace and quiet, not to mention company he could stand. Snape was standing close enough that Harry could smell him. He didn't smell like potions tonight. There was something though, something spicy and addictive that reminded Harry of flying after a day of rain, and it made him want to burrow his nose against the other and just breathe in. 2. You give them credit. I think there's more like one single thought in there, chasing its own shadow and testing the echo. The professor's lips twitched and he found himself fighting off a chuckle. An accurate description of the more brainless monkeys. He cast a gaze over the room, noting to cozy groups of mixed houses. Loath though I am to admit it, this was an inspired idea. Who posited it first? It was Ron's idea actually. He was the one who came up with it. Harry looked out on the floor until he caught sight of his best friend laughing at something Pansy had said. He has his moments, Harry said fondly. It didn't matter that this wasn't his idea of fun. It seemed as if it was a success and people seemed to have fun, which was all that mattered. He actually choked on air and his head whipped towards the teen, expression for once unguarded and utterly incredulous. Weasley. He glanced back to where the little queen bee of his house was playing with, and enjoying the company of, the redhead. Well, wonders never cease. I suppose even he can pry his mind from his raging hormones long enough to have a good idea. Miss Granger's clever fingerprints, however, are all over the execution of his idea. He looked to where the girl was smiling and trading either sharp quips or discussing a thorny problem with his godson. MMHMM. Harry nodded. You're quite right. Ron came up with the idea. I did the brown nosing to get approval and my own planned it all out and made sure it looked good. He gave a little grin. Team effort at its best. Snape hummed. The three of you do make an appallingly good team. His gaze went a bit troubled but not bitter. Marauders of a better nature. His softened tone wasn't scathing or leaning towards insult in the slightest. As much as he despised James Potter and his little friends for their bullying, he also envied the close friendship and loyalty they'd had. They had made a brilliant team. I couldn't do without them. They're the best friends you could ever wish for. He continued to watch his friends mingle with their chosen Slytherins, finding it amusing after all the rivalry they'd had with that particular house. The corner of the teacher's lips twitched as he watched Granger tug his godson over to where Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom were, apparently nattering about something that had Draco wincing before a look of mild abashment took over. He could only assume she had convinced the blonde boy to apologize to Longbottom. You made a good choice in them, Potter, and you know that. I wonder, though, if they know how good a fortune they stumbled into by choosing to return your friendship. It was a rhetorical muse in a soft, barely audible voice. He tugged at his sleeves and quirked a brow when an obnoxious Zacharias Smith decided to corner a pretty Ravenclaw girl who was looking around frantically for escape. I do believe duty calls. He melted from the shadows towards the Hufflepuff, who was about to find himself in the unenviable position of facing a good week worth of detentions as well as lectures involving the meaning of the word no. Harry was left gaping after the potion's master, still wondering if he had actually heard Snape right or just imagined it all. He watched Smith's expression of terror when Snape's hand landed heavily on his shoulder and the look of gratitude the Ravenclaw girl sent him. Knowing that his break was over, Harry squared his shoulders, plastered on his smile, and stepped out of hiding. Hermione was practically on cloud nine as she directed Harry, Neville, Ron and Draco in helping her take down the decorations in the Great Hall. That went brilliantly. Did you see all the mixed groups and the sheer number of Slytherin and Gryffindors getting chummy? This could not have gone better unless you know who had marched in and hit his knees, turned himself in and begged for forgiveness. Draco chuckled at Hermione's happiness as he directed his wand, making the streamers and lights float down and pack themselves neatly into little boxes. It was a success, I give you that. People had fun. Harry looked up from where he and Ron were moving the usual furniture back into place. I think we might even have outdone the Marauders, you know, that party Snuffles told us about. The one they threw against the rules for all students. According to Snuffles, that party was what legends are made of, but I think we did better. Hermione lifted a brow, though the way she was glowing took away of the superior tone she was aiming for. Well, of course, ours was sanctioned. They may have been brilliant, but the Marauders rarely did anything without breaking at least 7 different rules at the same time. Neville, having heard about the Marauders recently from Harry, chuckled. Have to admit they had style, though, except for the rat. Merlin, don't remind me. I had that rat in bed with me for years. Ron shuddered and scrunched up his face in disgust. There. Harry petted Ron's back, though thoughts of Wormtail left his blood boiling in rage. He really hated that spineless excuse for a man. I find it fascinating that all of them were animagi. Think of the things you could do with that. Transforming, traveling freely with everyone none the wiser. Draco looked contemplative. Hermione scowled at the banner she was folding and muttered, poking your nose into people's business when it's none of yours. She said a few more pithy things about beetles and nosy cows under her breath that probably couldn't have been repeated in polite company. Then her expression cleared as she recalled that her head of house was an animagi. It's true that it is a dreadfully useful skill when you think about it. Even Snuffles, big as he is, can go about undetected. If you become something small, you can shift in danger and scurry away before getting your head blown off. If you're a big animal, well, then you can attack and escape that way. It still amazes me that they were the same age as we were when they became animagi. My point exactly, Draco said, his eyes shining when he looked at Hermione. That's why I think we should do it. Try and become animagi, I mean. He took a look at their gaping expressions. No, really, imagine the advantage we would have. A whole new way of getting around without alerting any suspicion or worry. I think it'd be brilliant. Hermione's mouth opened then snapped shut before she could dismiss the idea as mad out of hand. She considered all the pros and cons and the difficulty involved. Her finger tapped on her chin in contemplation and she murmured, well, we do have an animagus who could help. She caught sight of Draco's all too pleased expression and pointed at him sternly. You are a sneaky prat. Then she smiled, a brilliant sneaky prat. Flattery will get you everywhere, Draco preened. It really is a good idea. Harry was chewing on his thumbnail as he thought, all clean up forgotten. It's a good idea and it's a little bit embarrassing that we haven't thought about it before this. Not really actually. Neville, pleased to have somehow become a part of Harry's tight-knit group, shook his head and flicked his wand to have a series of decorations coming down and folding into boxes. We're Gryffindors and, except for the twins, we don't actually try or consider it a point of pride to be sneaky. He nodded at Draco. Slytherins do, however, and that's an advantage really. Harry nodded, but he did find it a blow to his sneaky side that they hadn't thought of this. He had spent enough time talking about the old times with Sirius. He should have been able to get this idea, but it had never even occurred to him. The first thing we need to do is to find out if we're even compatible with animagi magic. Not everyone is. Draco said. He had given this a lot of thought ever since he'd found out about Sirius Black and his friends. If you're not compatible, it doesn't help how strong a wizard or a witch you are, you won't be able to change. Hermione nodded. True, though Harry is already genetically predisposed to it, I'd wager, with Prongs as his father. Neville tilted his head. So how do we find out if we're compatible or not? Is there a spell? There's a spell, yes. Draco nodded. I haven't been able to get my hands on it though. The Ministry want all animagi registered and the spell isn't easy to come by. Well, Snuffles should know it. Ron piped in. I mean, he and the rest of the Marauders had to use it themselves at one point, yeah? Hermione nodded. If his time in Azkaban didn't take the memory of the spell from him, he should. If it did, however, she tapped her chin in consideration, the Marauders had to have gotten a hold of it somehow. She thought of the invisibility cloak and then everything the Marauders had done and known, and her lips curved. Harry, Draco, the two of you have unlimited access to the school's restricted section these days. I'd be willing to bet, if Sirius doesn't remember the spell, that it's somewhere in there. Even if he does remember, then there's bound to be a wealth of information about animagi. Ron chuckled. Leave it to my own to find you guys more work. Good luck, mates. Harry made a face but didn't say anything. He didn't mind searching in the library, especially not when it was for something that could benefit them. We'll look up what kind of information they have, won't we, Potter? Sure. Harry agreed. It won't take much extra time when we're already at the library anyway. Hermione beamed at them, then turned a positively evil look on Ron. Speaking of work, Ronald. Even Neville knew to feel sorry for Ron right then. You keep forgetting to complete your transfiguration essay. Professor McGonagall asked me to make sure you're taking it seriously. As it's due tomorrow, as soon as we get back to the common room, I want you and your books out there, and if you try to hide in the boys' dorm, I will be very, very displeased. Ron slumped and looked miserable, knowing that there weren't any chance to wiggle out of it. You can be pure evil, my own. Secretly, I think you enjoy it. Ron pouted and finished to move the furniture. Your point? She blinked innocently at him. Neville's lips twitched and he had to look away from the nearly besotted look on Draco's face as Hermione displayed her evil side. He was sure Hermione or Draco would deny having feelings for the other at this moment, but if they weren't well on their way to falling in love, he'd eat a flobberworm. Catching Neville's eye, Harry gave him a grin. He'd noticed the look on Draco's face too, and seeing such a look of adoration on the Slytherin was both amusing and a tiny bit scary. Anyone who looked at Hermione like that, though, who saw how amazing she really was, couldn't be all bad. Ron continued to grumble as he helped clean up the last of it. I better get going then if I am to have any sleep tonight. Don't worry, slave driver, I will go right up and work on my essay. He gave Hermione a pointed look and stomped out of the Great Hall. He will thank you tomorrow when he doesn't fail, Draco said as he watched the redhead leave with amusement. Hermione tossed a smiling look at Draco. Oh, I know he will. He gripes about having to do the homework and always puts it off to the last second, but I think it's a demented way of testing himself. Seeing if he can work and learn under pressure. She shook her head fondly. It wouldn't surprise me to see him become the next Moody in the Aurors. Neville laughed as he helped Harry stack the filled boxes up so the house elves could zap them to storage. Ron, a half-crazy, paranoid, seasoned Auror. The only thing missing right now is the seasoned Auror. I've heard his theories about her. He glanced briefly at Draco, dastardly gits. Hermione rolled her eyes and levitated her boxes to join the boys. He is rather good at spotting conspiracies where none exist. Of course, he's spotted plenty that's saved us before too. Ron will become a great Auror. No matter his paranoid ways and lazy behavior, he has good instincts. More important, he really cares. He will pour his heart and soul into every case. Harry smiled. He will drive everyone around him absolutely batshit crazy, but he will be a great orator. Draco didn't say anything. He really didn't know Weasley enough to put in his 2 cents. It was just recently that he'd even begun to think of the redhead as anything other than a blood traitor, but from what he had seen during the whole thing with Pansy, Weasley had hidden assets. Hermione smiled and nodded as a pair of house elves came and vanished with the boxes. He absolutely will. Now I have to go do my part in making sure he gets the marks to get into the program, and we should all get going before a professor comes by and sees us finished and we get in trouble for not heading back right away. Neville's lips twitched as Harry made a joking groan about Hermione's good girl nature, and they all left the empty Great Hall, he and Harry trailing behind a chatting Hermione and Draco until the split in directions came up. Things were changing within Hogwarts for the better, and he liked it. Sirius' floating head grinned out of the fireplace in the room of requirement at the 5 assembled teenagers. "Aw, it makes me proud. A whole new generation of rule breakers. So you need the spell for animagus compatibility then?" "Yeah, that'd be brilliant." Harry grinned back and was once again struck by how much he missed his godfather. Fire calls were all good, but nothing like being able to meet with him in person. "Do you remember it?" Draco put his head closer to the fire. "I've read that it's the animal who chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses his animal form." "Is that true?" Draco supposed that it made sense, but he was afraid of ending up being something silly. Like a ferret. Oh, he would never live it down if that were the case. "Not quite. See, your animagus form is the animal that fits you. It is the animalistic version of your personality. Where the Patronus is what makes you feel safe, the animagus form is who you are. So it's not a choice so much as a natural state. That's why there's the compatibility test. Many people, in addition to not having the stuff to be animagi, simply aren't close enough in personality to any one animal to make it work. James was prongs, a stag, a bit haughty, graceful, possessive, and protective of his herd, and I'm the big black dog. I don't think I'm going to share why I'm a dog." His grin was pure canine. Hermione snorted and deadpanned. "You don't have to, it's fairly obvious." "Oh, I'm wounded. Snuffles, do you remember the spell or not?" "Of course I do. Thing to remember about this is the incantation to test for animagus compatibility is different from the one to take your animagus form. This is just the test. The spell is Animal Animum Indicabo. If you're a possible animagi, a glowing light form of the basic shape of your animagus form will envelope you." "Thank you, Sirius, we appreciate your help," Harry said with an eye roll. No, he didn't think it was a great mystery to anyone why Sirius' form was a dog. "You want to stay while we cast the compatibility spell? See if it works?" Harry asked his godfather. "Oh, but no betting on what kind of animal, if any, we'll have." "Of course. I wouldn't bet on this one, except maybe for Draco Ow." Sirius seemed to look back over his shoulder. "Sissy, what was that for?" A cool, muffled female voice answered out of sight. "You know what for. No picking on my baby." Hermione's lips twitched and she stepped closer to Draco as Sirius apologized to Narcissa. "I do believe I like your mother. I've only ever seen Remus leash him that quickly before." Draco smiled, though his cheeks had pinked slightly from the baby comment. "Hello, mother." He called to the fire and then turned to Hermione. "Oh, she's had her share of dogs to train, never failed yet." "Okay, who should go first?" Harry asked as he brushed the dust off his knees. Sirius got into serious mode. "In interest of expediency, you could all do it at the same time." "Ow, now what was that for?" "Impatience and not thinking about how your words sound." The canine animagus was honestly confused. His head tilted to the side and an endearing inquisitive look entered his eyes. "Huh?" A muffled reply came from Narcissa that had those eyes widening and a yelp of, "I'm not that much of a gutter-brained sissy," coming from the man. Hermione rolled her eyes as all the boys in the room, even Neville, had to hide snickers. "Boys, on some level they're all dogs." She looked to the blonde next to her. "Since you suggested this, why don't you go first?" "Okay." Draco took a deep breath and hoped to the fates that it wouldn't be a ferret. Us Malfoys are never afraid to take the lead. He picked up his wand and swished it through the air. Animal Animum Indicabo. Draco waited, and waited some more, and just when he began to think that he wasn't compatible to be an animagus, there was a thin veil of glittery light floated out of the wand to form the shape of a small animal that turned out to be a cat. Sirius' voice drawled. Somehow I'm not surprised. Okay, so you're a kitty cat, just remains to be seen what breed, which you'll find out when you manage to transform. Draco hissed at the head in the fire playfully. All in all, he was rather pleased with his form. A cat suited him. Right, I might as well go next then. Ron stood from the armchair he'd been sprawled out in. He said the incantation, and just like Draco he waited. It soon became clear that nothing would happen though. Well, that was a bust. Ron was trying to feel if he was disappointed, but he honestly didn't feel too broken up about it. The head in the fireplace smiled at him. Glad you're not bothered. I think you fall into the latter category of just being too much of a mixed personality bag to have an animal represent you. Neville stepped forward. I guess I'll have it now then, unless someone else wants to go? He got head shakes all round and cast the spell. Unlike Draco's longer wait, the light formed almost immediately, coalescing into the shape of a badger, much to Neville's pleased amusement. Well, that's good confirmation. Always knew I'd be a good Hufflepuff if I hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor. You make an excellent Gryffindor though, we're happy you're with us. Harry gave Neville a bright smile. Okay, here goes nothing. Harry cast the spell, and while he waited he secretly prayed that he wouldn't be anything in the deer family, though with his luck he'd probably turn out to be a fawn. Harry was relieved when the light veil showed wings and a beak. He couldn't see what sort of bird he was, but it was some kind of bird of prey, a rather small one by the looks of it. Hermione smiled. A bird of prey. Nothing less for the best seeker Hogwarts has ever seen, not to mention the amount of time you spend with your head up in the clouds. It was said as a gentle tease and had a barking laugh come from the fireplace. I can't wait to see what kind of bird you end up as, Harry. It does explain why you and Draco never got on well before. Draco and Harry glared at each other, but both of them were grinning too. This was all too exciting to be really cross with the other. Harry doubted that he would ever be able to stop his rivalry with the other boy. It was a part of who he was now, and he believed Malfoy felt the same. They would always try to outdo the other, but the malice was gone from their bouts, and Harry couldn't say that he missed it. Only you left now, Granger. Don't keep us waiting. Draco poked her in the side, eager to see what form her spell would take. Right then. She called out the spell in her usual crisp way and flicked her wand with delicate grace. Much like Draco, the light took some time to appear for her though when it did. She tilted her head to the side. Is that a dog? Neville squinted. Cat with really long legs maybe? It looks like Crookshanks on steroids. Ron laughed from his chair, wiping the mirth from his eyes. Harry tilted his head to the side, looking at the shimmering outlines of the animal. Well, it's got big ears, too big for a cat I think. It looks a bit like a fox to me. Draco looked at the form carefully. We had a few foxes living on the grounds of Malfoy Manor, and this shape reminds me of them. He's right. That's a fox, or rather. Sirius grinned, then started to shake, then burst into full-blown laughter that gained odd looks from the teenagers until he finished in a peal of laughter. Hermione's form is a vixen. Ow. Despite a hand coming into view and smacking him on the head, he continued to laugh, much to Hermione's discomfort. The brunette's cheeks turned a bright red at the term. It was a technical term for a female fox, but it was also a bit embarrassing, as she certainly wasn't vixenish in the more contemporary meaning of the word. Neville was frowning at the laughing marauder in disapproval and went over to Hermione. A fox fits. You're clever, have the canine loyalty, quick on your feet, and you have a mischievous streak. Don't let him worry you. He glanced back at the laughing head. She gave her housemate a, still uncomfortable, thankful smile. If you don't stop laughing soon you're gonna get hurt, Snuffles. Harry frowned at his godfather. You're not too old to be neutered, you know. Listen to Longbottom and not the mutt. Draco stepped closer to Hermione. Foxes are very clever animals. Much better than some flea-bitten dog. A strident, furious female voice came loudly from the fireplace, though its owner wasn't visible. Sirius Orion Black, if you do not stop laughing this instant I will hex you from here to France and back. Even Draco looked startled by the fact that his mother was shouting before her voice turned frighteningly soft and cold. And then I'll tell Mr. Lupin about you making so light of Miss Granger's animagus image. No threat could have shut Sirius up faster. Remus may have been one of the calmest, sweetest, hardest to anger people in this world, but he did have a temper, and he was a werewolf, and Sirius knew that Remus could easily kick his if needed. Good going, Lady Malfoy. I've never seen him shut up so quickly in his life. You are a good influence. Harry bowed his head towards the fireplace and the unseen woman on the other side. Draco felt a surge of pride run through him. He loved the thought of his mother being free from his father's shadow was liberating. That's my mother for you. Hermione's smile became stronger when Sirius apologized and she directed her words towards the unseen Narcissa. Thank you, Lady Malfoy. Draco's mother remained out of view, but her voice was clear, making it obvious she'd now decided to stand over Sirius to make sure he behaved. No need to thank me, dear. Someone has to keep him on a leash, and unfortunately Mr. Lupin isn't able to be about long enough to do so these days, what with all he's doing to help Dumbledore's cause. A contemplative pause came from the woman. That may actually be the reason Sirius is so agitated. He never did like going without for long. Sissy. Ron giggled from his place on the chair. Burn Snuffles. He continued to laugh. And we all know that Wolftop's dog. No wonder you're so frustrated. Ron. Harry rubbed his nose below his glasses. You're not making this any better, you know. I know, but it's so much fun. The redhead looked unapologetic. Hermione's eyes glimmered just a bit as she saw a perfect opportunity for a little revenge. It's probably jealousy added into that too. Since Professor Lupin is the diplomatic liaison to the werewolves, he's surrounded by others who suffer the same curse. Poor Snuffles, stuck there while his alpha is out and around all sorts of young, nubile werewolves. Neville's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Hermione. Exactly, and Moony is a really strong werewolf. Ron nodded eagerly. Can you imagine how many of the younger wolves just tripping over themselves to learn from him? Harry groaned at his two best friends and Draco beamed at another show of Hermione's wickedness. The girl was amazing. Surprisingly, though he wasn't unaffected by the thought of others trying to seduce his Remus, the dog Animagus wasn't as upset as most of the teens had been expecting. Instead, he smiled at Ron. I'm not too worried about that. In case you didn't know, wolves, including werewolves, mate for life. I'm more worried about hostilities that arise from refusal. Now that Hermione's gotten some of her own back, would you like the spell and instructions for the actual change? Yes please, Sirius. Harry said, sounding relieved. I would love to get back to the matter at hand instead of discussing my godfather and my uncle's life. It's almost as bad as parents. Harry shuddered. Oh come on mate, you're a 16-year-old healthy boy, a little talk about say asterisk shouldn't shame you. Ron's eyebrow rose. Besides, we were only joking. Sirius gave the redhead a feral grin. Oh, so you'd like to hear about your own parents' say asterisk life then, Weasley? You can stop grinning, doggy. I have siblings up to my ears and we live in a very small house. I already know more than I ever wanted to, enough to break a weaker man in fact. Ron put on an expression of pure suffering. I think the worst was when we went to visit Bill in Egypt, tiny hotel rooms, thin walls and me being forced to listen to Mom and Dad role-playing. Oh, for Merlin's sake please Ron, just shut up. Harry did not want to know this about his surrogate parents. He would never be able to look Molly in the eye again. Hermione, for the sake of Harry, who was now turning a bright magenta, flicked her wand at Ron and sent a silencing curse at him. Now, the spell if you please, Snuffles. Sirius looked like he was biting the inside of his cheek. No wonder Ron's been more of a dog than I am. He sobered when Narcissa pointed her wand at him. Spell, right. The incantation is Anima's Metamorphose, and it's internal magic without your wand. Your clothes and anything else on your body will transform with you when you get the transformation down, but I give you fair warning, it won't happen the first time. It took me a solid 2 months of trying before I shifted into my Animagus form. When you speak the spell, you have to focus on becoming your animal self. You don't think about becoming a cat or bird or badger or fox. You think of becoming what is in your soul and abandon your human precepts of structured rules when it comes to form. That's one of the reasons it's so hard to become Animagi. Humans are taught that they can only think as human when they are in human form. It's assumed by human beings that once in animal form they'll think like an animal. That's not the case. Once you begin shifting, the more you do it the less you'll have that problem, and you'll also lose the need for the incantation. The teens nodded that they understood. Harry was very happy to have something else to focus on, the amorous ways of the Weasleys, and he was ready to dive right in. I suppose there is no time like the present to start then, we're going to need all the practice we can get. Hermione took charge and ordered the boys to different areas of the room, and they all began to attempt the animagus transformation. Sunday found Snape and Harry back in the room of requirement, Snape once more working on modifying the shield spell. He'd made some progress, as now he had to put serious force behind the sword to break through. Glancing blows would no longer work much to his pleasure. Harry was again sitting by the table with orders from the professor. This time it was to pick one colored strand of magical energy and handle it. Snape had told the teen to bend, twist, knot, and shape it in as many different ways he could conceive of, and to note how the energy reacted each time. This was more difficult than learning how to picture a spell in his mind. As soon as he thought he had a handle on a thread, it slithered away and disappeared among the rest of them, and Harry had to start over again. He had finally managed to snag a bright aqua-colored thread, and he was carefully guiding it with his mind, making a figure 8 before attempting to make a knot. Every time he moved it, the energy surrounding it changed. It echoed in a different way inside him. Snape turned from the dummy for a few moments' rest and to order his thoughts to better manipulate the spell, and found himself freezing and watching the teenager sitting on the stool. Myriad emotions and thoughts chased themselves over Harry's face, fascinating the professor. He was strangely honored that the brunette trusted him enough now to be so open and willing to lower his guard around him now. He moved to go lean against the wall, his billowing robe having long been shed and draped over the table, leaving him in his shirt sleeves and fitted black vest, and studied Harry's face. At first glance he still resembled James Potter even with the change in glasses, but once you moved past the initial perception and looked closer, you saw that Harry was growing into more of his mother's features, and they suited him, blending with James's to create a striking attractiveness. So close to the Christmas holidays and having been well treated and fed, Harry's face and skin had lost the almost gray sheen it had adopted from malnutrition and neglect, and now glowed a healthy creamy pale peach. Snape was pleased to see that, pleased that Potter was gaining in health the longer he was here. He frowned as he considered that the school year would end soon and Harry would be sent back to his mother's relative's abusive house. He most definitely didn't like the thought of that. Harry finished knotting the thread and blinked his eyes open, feeling a little bit dizzy at leaving his inner world for the real one. I think I understand now how the same energy, the same thread, can be used in all sorts of spells and still react differently. It's all about how you bend it and with which other threads you use to weave it. It was a simplified explanation on a very complex idea, but at least it was a starting point. He looked at the man leaning against the wall and a shiver went through him. Seeing Snape without his robes was always like a punch to the gut. The man was long and lean and perfect all over, and Harry found it hard to take his eyes off of him. Snape cleared his expression with a mild effort and nodded. Precisely. The core of a particular energy remains the same. A protective energy will always, at the heart of it, have the purpose of protecting something. What is protected and how depends on the shape and other energies involved. He let his gaze trace the curves and angles of the young man's face and thought about how next year, when he returned for 6th year, it would once again be too thin and the skin would lose the healthy glow. Something within him screamed out a denial, and he made a silent vow to somehow ensure that Harry wouldn't be mistreated by his relatives this coming summer. It's rather brilliant, actually. Harry smiled at the potion's master and tore his eyes from the man's corded forearms to meet his eyes. I find it absolutely fascinating. Lately, whenever we try a new spell or if I read about one, I can't help but think about how it's built and what's at the core of it. Harry stretched, rolling his head on his shoulders, feeling a bit stiff after having been still for so long. Also, I don't know if it's of any importance, but this thing that you make me do, it helps me focus on a whole new level, in everything I do. A dark brow rose, the eyes underneath tracing along the 16-year-old's shoulders as he rolled and stretched them. The meditation? I thought it might. You've a naturally chaotic mind, and unlike Miss Granger's, it won't automatically file things into order while you sleep. The meditation forces it to rearrange into order that allows you easier access to your own knowledge, creating a center to the storm of your mind where things have a place. It also gives you a few moments respite from whatever might be bothering you. Snape seemed to look off into the ether. A friend of mine once taught me for much the same reason. Exactly, a center, that's precisely what I mean. It sort of gives me an anchor, something to hold on to, a fixed point that allows me to be me even when I concentrate on other things. Harry furrowed his brow and ran a hand through his hair. I'm shy at explaining things. He sighed, wondering what kind of teacher he could possibly become when he couldn't even put the simplest things into words. Lately I've been spending a lot of time looking inside myself, trying to find something there, and it helps. Having this fixed point to concentrate on helps. You are not bad at explaining. There are things that are simply unable to be clearly explained no matter how intelligent or verbose one is. Such things are instinctively understood, the same way a snake knows to bite when in danger or a falcon knows how to dive. If you didn't explain things well, I'd kick you out of the top position no matter what the headmaster would say. Harry chuckled. He couldn't help it. Snape truly was one of a kind, but he still managed to make Harry feel better about his insecurities. Thank you, sir. Your words warm me from the inside, he continued, grinning. Snape casually waved a hand. Yes, well, my reputation as a glowing ray of sunshine is rather large. If you looked at him closely enough, you could see the amused smirk that flit about his lips at that piece of sarcasm. Yes, the sunshine that warms us all, Harry agreed, trying his best to keep a straight face. He really liked the teasing side of Snape, the dry wit the other had. Harry got up from his seat to work out the tension in his back. He looked at the dummy. How are the alterations going? Well, I am optimistic that we should have a fully altered spell by the holidays. Snape strode over. Turn round. That's good news, Harry said. Turn around. Harry looked a bit baffled, but he did as Snape had asked and turned in sort of a half circle. Like this? Snape's long-fingered hands fell to Harry's shoulders for a moment and arranged him so that his back was solidly in front of the potion's master. Then one remained on a shoulder while the other methodically pressed and massaged down the teen's spine, working out the tension that had settled in the muscles. Speaking of the holidays, will Granger and Weasley be staying behind with you this year? Harry's eyes had fallen half-mast and he was trying his very best not to fall into a puddle of goo at Snape's feet or let out the moans of pure pleasure threatening to leave him. Hermione is staying. Her parents are traveling the world somewhere. Harry's head fell forward against his chest in bliss. And Ron? I'm not sure about Ron. He wants to stay, but Molly wants all of her brood home this Christmas. I am quite amazed that woman is still sane after, what is it now? Snape paused to do a little mental calculating. 25? No, 26 years of raising little Weasleys? I'd have thought her sanity would have fled once the twins turned 2. I know, she's an incredible woman. Harry agreed, thinking of how even with her house fully stocked with her own children she always made room for him too, making him feel like he belonged there. She deserves a medal. The most amazing thing is that she does it all out of love. She has so much love to give. It never runs out. Snape nodded, his lips twitching as he pressed on the hard knots in Harry's lower back. She'd scoff at a medal though and tell you she's not anything special. A soft, almost fond scoff came from the man. She not only has her own brood, plus Arthur, who's a good man, but his fascination with Muggle objects must be maddening to Molly, but she mothers over whatever stray chick she thinks needs it. Snape's fingers were doing magical things to Harry, making it difficult to even form words. He found the way Snape spoke of Molly Weasley with such warmth a bit of a surprise considering his thoughts of the second youngest of the brood. This was yet another side to the potion's master, and Harry was glad that he got to see it, that he was getting to know Snape better. She would never turn away anyone in need. He finally managed to get out in a husky voice. The man blinked at the deeper, bedroom tone in Harry's voice, and it took a strong force of will to block the shocking and unbidden images that sprang up from it as well. He let his hands fall away from the teen's body and took a single step back. No, she wouldn't. You should encourage Mr. Weasley to go home for the holidays. That will be a greater gift for her than anything else. He turned away from Harry to make a note on the parchment laid out on the table, letting a delicate pause fill the air. Aside from you being there as well, she's come to consider you one of her own after all. Harry managed not to whimper at the loss of Snape's hands on him, but it was a very close call. I'll try to talk Ron into going to the Burrow. I would have loved to join him, but with things being how they are, Dumbledore thought it'd be best for me not to leave Hogwarts. Harry tried not to let it bother him too much. He was used to lonely holidays and Hermione would be here. It wasn't a big deal. Ah yes. Heaven forbid you get to live a little. Scorn dripped off the acerbic man's tongue. Well, I'm certain Miss Granger shall organize some sort of madness for the 2. He paused and considered. Perhaps 4 of you. 4, sir? Harry looked at Snape questioningly. Lady Malfoy decided it was too dangerous for her son to leave for the holidays and has, instead, arranged to stay here so she may be with Draco for the Yuletide. Snape made a final mark on the paper. Knowing Miss Granger, she'll have concocted some plan to make the holiday enjoyable for them as well as you. That sounds like my own, yeah. Harry nodded with a fond smile. I'm glad that Malfoy will get to see his mother at least. It must be difficult not to have seen her since the escape. Harry took a step closer. What are your plans for the holiday, sir? If you don't mind me asking. Severus' senses actually hummed a bit as he felt the heat radiating off the younger brunette, and he cleared his throat. My holidays will remain as they always have. I will sequester myself from the giddy insanity in my lab and work on bettering some potions until Albus drags me out for the feast, where no doubt he will force me to pull apart the crackers and cover us all in hideous confetti. After which I will retreat to my quarters and allow my beleaguered senses to recover. His tone was dry as a desert. Ah, but it's such a treat to see what kind of glorious hatwear you'll sport each feast. Harry's tone was teasing. Actually, those plans does not sound all that bad. It sounds peaceful and nice. Before he could catch himself, Snape's mouth had opened and said, if you wish to escape whatever madness Miss Granger concocts in the days before the feast, you are welcome to join me. He had no everlasting, bloody clue where the offer had come from or why he'd made it, but it was made now, and he found himself hoping it would be accepted. I must be going mad. Harry bowed his head to hide his flushing face. That, sir, is an offer that I'll gladly accept. I love my own, I really do, but she's never still. It can be a little much at times. He was surprised that Snape had invited him. Harry knew how fond he was of his private life. He was happy though, and there was no way that he would never turn such an offer down. Really? I'd never have guessed. She only adds a good 5 feet to every essay, 10 if she's chosen a well-researched subject. Snape began to roll up the parchment as an owl began tapping on the window of the room, much to his apparent irritation. I believe that is enough spellcast work for today. I want you to continue manipulating the energies in your spare time until next lesson. Yes, sir, I'll do that. Harry went over to a table to get his robes and bag. Thank you for today, Professor. I had a nice time. He put on his robes and headed for the door. The man had already magicked his own things into a bag and was sliding his black robes on. Likewise Potter. I will deny that if asked, however. I'd imagine nothing else. Amusement warmed Harry's voice. Harry was going to leave, but the owl kept on tapping on the window, so he went to let the poor bird in. Are you expecting a letter, sir? The owl flapped over to Snape, hooting irritably, but not a letter in sight, and landed on the man's shoulder, nipping his ear. The potions master gave the bird a glare. I will remind you, bird, that owl feathers are quite useful in certain potions. I will happily pluck you bald. An insulted hoot was the response, followed by an avian sulk. Snape walked to the door and shook his head. No letter. The headmaster sends this particular bundle of feathers to fetch me if he cannot contact me in any other way. I see. Harry didn't even bother to hide his smile at Snape's interaction with the bird and the owl's following sulk. Good luck then, Professor. I wish you a good evening. Harry followed Snape out the door and watched as it disappeared the moment they had both stepped outside, leaving only a blank wall there once again. And to you as well. I hope you've finished that potions essay, as it is due on Tuesday. Yes, it's finished, believe it or not. Harry chuckled. Potions homework was being done even more vigorously in the Gryffindor common room these days. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that it had something to do with Hermione's growing relationship with the potion class top, but he has smart enough to keep his mouth shut on the subject. Good night, sir. Harry took the stairs leading up to the Gryffindor tower to deposit his bag before going down to the Great Hall for dinner. Snape sighed and glared at the owl on his shoulder as it hooted in his ear. He headed for Albus' office for the monthly report on whatever Death Eater movements he was aware of and Harry's progress in occlumency. Snape was prevaricating in regards to the occlumency reports and outright fibbing when he spoke of the spells he worked on with Potter in lesson plannings. He'd noticed that the stronger Harry got, the more Albus tended to put on the boy's shoulders, and still without telling him why it had to be him. So to allow the young man the chance to grow and learn without excessive pressure, he lied to the old wizard. It was the least he could do. He arrived at the gargoyle and hissed out the password before entering to spend what was certain to be a solid 30 minutes verbally fencing with Dumbledore. Hermione watched as Ron came up to her, somewhat nervously, obviously needing help with something. It was their last Hogsmeade weekend before the Christmas holidays, and as usual there was a flurry of students purchasing gifts for friends and family. She sighed and tilted her head. "All right, out with it. What do you need?" "Well, if you were a girl." He noticed Hermione's glare and was quick to apologize. Sorry, I know you're a girl, but I mean a real girl." He fiddles with the strings on his knitted hat. "What would you like for Christmas, as a girl I mean?" She blinked at him for a few moments before her lips curved up in a knowing smile. "You want to know what to get for Pansy, don't you?" The fiddling worsened. "Well, yeah. You know, just a little knick-knack maybe." He blushed redder than his hair and avoided looking at his friend. "Can you help me? I know I'll mess up if left on my own. You know my gifts." The smile developed into a grin. "You don't give bad gifts, Ron. They're just not girl gifts." She fell into step beside him. "So let's think here. Pansy, girl though she is not your typical girl. She might like unicorns, but as a rule, warm fuzzies and cute are not on her list of pleasant gifts." She tapped her chin consideringly. "What's your budget?" Ron fished out a small pouch filled with jingling coins from his pocket. "It's not a lot, but I think it's enough for something decent. I sold myself to Fred and George." He bowed his head. "I've promised them to be their test subject for the entire break." He handed the pouch to Hermione. The girl looked inside and did a few mental calculations. It's certainly enough for something nice. If Fred and George do something too excessive, though, I'll tell your mum they only paid you 2 galleons. Being a test subject for their more extreme products should pay more." She considered the shops around and considered Pansy, then smiled. "I think I know just the thing." She tugged Ron over to a variety shop and threw it to a display of hair ornaments that ranged in material from polished wood to precious metals. "She's got all that pretty, thick, straight, black hair, and it's always getting in her way. Something pretty to keep it up should do the trick. My brothers are businessmen to the core. They recognize desperation when they see it." Ron grumbled but looked at the hair ornaments with interest. His gaze caught on a silver dragonfly with green and blue stones on its glittering wings. "Which one do you think is prettiest?" "I, Ronald Weasley, am not Pansy Parkinson. You've spent a good month spending your spare time with her, so you'll have to rely on your own judgment for what she'd consider pretty. I'd stay away from Gryffindor colors, however. Now I'm going to do some looking for a couple gifts myself." With that she left him there to contemplate and went to find first a gift for Draco and also one for the blonde boy's mother. She imagined Lady Malfoy would be getting far fewer gifts than usual this year and wanted to make her feel welcome at Hogwarts. Ron stayed, looking at all the hairpins, from flowers to animals to sparkling designs, but after agonizing for close to half an hour he settled on the dragonfly. He imagined how it would look against her inky dark hair and blue eyes. Ron paid for the ornament and had it wrapped before running to find Hermione and Harry. Hermione was sitting in the 3 broomsticks with Harry. She'd easily found something for Lady Malfoy, a lovely forest green cashmere shawl, and though she'd hovered a bit over what she'd chosen for Draco, he would be receiving a new cloak with a sliver dragon as the clasp. She sipped a butterbeer and looked at the pile of receipts Harry was trying desperately to organize. "You went mad with the presents, didn't you?" "Just a little maybe." Harry grinned somewhat sheepishly. He still wasn't used to having money, to be able to give his loved ones gifts, so when he could he almost always went a bit overboard. He sorted the receipts into different piles and then stuffed them into his wallet. Harry had certainly gone mad with Snape's gift, but he truly hoped that the potions master would like the antique measuring set in silver that he had found. Ron came in panting as if he'd run a marathon. "It's a madhouse out there, I tell you. A madhouse." He shuddered dramatically and sunk down next to Harry in the booth. Hermione smiled at him. "You think it's bad here? You ought to see Muggle London during the season. You're likely to be trampled there." She settled more comfortably into her seat. "The wizarding world is still so entrenched in politeness that it's refreshing and much calmer." "It's true, out in the Muggle world people actually get trampled in the holiday rush." Harry made a face. He'd never got any presents at Christmas, but he'd always been with Petunia when she shopped, to carry the bags. "This is so much better." "It's still crazy," Ron said stubbornly. He couldn't even imagine what his 2 friends were talking about. Hermione just smiled. "Well, you've finished it all now. You said you'd done all the shopping for your family and such last trip, so you won't have to do any more. Unless your mum has you out with her anyway. Oh Merlin, please don't even whisper of such a horror. Ron paled. She can take Ginny, girls like to shop. Harry chuckled. You'll be all right, Ron. You're a big boy now. He handed the redhead a butterbeer. It's okay if I send my presents to your family with you, yeah? Ron nodded. Of course it is. I only wish you two could have come with me. Both Mum and Dad wanted you there. Hermione slid over to give him a one-armed hug. Thanks Ron, but I want you to have fun on our behalf. Help the twins stage some kind of ridiculous prank you can write to us about, or see if you can convince your dad to bring you to the ministry and introduce you to more Aurors that you can grill them about what's needed to become one. Ron hugged her back. He still wished that his friends could have come home with him, but he really did long to see his family. Thanks Myone, I'll have fun and you'll be bombarded with owls telling you all about it. That sounds great, Ron. Harry chuckled. He didn't want his best friend to feel guilty for spending Christmas with his family. Thankfully it sounded as if Hermione had helped with that. Have fun. I heard that even Charlie is coming home this year. Must be great to see him. Ron nodded. It is. It's not often he can tear himself away from his dragons. It'll be nice to get to spend some time with him. He curled his fingers around the butterbeer bottle and brought it to his lips. It's gonna be a great Christmas for all of us. If someone had told Harry last year that he would look forward to spending Christmas with Snape and a pair of Malfoys, he would have called them mental, but the weird thing was that he actually was looking forward to it. Hermione raised her butterbeer. Cheers to that. They all clicked bottles and took a sip before changing the subject to Ron's holiday job, with grimaces of sympathy for the redhead. Narcissa stepped through the flow in Dumbledore's office much more smoothly and elegantly than most people, and then immediately swooped over to her son, who was waiting for her, and caught him in a hug. My baby, oh I'm so happy to see you. Draco caught her and wrapped his arms tightly around her slender form. Usually he would have bristled at being called a baby amongst others, but right now he didn't care. His mother was here, safe and well, and without any purple-black bruises marring her pale skin. That alone made everything worth it. Mother, I'm so happy to see you too. Are you all right? Dumbledore stayed in the corner of his office, trying to let the Malfoys have their reunion in somewhat peace. The woman smiled and leaned back just a bit, brushing her son's hair out of his eyes in a motherly fashion. I'm just fine, my little dragon. She released him completely and took a critical survey of his appearance. Aside from his hair, the only visible change was an easier, more relaxed look to his face, clear of the worry Lucius constantly presented. You look so handsome, my son. I would say freedom agrees with us, no? It does. Draco agreed. His mother looked 10 years younger now that she was free from Lucius' tyranny, and there was a sparkle in her eye that Draco barely remembered and was thrilled to see. It really, really does. He gave her another hug. I'm glad you could come here for the holidays. I've missed you. I've missed you too, Bibi. She pressed a motherly key asterisk to his brow, then turned to the people who were looking everywhere but at them so as to afford the Malfoys privacy. She sent a smile Harry's way and stepped forward, offering him a hand. Mr. Potter, I cannot thank you enough for being willing to help my son and myself. No thanks needed, Lady Malfoy. Harry shook her hand and gave her a smile. Of course I'm willing to help, any way that I can, and I can't thank you enough for keeping Sirius on his toes and managing to get some order into that ruin of a house. He offered her another smile. It's an honor to officially meet you. He had only seen Narcissa Malfoy once before, and that had been at the Quidditch World Cup. He didn't count that meeting since no words had been exchanged. Thank you. It is an honor returned. And I am just happy I got to the house before it fell down around Sirius' ears. A smooth laugh came from Lady Malfoy before she looked over at Hermione, held out a hand, and her eyes took on a slightly knowing twinkle. Miss Granger, I am very pleased to meet you in person at last. It's always refreshing hearing about witches clever enough to hold their own against not only other students but also preconceived notions. Hermione smiled nervously and took Narcissa's hand. Thank you. As I'm quite certain you are where Draco gets his smarts from, I consider that the highest of compliments. Draco let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding as he watched the meeting between Hermione and his mother. It was difficult to part with old preconceptions entirely, and Draco had to admit that he had been worried about how this meeting would go. Granger was a Muggleborn after all, and Narcissa a pureblood. Now that he saw them together, he should have known that he hadn't have to worry. His mother was a much better person than he'd given her credit for. Isn't this just wonderful? Dumbledore came up to them, eyes twinkling like little stars. Why don't you, Mr. Malfoy, show Lady Malfoy to her guest quarters, give her a chance to put away her things, and then we'll meet back here for a nice cup of tea. Narcissa pursed her lips and glanced around. Yes, that does sound lovely, only there is someone missing. Headmaster Dumbledore, you will flow Severus and have him come up as well, won't you? As he's practically family, he should join us for tea. Though her words and tone were mild, her eyes held the force of a true pure-blooded wizarding lady expecting to have her request met with compliance. Dumbledore's smile grew a tiny bit strained at the commanding tone of Narcissa's voice, but he only nodded. Of course I will call on Severus to come and join us, Lady Malfoy. He will be here when you return from your room. Harry looked at Narcissa with even more respect. He had found it strange that Snape wasn't there to greet Lady Malfoy to begin with. He wondered if Dumbledore had even told him what time she was coming. You don't have to flow him, sir. I can run down and get Professor Snape. The words were out of his mouth before Harry could stop them. Dumbledore fixed Harry with a sharp glare and an unreadable expression, but gave a nod all the same. Yes, my boy, why don't you go ahead and do that? Bowing his head, Harry excused himself and ran down the familiar path down to the dungeons. Snape was measuring out an ingredient for an experimental potion in his heavily warded test cauldron, when a portrait frame that was normally empty filled with the hook-nosed blonde visage of Uriah Prince. Young Lord Prince, the green-eyed boy is knocking on your door. Should I tell him to leave? The potion's master blinked at the portrait in mild surprise before shaking his head. No, let him in and give him directions back here. He turned his attention back to the potion as the figure in the portrait left to do as requested. He was curious as to what brought Potter to his door so early in the holiday season, but he wasn't about to take back his invitation. He removed a few granules of the ingredient he'd measured out and carefully began stirring it in. Harry came walking in carefully, green eyes wide after having been ushered in by the portrait. Hello, sir. I'm sorry for intruding. Lady Malfoy has arrived and you're invited to tea up at the headmaster's office. Harry stepped closer, peering at the cauldron. May I ask what you're working on? In the back of his mind, the paranoia that came part and parcel with being a spy stirred at mention of Narcissa's arrival and the lack of information he'd received on when it was, but he passed it over in favor of concentrating on the potion. That and Potter's oddly distracting presence. This particular potion is an attempt at bettering the Skele-Gro recipe. Having been exposed to the Skele-Gro potion intimately, Harry found that very good news indeed. I wish you the best of luck with that, sir. Both the taste and the agony you experience from it now are horrid. He looked up at Snape, a tiny glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Will it hold if you go for tea? Neither Dumbledore or Lady Malfoy seemed the overly patient kind. I am quite well acquainted with the current potion, and as for this, well. Snape stood back, hands on his hips, as the wards of the cauldron glowed brightly just before the potion exploded from it. They were kept safe from any spatters by the shield spell embedded in the wards that kept the exploding potion contained, and rather than the scowl on Snape's face that appeared when potions blew up in class, the man's face held an intrigued and half-resigned expression. He made a quiet mutter and flicked his wand at a parchment and quill to mark down the reactions of the ruined, rather virulent, purple potion. Once it had ceased exploding, he scooped a sample into a small vial, then vanished the remainder. No need to wait nor have it hold, as it turns out. No, it doesn't look like it. Harry wasn't sure what to say. He was amazed by Snape, and he was finally beginning to realize the kind of patience that was acquired for a potion's master. Shall we go then, sir? One moment. If I appear in my brewing robes, Narcissa will have a minor fit, and likely proceed to transfigure them into something more acceptable for tea. For your own safety, feel free to look around, but do not touch anything. He turned and headed to a hidden door in order to change. Harry placed his hands behind his back, telling him not to touch anything always lead to a compulsion to reach out and touch anything and everything he could get his hands on, but he didn't want to disappoint Snape. He looked around while he waited, careful to keep his kink in check and his fingers to himself. It didn't take the professor long to change into soft gray semi-casual robes. He was the first to admit his wardrobe was mostly colorless, and he preferred it that way, thank you very much, simply because he wasn't exactly fond of sticking out in a crowd. Plain black robes, even the expensive tailored ones, were so common that he just became one of a massive crowd when wearing them. He knew, however, that if he appeared in front of Draco's mother wearing black robes she'd turn them pink, so he compromised with the gray. Exiting his bedroom, he felt his lips twitch and a brow lift when he saw Harry peering closely at a large jar full of preserved serpents. He wondered if the boy recognized the species. Juvenile basilisks. The skin of a basilisk is a potent ingredient, but the adults are too difficult for potion ingredient harvesters to kill or even go into claimed territory to get the shed skins of, so they catch juveniles slipping out to find their own territory. It was hard to believe that the monster he had fought down in the chamber had been this small once. Still, sometimes Harry could feel bad for having killed the basilisk. It had only followed orders after all. "Have you harvested the giant one right under your feet?" he asked and looked up at Snape, feeling his mouth go dry at the sight of the professor. Gray was a really good color for him. "Are you aware of how asinine that question is? Only one person in Hogwarts can get into the Chamber of Secrets, if you recall. In addition, magical law prohibits anyone to touch the corpse without your express permission and presence." Snape folded his arms in classic Dungeon Bat manner and met Harry's gaze. His tone had been softer than true mocking or chastising, and the lack of hostility on his face made it clear he wasn't doing anything but poking at the teen. "I did not know that." Harry blinked. "I thought for sure that Professor Dumbledore had some way inside." Harry really hadn't thought much about it. Mostly he had pushed the events of what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets to the back of his mind. As usual with him, the memories weren't happy. "Do you want to? Harvest it, I mean." If it could be of use to Snape, then Harry could go back there. At least he thought so. "Do I want the chance to harvest an ancient basilisk which has more potency in a single scale than the entire skin of the obscenely expensive juveniles I am usually reduced to relying on? What do you think, Mr. Potter?" Snark and amusement practically shimmered in Snape's eyes. "Of course I would like to. What do you wish in return?" It was said without an ounce of suspicion or bitterness, making it clear that he didn't believe Harry was going to attempt to take advantage of him. "Can I get back to you on that one?" Harry asked with a small grin. "It's not like I have a price ready for the giant snake corpse lying in the basement. I didn't have any idea that it was mine." They started to walk towards Dumbledore's office. "No, jokes aside, I don't want anything for it. I'm just happy if it can be of use. If there's even anything left of it after all this time." Snape glanced at the young man walking beside him. "Remind me to lend you a book on the chamber. There is an unknown preservation spell within the walls of Slytherin's chamber that essentially freezes all non-living, non-sentient beings and objects inside it as they were when last a living or sentient being or object was inside the chamber. The corpse will be precisely as you left it in second year." He looked ahead. "I believe that once you master occlumency to the level necessary to block him, that Draco and I should tutor you in wizarding customs and such. The corpse of a magical creature belongs only to the one who slays it, or, if the creature died of natural causes, who claims it first. For others to use anything from the corpse, they must have the permission of the owner. Something of value must have been exchanged, and the owner must be present to ensure that the other does not attempt to cheat him or her. I have no idea about any of this. Why haven't anyone told me?" Harry was growing irritated with Dumbledore. Sometimes it felt as if the old wizard liked to keep secrets only for the sake of keeping secrets. "As much as I loathe to admit it, I think I really do need some tutoring in wizarding customs. I'm tired of fumbling my way through everything." They got to the statue that marked the entrance to Dumbledore's rooms, and Harry did his best to let go of the irritation he felt. It would do no good. "If you can stand him, Draco will be willing to assist you in his and your spare time. It's likely Miss Granger should join in that as well. There is only so much you can learn from a book." He gave the gargoyle a baleful look and drawled the password, "Ice Mice," stepping in when it moved aside and immediately being accosted by Narcissa Malfoy. "Severus." She caught him into a hug before he could evade it. "It's good to see you, my friend." She shook her head and tsked. "Severus, really gray. You really should wear more green, and perhaps blue. Color looks so wonderful on you. And your hair," another tisk. "Really, you should at least clean the tonic out when you're not working." Narcissa. The flat tones somehow managed to convey exasperated affection and welcome at the same time. "I trust you are well?" She hooked her arm through his and tugged him out of the way to give Harry enough room to come in before heading to the tea area. "Very well. It's been pleasant to be back in a black household." Harry was surprised by the dark feelings that rose in him when he saw Narcissa's hands on Snape. It had nothing to do with him, but he still felt the urge to stalk over and brush her hands off of Snape and tell her that Snape was good just the way he was, that he didn't need colored clothes or to change his hair. A bit scared of his feelings, Harry slunk over to the table and sat down in a chair next to Hermione. The girl gave him a smile, a curious light in her eyes. "Is something wrong, Harry?" "No, nothing's wrong." Harry tried to smile back, but it came out more as a grimace. "You look as if you've swallowed a flobberworm, Potter," Draco piped up from Hermione's other side. "Well, nothing's wrong, maybe I just look like that." Harry sunk deeper into the chair, not wanting to talk about it. "Excellent, you're all here now. Good, good." Dumbledore walked to the table too. "Let's sit down and enjoy this little feast that has been made just for us." Narcissa's brow twitched in mild irritation as she settled herself onto the couch, making sure that Snape was between herself and the headmaster. Something about that old man put her off, and really he was being dreadfully rude. It was odd and uncommon for Dumbledore to be so, and whatever was pinging against her instincts was new as well, since she'd never before felt uncomfortable in his presence. She turned her attention to pouring the tea as a lady did and chose to push the oddity out of her mind for the time being. "Mr. Potter, how do you take your tea?" "White, no sugar thank you." Harry bowed his head and smiled at the lady. Really, he had to get over whatever this was. Narcissa hadn't done anything at all besides being perfectly lovely. She fixed his tea, asked Hermione how she took hers, and prepared the cups of all the others with a grace bred of many years in practice. She handed Severus his tea. Well, it was more like a little tea with his cream and sugar, and took her own cup in hand, sipping delicately. "Miss Granger, my son's grades in his Muggle studies have risen a bit like a rocket. I understand I have you to thank for that." The Muggle-born witch's cheeks gained a soft pink to them. "He's responsible for his own success, Lady Malfoy. He's clever and catches on quickly to the object's operations, and he doesn't need any help whatsoever with law or any of the other aspects. Though he surprised me with his cooking marks at first, then I remembered how close cooking is to potions. He told me you taught him how to brew at an early age, and I must say, he's brilliant at it." Narcissa beamed. "He is, yes. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he takes Severus' position here one day." "Thank you, Mother, but we shouldn't think that far in advance. Let's just get me through school to begin with." Draco's voice was as dry as usual, but his cheeks were flushed bright red as he listened to Hermione and his mother's conversation. He didn't know if he should feel flattered or utterly mortified. Harry couldn't help but hide a grin at the Slytherin's expression. It couldn't be easy when your family and your love interest got into conversations regarding oneself. Not that Harry would ever have to experience that. That was a sobering thought, and Harry took a sip of his tea. "This is the year to think in advance, Draco dear. You will be asked about your future aspirations after taking your owls. Speaking of future aspirations, Miss Granger, what are yours?" Snape hid his knowing smirk behind his teacup. Narcissa was, in her way, testing Granger's worthiness to be seen with Draco, but he had a feeling that Narcissa would find herself surprised by the Gryffindor. Hermione took a sip of her tea. "I'm thinking of working in the ministry, perhaps starting in the DRCMC to see if I can straighten out some of the hideously stupid laws considering the rights of magical creatures, just to start." Once again Harry grinned, not even bothering to try and hide it. Hermione was the smartest person he knew, and Harry knew she had ambitions, and he had no doubt whatsoever that she would achieve them. If she ever decided to go dark, then Voldemort wouldn't hold a candle to her. She could be terrifying and devious and still have the people begging for more. Draco looked at Hermione with stars in his eyes. He admired that driven streak in her, it mirrored his own. Narcissa blinked and hid her smile at her son's expression. A weighty and admirable ambition. "What about family, children? Do you have any hopes for perhaps finding a bondmate sometime in the future?" Severus nearly choked on his tea. He absolutely could not believe Narcissa had gone right out and asked that question. On second thought he could believe it. It was precisely a Narcissa move. Hermione's cheeks took on a bright red glow and she cleared her throat, a bit embarrassed, yet at the same time she was not about to show herself up an empty-headed coward. "Perhaps, one day far into the future. If I find someone who can figure out when to support me, when to let me stand on my own, and someone clever enough to talk me out of doing something that might be reckless." Her lips twitched a bit. I've been referred to as a nightmare before, so it will take someone who views the nightmare as a dream, I suppose. You just need someone with ambitions of their own. Someone who doesn't expect you to be second to their goals. Someone who can compromise and who knows that it's all about give and take. Sometimes you're on top and sometimes your bondmate might be. Draco was surprised and a little bit horrified that his mouth was running away with him and that he didn't seem able to shut up. As long as there is understanding and love, then I don't think there is anything as a nightmare. Only unintelligent gits who don't know a treasure when it's right under their nose. Narcissa took in her son's expression and the Granger girl's blush with satisfaction. My son is quite right. I do hope you boxed the ears of the one who called you a nightmare. Hermione's face was burning and Draco's words made her stomach flutter like a whole flock of butterflies or one big snitch was in it. I box Ron's ears often, though not for that. We weren't quite friends just yet when he said that. Draco's mother blinked. You became friends with a boy who called you a nightmare? The girl nodded. Amazing what facing down a troll will do for a friendship. Narcissa turned to Snape, a brow raised imperiously, and he explained about the Halloween of Harry and Hermione's first year at Hogwarts. Harry remembered that year too, especially when he was told about it in Snape's smooth voice. Ron can have a case of mouth diarrhea, but he has a good heart. Draco only raised an eyebrow. If he hadn't seen what Ron had done in the pansy situation, he would have been tempted to say that the weasel was beyond hope. Hermione closed her eyes tightly, then looked at the brunette teen. Not exactly the best terminology, but he does have a bad habit of letting his mouth run without his brain's consent. He's getting better though. She tilted her head in consideration. Has been since he got serious about becoming an Auror, actually. Her lips twitched and curled up secretively. Well, he's getting better is all that matters really. Snape took a drink of his tea, amusement flittering through him. He knew exactly what the other impetus to Weasley's change was. The little queen of Slytherin house already had the redhead wrapped around her little finger. Narcissa smiled. Well, that's good, that he's improving whatever the reason. Draco nodded and stirred his tea with a dainty little spoon. Dumbledore didn't say much, he just sat twinkling, watching the people at the table, behind the lenses of his glasses. I think Mr. Weasley will make an excellent Auror, just like you will, my boy. Actually, I'm not sure that's the path I'm going to follow, Professor. Harry squirmed in his seat. I see. Dumbledore's smile was still in place, but his eyes sharpened considerably. Narcissa poured another cup of tea for Snape. What is it that you would like to do, Mr. Potter? I would like to teach Milady. He gave her a small smile. Especially Muggle-Wizard relations from an early age, to promote knowledge and understanding. Pale blonde brows arched up and a considering look appeared on her face. That is a rather clever idea. A large reason many purebloods have so disliked Muggleborns coming into our society is that they bring all their preconceived notions with them and know nothing about our traditions and societal rules. There are obscure magical laws that have been inadvertently broken by Muggleborns who simply aren't aware of what they're doing, and it causes havoc every time. Harry nodded. I did not know magic even existed until I started Hogwarts, and there is so much I still don't know. If both Muggleborn children and wizard children learned about each other from the get-go, I think that would solve a lot of the problems between them. It's an admirable goal. I do know that you've been given the position of teacher's assistant in Defense Against the Dark Arts. How is it? Snape made a soft exhale. He's fairly tolerable as a teacher, I must say. The woman chuckled. Coming from you, that is a ringing endorsement indeed. Harry grinned with flushed cheeks and turned to Narcissa. I like it a lot. All the students here are so willing to learn, and Professor Snape is an excellent teacher. He truly knows the subject he teaches. She nodded. Yes, he always was brilliant. Lord Malfoy and I were 4 years ahead of him, and he still managed to put us to shame in many subjects. Potions and spellwork being his most excelled in subjects. It was rather adorable in his first year. This tiny little scruffy boy carting around books half as large as he was and tagging along with Elle. Narcissa, perhaps we should leave the past reminiscences for another time? Snape's cheeks were mottled with faint red as he interrupted the woman, but there was something more than embarrassment in his eyes, something painful. Yes, Mother, I don't think this is the time or place for that. Draco agreed after a glance at his godfather. Tell me instead if you have any special wishes for the holiday celebrations. I will do my best to fulfill them. Harry was watching Snape too, feeling something curl in his stomach at that look and wanting to do anything to make it disappear. For some silly reason he had the urge to reach out and take the older man's hand. Harry had to grip the teacup tightly to stop himself from doing just that. Snape relaxed and gave a brief, grateful nod in Draco's direction. He was aware of Harry and even Granger's eyes on him, but neither seemed inclined to comment on nor mark his reluctance to discuss his school years. For the mere fact of their circumspection he found himself grateful. Narcissa smiled at her son. "Oh, Hogwarts has always been rather festive. I really can't think of much of anything aside from a Hogsmeade trip. The village is always so charming this time of year." Hermione cleared her throat delicately and aided Draco in turning the subject to holiday festivities rather than Snape's childhood. A suggestion for a sleigh ride was met with a beaming smile and ladylike eager agreement. The tea continued in a like vein until the pot ran dry and they all went their separate ways for the evening. Snape was chopping the leaf of a silver laurel when Uriah once again informed him of Potter knocking on the door. "Let him in." It was the morning of the day before the solstice and Snape was attempting to work on a potion he'd been tweaking for years and had essentially buried himself to avoid the sleigh ride. Granger and Narcissa both were set upon. As tomorrow would be set aside for his own personal holiday traditions, he wanted to do a little potions work today. However, Potter's interruption wasn't unwelcome. "Hello again, sir." Harry walked in, dressed in worn Muggle jeans and a soft knitted sweater. He didn't want to go on the sleigh ride either, and the first place he thought of to go was Snape's room, so here he was. "Anything I can do to help? I promise to be careful and not muck things up." Snape pointed at some grain in a small pile on another cutting board. "Grind the rye into a powder until you have exactly 2 grams. "Yes, sir." Harry started to grind carefully, weighing the rye carefully at set intervals so that it wouldn't be too much or too little. "Will you be busy the entire day, sir?" "My plans for the day, Mr. Potter, are to appear as busy as possible so as not to get roped into any of Narcissa nor Miss Granger's festive plans. If you cannot offer an alternative activity, it is to be brewing and experimenting on potions all day." Snape ground the chopped leaf into a paste made of mistletoe berries. There was already an agent in the potion that would offset the toxicity in the berries, so, if this was a successful experiment, it wouldn't poison the one who ingested it. Harry finished grinding the rye and handed it to Snape, wiping his hands on his trousers. "I thought maybe we could go down to the chamber while everyone else was busy. I don't really know I will feel being back there, and I don't think it should be a group activity." He ran a hand through his hair. "It can wait if you have other plans though, it was just an idea." "That sounds like a rather perfect plan. After all, Narcissa cannot find the chamber, much less roust us from there. Stir this slowly, clockwise, while I add the paste." Snape nodded at the silver stirring rod. Smiling, Harry picked up the silver rod and started to stir with slow movements of his wrists. "Tell me when to stop." He looked down in the simmering concoction. "I hope you're not afraid of going into the girls' bathroom." Snape carefully added the paste as Harry stirred. "Should I inquire as to why?" "It's the way into the chamber." Harry grinned and continued to stir. "That's why Myrtle is stuck in the bathrooms. I thought you would have figured it out." "Potter, I have better thing to do with my time than contemplate why a voyeuristic female ghost prefers to haunt bathrooms. Stop stirring." Snape picked up the powdered rye and, as the potion was still swirling yet not being actively stirred, he sprinkled it and then frowned as the potion turned a putrid brown and green, then boiled over the side. He turned to make a note, muttering about how it's always the rye. "Miss Myrtle has greatly disturbed many of the first-year Slytherin boys with her preferred hobby." "I am very, very aware of her hobby." Harry grumbled and remembered last year in the prefect's bathroom. That had not been the only nor the last time she had showed up when he was bathing. He wrinkled his nose at the fumes rising from the cauldron. "Is it really supposed to smell like this?" "No, it is not, blast it all. Always the rye. It's a vital ingredient in the original potion, but in any subsequent versions it ruins a well-brewing potion, and I've yet to find a proper replacement. Even ergot ruins it, not pure enough." Snape once again scooped a sample vial, then vanished the mess. "One day I will find the proper replacement for that grain." "I have no doubt that you will, sir. You'll figure it out." Harry nodded, and he really did believe what he said. He had full faith in Snape's abilities. The potion's master muttered under his breath, "It'd be helpful if a few of the affected individuals would volunteer blood so it can be tested for weaknesses, but no, The irritable syllable was briefly drawn out, all too paranoid. He shook his head and looked at Harry, snapping out of his impatience with the potion. Before I get my harvesting equipment, have you thought of what you wish in return for letting me harvest the basilisk corpse? It is a requirement that I give you something of value. Harry shrugged. He didn't know what to ask for. He had everything he needed. How about your time? That you continue to teach me, that is all I ask for. He looked at Snape. What kind of potion were you working on now? That you would need blood of the affected for? Snape moved to a cabinet, unlocking it and retrieving a leather bag. Wolfsbane. The current potion is woefully inadequate. His voice was casual and he immediately moved over the subject of the failed potion back to the basilisk. Are you certain, Potter? Knowledge is power and advantage, I admit, but for the right to harvest an adult basilisk you literally could name your price. I don't need anything else, Professor. Your time and knowledge will be a perfectly reasonable price in return for something that I didn't know I owned. Harry put down the stirring rod, feeling a bit silly that he still held it. His heart had melted when he heard that Snape was working on the Wolfsbane potion. He knew how much Remus suffered every month. About the potion, have you asked Remus? I'm sure you would volunteer. I can ask him if you want. The professor actually twitched but relaxed after a moment. Bring it up to him if you find the time. I doubt he'll be particularly willing, however. Blood in the wizarding world is a dangerous thing to have, Potter. Someone with only a drop of your blood and specific potions can steal your very identity and heritage, and Lupin would be a fool to trust a Death Eater even if his maid agreed to let him volunteer. Snape looked down at his sleeves, straightening them. He refused to get his hopes up when knowing the two remaining marauders they would be dashed. Harry did understand the dangers of donating one's blood, but he still thought that Remus would agree when it was for this cause. Harry decided that he would ask him when he talked to him in Sirius next. He didn't say anything more about it though, since Snape didn't seem very talkative about this particular subject. Will we need to bring anything special down to the chamber? Harry thought it was best to switch the subject back to their excursion to the Chamber of Secrets. Snape shook his head and held up the satchel. I have all that's needed for the harvesting here. He held out a hand. An official agreement then, Mr. Potter, my time and knowledge for the right to harvest the basilisk. Agreed. Harry said and shook Snape's hand to seal the deal. Let's go then, down the rabbit's hole. Harry started to walk out of Snape's rooms to lead them to the closed-off bathroom. The professor followed him and stood behind the teen as he stared briefly at the sink, then shivered as the hissing tones of Parseltongue fell from Harry's lips. Always before he'd equated that tongue with darkness and evil, but hearing it from Harry, even the single short burst, it didn't sound evil or dark. It sounded beautiful. He followed Harry down the dark, dank corridor and murmured a soft, Lumos Maximus, to better light their way. It was strange. The corridors and tunnels didn't look as scary and as menacing as they had 3 years ago. They walked along the sludge and water at the bottom of the tunnels until they got the entrance to the chamber. He talked to the stone snake keeping guard and the door swung open. Harry took a deep breath before he stepped inside, knowing that Snape would follow. The professor stepped in and found himself gawking at the positively gargantuan basilisk corpse collapsed over the main chamber floor and partially up the corridor to the left. Sweet Circe. Harry walked around the fallen beast. Everything else seems smaller this time around, but this still seems bloody huge. There was no Ginny slipping away and no ghost of Tom Riddle whispering lies into his ear, but the place still made shivers run down Harry's spine. The casual manner of the teen struck Snape as astonishing. How are you so? I knew this was an adult basilisk, but by Merlin it must be 1,000 years old, more. I always thought the Dark Lord had acquired and raised a basilisk in his own time, not truly taken control of Salazar's own familiar. His gaze traveled over the downed snake, the snarky man speechless for once. I honestly didn't look too closely at it back then, too busy trying not to die. Harry knelt next to the basilisk's head. I never blamed this though, it only followed orders, did as it was told. It was Voldemort who twisted it, forced it to do his bidding. Snape shook his head and moved forward, running his hand along the cold smooth scales of the beast. Slytherin would have taken the Dark Lord's head for abusing his treasured familiar, so. A pity he's not around to take his descendant in hand, save us all a great deal of trouble. He stepped back and set about stripping to his rolled-up shirt sleeves and casting a few protective charms to guard him from the corrosive qualities of the basilisk blood and venom. There's more here than I could use in a lifetime. I'll keep what I will use, but the rest will remain yours. I would suggest keeping the fangs for yourself, as they may come in handy one day, and auctioning off the rest at a potions convention. He crouched and pulled out a pair of devices that hooked up to jars, a razor-sharp knife blade, and many more jars before setting to removing the fangs and teeth for Harry. I already have one fang, the one that I used to skewer the diary. Harry watched Snape work, feeling both sad for the basilisk's fate and happy that it would come to use instead of just lying here forgotten. I've always wondered if I could have gotten it to listen to me if I would have had more time. I know it doesn't matter now, but still, I can't help but wonder. Truthfully, Potter. Not likely. By the time the Dark Lord found it, the basilisk had been trapped down here alone for 1,000 or more years, its master long dead. It was most probably mad with loneliness and grief, and then the Dark Lord came along, easing that loneliness only to abandon it again. I would imagine the basilisk's trust was long shattered and madness entrenched. Snape finished digging out the teeth, hooked up one device to a vein in the serpent's mouth and the other to the venom glands, and charmed the jars to switch as each one filled. He plucked the feathers and set them aside reverently, then he got to work skinning the beast. Poor thing. Harry didn't really know what to say. His heart ached for the basilisk's loneliness. I seem to always be asking this, but can I help in some way? I hate feeling useless. Snape grunted. No, harvesting a magical creature takes long hours of experience, and as this is a basilisk, it requires protective charms that you don't yet know. He blew a strand of oily hair from his eyes. Look around the chamber and its corridors and see if you can locate its nest. That will have shed skin and molted feathers. Okay. Harry got up from his knees and started to look around, leaving the harvesting to the pro. He looked around the different tunnels, feeling depressed at the damp and dreariness of them all. He turned a corner and came upon a gathering of all kinds of things, really, but there were a lot of feathers and molted skin, so he gathered that it was the nest. Harry walked over and started to rummage through the nest carefully, not knowing what he was looking for. Under a pile of feathers and grime there was something roundish. Harry dug it out and stared in amazement at the egg. He dug it out and wrapped it in his knitted sweater, carrying it carefully to the main hall where Snape was. Professor, I think I've found something. Snape's gaze was distracted as he looked up, and it took a few seconds for him to recognize what Harry held, but when he did, if ever there was a Kodak moment, that would have been it. When else would anyone have ever gotten to see Severus Snape's eyes very nearly bugging out as he choked on air, or swallowed his tongue? It was hard to tell precisely. Merlin's balls, Potter, do you know what that is? An egg? Harry was a bit startled by Snape's reaction, having never seen the professor act or look like that before. Maybe the protection charms weren't enough and he had been poisoned or affected somehow by the basilisk. Snape pointed a bloody knife at the orb in the teen's arms. That, Harry James Potter, is no ordinary egg. That is a basilisk egg. Huh. Harry twisted the egg in his arms, looking at its spotted surface. It's valuable then. What can it do? It must be really old. The professor made a strangled sound. Potter. Harry. The eggs of magical creatures aren't like chicken eggs. They don't go bad with age. If we were to find a toad to sit on that egg or incubate it in black coals, it would hatch. You hold in your hands the offspring of Salazar Slytherin's familiar. A toad? Harry was baffled. It was the first time he'd heard Snape call him by his first name like that, and Harry had to admit that he liked the sound of it. He looked down at the egg again. We're taking it with us, right? If it's a living creature inside here, then we can't leave it all alone. All the gold in the wizarding world would not convince me to leave that egg here. Snape was still staring at the egg in utter shock and surprise, and hadn't even noticed his slip of calling the teenager by his first name. And yes, a toad. If a basilisk is not available to curl around and care for the egg, it must be hatched under a toad or in black coals. I wonder. He frowned, finally sliding back into his logical frame of mind. It's rumored that a basilisk egg incubates for 10 years, and in all that time the mother never leaves, even to hunt, unless it's to protect the nest or she's bitten by a being that can manipulate her mind. Harry felt a new wave of absolute loathing for Voldemort and the ass he had been before he claimed his other persona. It's so sad. She had a baby and was ordered and manipulated to just leave it behind to do a lunatic's bidding. Harry petted the egg he was holding. The professor didn't know if it was disturbing or sweet the way the teen had practically cooed at the egg. Correction, was cooing at the egg. In Parseltongue. He was leaning towards sweet, though he'd bite his tongue off before admitting it. Of course, there are a few questions we should answer before hatching that egg. Such as how to mitigate the deathly gaze and how long it's been incubating in the first place. Yes, we should know those things, shouldn't we? Harry looked up from the egg. I don't think she would turn anyone to stone or kill them, but there could be an accident, so better to be safe than sorry. He wrapped the egg tighter in his sweater and put a lot of cushioning spells on it so that it would be safe and comfortable. I think we should keep her in your rooms. Ron or Neville would probably trip over her if she was in mine. A dark brow lifted in quiet amusement. I was going to suggest much the same thing for living arrangements. My quarters are the most secure and tightly warded in the castle aside from here. He began working on harvesting the dead basilisk again. What I wouldn't give for Slytherin's study. The Dark Lord probably stripped it of anything useful, however, if it's still down here at all. It's her. I can feel it. Harry nodded. If you've finished harvesting, then we could look for the study if you want. I stopped exploring when I found the egg, but there are a lot of nooks and crannies I haven't looked at. Maybe Voldemort hasn't stripped it. It doesn't look as if he was very thorough. I can't imagine that he would have left the egg behind if he knew about it. Who knows what else he left? Snape hummed and continued with his task. He had another 10 feet until he got all the skin off, and then he had to harvest the internal organs. It's only a 10-year incubation period, so it was laid long after the Dark Lord physically left the chamber, and the ghost of his young self didn't precisely have time to do much of anything. It is a strong possibility, though. He finished skinning the snake, used a harvester's incantation to split the skin into several equal bundles, and levitated them over to where the jars of venom and blood were gathered before starting to slice open the corpse's belly. That he didn't strip it if he'd had to leave the chamber in a rush during his school days. I know he couldn't return to it without it being known after his graduation. Harry turned his eyes away when Snape opened the belly. He did not want to see that. It can't hurt to look anyway, not when we're already here. Besides, what we think is useful and important may not be what Voldemort finds useful. In fact, I hope it's not the same thing. Harry took a few steps away to look at the carvings on the walls while Snape finished with the dead basilisk. You'd be surprised. Snape's voice was somewhat muffled by distance and what he was essentially buried up to his elbows in. Light magic and dark magic are not inherently good or evil, just as a student is not any more or less evil when they're sorted into their house. Dark magic can and is used for good purposes, and I have seen light magic used for evil purposes. What makes a magic dark or light is the toll it takes on life, either the life of the caster or another. Healing spells, for example, are almost exclusively light magic, as they do not take anything from the caster aside from the normal spell energy and a healing spell gives to who it is cast upon. Hexes, on the other hand, cause damage of a sort, even if it's only a tripping hex, to those it's cast upon, so they're classified as dark magic. Intent is what makes magic good or evil, not the spells cast. Yes, I do understand that, Harry said, and he did. He just tried to find differences between himself and Voldemort everywhere he could. He still remembered the visions and the nightmares clearly, and he remembered how good it felt to be the one who caused all that pain. Harry didn't want to admit that he had anything at all in common with the plague of the wizarding world. He walked along the walls, petting the egg absent-mindedly when he came upon 2 entwined snakes, or at least a carving of 2 snakes. They were brilliantly carved. It looked as if they were moving, constantly in motion. Harry reached out to touch them, but the moment his hand touched stone, a door swung open. Harry peeked his head inside. I think I have found the study, sir. Good. Go on in and look around. I'll be there once I'm finished here. Snape carefully cut out the liver, gallbladder, kidneys, lung, and heart before moving up to the head. Even damaged the eyes were still valuable as potion ingredients among the other organs in the head. Even with the stasis spells, the study smelled musty and unused. It wasn't a particularly large room, but it was surprisingly cozy. The walls were covered in bookshelves made out of dark wood, and there was a huge desk in the middle of the room made from the same wooden material. It looked as if a lot of books were missing, holes gaping open where they had stood, and even more books had pages ripped out of them. It was clear that Voldemort had paid the study a visit. Harry sat down in the high-backed chair at the desk and looked through the yellowing parchments while he waited for Snape to get there. It was amazing, really, to sit where one of the founders of the school had sat and worked. Snape cut the final usable organ, the tongue, from the basilisk corpse and stood back. He cleaned his hands off, sent all the harvested materials and the tools up to his potion lab with a flick of his wand, his part already stored away and the rest for Harry to choose what to do with stacked neatly in a corner. He looked on the harvested corpse and flicked his wand again, casting a strong incendio charm at it and standing there to watch it burn as if set on a funeral pyre. It was a pity that such a magnificent creature had to end as it had. He wondered why Slytherin hadn't secured another master or a refuge with a mate for his familiar. The professor set about cleaning the area and himself of blood, ash, and fluids, put his robes on again, and went in search of Harry. He stepped into the dimly lit study, looking around and taking in the missing tomes, the few books on the floor with missing pages, and Harry sitting in Slytherin's chair petting the egg. He walked over to a fallen book and scanned the page next to a torn section. He snorted disdainfully. It's reassuring to know that he was just as much of a twit as most students in his time. Harry looked up from his whispered Parseltongue conversations with the egg. What do you mean? His eyes flittered over the page Snape had read. This book's focus is necromancy. What's torn out appears to be a ritual for increasing your magical power and cleansing your blood of undesirables. A smirk tilted Snape's lips. On the page next to it is a spell to return one's body to its original state. A much easier and less exacting ritual than the one you described him performing last year. As a child he appears to have focused only on what would make him more powerful and what could be used to remove the stain of his paternal ancestry. Idiot. I will not argue with that statement. Harry couldn't help but grin at the thought that there had been an easier way for Voldemort to come back than what he had done. Hopefully he hasn't grown much smarter over the years. From what I've gathered it's still all about power and strength. And immortality. Snape chuckled rather darkly. What he wouldn't give to reclaim the books in here now. He took in several more necromantic texts still on the shelves. Having felt death's hand once, I sincerely doubt he's interested in feeling it again. He cast a charm to return fallen and abused books to their shelves and let his gaze roam over the tomes. Occasionally he'd pause on a potion book but moved on in favor of books on magical creatures. There were only 3 but they were thick enough that even Granger would find them a challenge. Let's see. He opened the first one and found a section on serpents. Harry got up from the chair and walked the few steps to where Snape was standing, leaning against the other man to read over his shoulder. Does it say anything about hatching and raising our baby? The egg was never out of his reach. There has to be a way to turn off the killer beam, so to speak. The dark eyes lifted briefly to Harry's. I am going to endeavor to pretend you did not just use that phrase. He found a section on basilisks and read down the page. It says the basilisk can choose if its gaze kills or not. However, this is only on adults. It doesn't mention anything about eggs or hatchlings. The next book was much the same, and in the final book there were only the hatching methods for a basilisk egg. He sighed in frustration. Perhaps there's another book with notations. He went to prowl slowly along the shelves, mind sorting logically through what might or might not hold information on basilisks. As he did he could hear Harry hissing to the egg, the Parseltongue flowing smoothly and beautifully from the teen. He had to admit that if he'd been the embryonic basilisk he'd be more than pleased to have those sibilant tones murmured to him. He trailed a hand over a shelf with odd carvings along the edge absently, then suddenly drew it back with a soft hiss, blood leaking from a small cut on his finger. Are you okay? Harry stopped whispering to the egg to go over to Snape. He took the older man's finger without thinking about it and placed it in his mouth, beeping away a small drop of blood. His eyes found the carvings and he looked at them curiously. He released Snape's finger. These are written in Parseltongue. Harry read the carvings out loud and a compartment opened. He was surprised since he'd thought that Parseltongue was only a spoken language. Snakes didn't need a written one, but Harry could definitely read what was written on the shelf. The professor was standing stock still and utterly shocked, not only at what Harry had done but at the way his body had reacted. He could feel his cheeks mottle in embarrassment even as the blood vied to continue down to his groin that was suddenly half hard. Snape was well aware that he chased for the home team and had long since become comfortable with it. It wasn't as though it wasn't common in the wizarding world. In a world where a potion could easily change your gender or give you bits you hadn't had before, or where the magically powerful's bodies often went on tangents, procreation was no problem, so same-sex couples weren't looked down on. It was just the fact that he had just gotten half hard thanks to a student, and not just any student but Harry Bloody Potter, that had Snape's logic circuits frying. It also might have had something to do with the fact that he was trying to keep his blood in his head rather than going below his waist, that it took a good minute for him to realize that Harry had found a compartment with several dragonhide-bound books inside, with the writing on the spines in the same odd markings as he'd cut his finger on. What does the writing on the spines say? Harry reached in and ran his hands down the spines of the books. Anything to avoid looking at Snape. Harry couldn't believe what he had done. What had come over him? He had beeped on Snape. He was lucky that the potion's master hadn't hexed his bits off. What was even worse was that he had liked it, liked the feeling and the taste of Snape's finger in his mouth. Oh Merlin. He was really in trouble. It says Journal of Salazar Slytherin, 1 volume per year. I'm a bit unsure about which years, but it should become clear when we read them. Harry pulled the books out, still avoiding Snape's gaze. Snape finally got his body under control again and went over to the desk. I have a feeling you'll be the one reading, Mr. Potter. Those are likely written in parcel script. Harry carried the tomes to the desk and laid them next to each other, opening one and closing it again, moving on to the next one. I think this is the first one. Harry gingerly went through the thick parchment pages. It's amazing, sir. It's from when they had just founded the school. Snape's brows lifted. What the historians wouldn't give to get their hands on that, and to read parcel script. Isn't there any spell that allows me to read the books out loud and it translates automatically on paper? Harry hoped there was a spell like that, because no one would be happy if he had to translate everything by hand, not even he could properly read his chicken scratches. Or isn't there a way you can share my ability? Just for a while? If you can speak English while reading a dicta-quill will do. As for sharing the ability, not unless you want me so deep in your head I'm in the instinctive core. I sincerely doubt either of us wants that. No, I definitely do not want that. Finding out that he liked to beep on Snape's appendages was one thing, but to have Snape see it too inside his head was a completely different matter, one that Harry wanted to avoid at all costs. We should take the books with us, find a dicta-quill and get started. Harry continued to look through the pages as he spoke. Snape just lifted a brow and used his wand to summon a dicta-quill and an Evergrow parchment rule. He set them beside Harry. I am not leaving the safety of this chamber until dinner. Narcissa and your Miss Granger are likely back with Draco by now, and I certainly have no desire to be beeped into their next plan. Harry chuckled. You're like a regular Boy Scout, you are, always prepared. He agreed with Snape, though. It was much better to stay here in the cozy study than being submitted to Hermione's Christmas adventures. Harry set up the quill and the parchment and began to read. The professor listened with half an ear and retrieved a potion text from a shelf, flipping through and occasionally letting Harry know when he slipped into Parseltongue. He was studying a potion to induce lycanthropy when Harry began reading about Salazar's basilisk hatching out. Harry read about the hatching process, how the basilisk is poisonous straight from birth, but that they don't develop their deathly stare until maturity, which usually happened around their 10th year of living. Do you hear that, little hatchling? We'll have plenty of time to teach you right from wrong and how to control your eyes. Harry petted the egg happily. Which will certainly make it easier to hide from the headmaster. The species at any rate. Basilisk hatchlings and juveniles resemble asps until the feathers come in. Snape peered closely at the potion and growled in utter irritation. That explains the rye. We will not let anyone take you away from us. Harry hissed to the egg in Parseltongue before he turned his attention back to Snape. What? Have you found something? Harry's voice was a bit raspy after having read out loud for so long. Lycanthropy potion. A main ingredient to induce it is ergot. Explains why too much ruins any potion to suppress or reverse the condition. Why would anyone want to induce lycanthropy? Harry couldn't understand that at all, not after having witnessed Remus struggle with it. Will this knowledge help in your strife with the Wolfsbane potion? It appears to be an idiotic attempt to create an easy way to become an animagus. Snape flicked a bit of hair from his eyes. It should at least give me a few new avenues for modifying it. Sounds incredibly stupid to me. Harry agreed, thinking about his own tries to get in touch with his animagus self. He would never drink a potion of any kind to hurry the process along. I still believe in you. You will find a way to make a brilliant potion, Harry said before he picked up the thick book and continued his reading. Snape's lips twitched in amusement before he returned to reading the potion text. Harry fussed around the incubation box they had made, making sure that the black coal would be hot enough and that everything would be perfect for the egg. Part of him didn't want to part with it, but he knew that Snape's quarters would be best for it. Finally deeming it fit, he moved over to Snape's table where there was a loose parchment. He sat down and continued his report on how Salazar Slytherin had met his demise, being sent out to fight off a dark witch called Moira of the North. It should have been an easy battle, so Slytherin had made no preparations for what would happen if he didn't make it back. Snape shook his head as he rearranged his potion ingredients to make better room for the new additions of mature basilisk bits and happened to glance over Harry's shoulder. If memory serves, Gryffindor also faced that witch down, and succeeded rather gruesomely if the mentioning of her rolling head was correct. Sounds charming. Harry made a face. I'm sure he wanted to avenge his friend though. Judging from these books, Slytherin wasn't dark or evil at all. He just had an interest in science, wanting to learn everything. Harry glanced over at the incubation box again. Are you sure she'll be all right in there? Maybe I should spend the night next to it, just to make sure. Potter, not only would that be highly questioned by the headmaster and the students who have remained behind, but you are turning quite spectacularly into a mother hen. The pinpoint spell we used puts the egg at a month and a half from hatching. The basilisk is fine within, and I will make sure the coals remain the proper temperature. I'm not turning into a mother hen. Harry's cheeks reddened. I'm just concerned. He gave the egg one last wistful glance before moving away from it, having to trust that Snape knew what he was doing. The man smirked at the blush. Of course, just concerned. Pardon me for mistaking you for Molly for a moment. Harry blew him a raspberry. I have a long way to go yet before I'm in Molly Weasley's league. Harry straightened. Are you ready to bite the bullet and go to dinner? Snape sighed and tugged his sleeves into place again. Might as well. The sooner we eat, the sooner I can return to my chambers and settle in. Knowing Hermione, I doubt that you'll be able to just eat and leave. I'm sure she and Lady Malfoy have all kinds of after-dinner plans for us all. Harry grinned. He wasn't particularly looking forward to it, but the expression on Snape's face was priceless. Potter, I fair warn you now. I will quite happily leave you to their tender mercies, after serving you up to them on a silver platter with the comment that you mentioned wanting a new outfit. Snape's smirk was pure evil. Can you imagine what they'd do? You wouldn't? Harry's voice was filled with horror and he gave a full-body shudder. If you do, then I'll drag you down with me, saying you want some new robes too. Something with a little more color. I would, and they would have to catch me first. Narcissa may be insistent on me wearing more color, but she'd pass over it in a heartbeat for fresh blood, so to speak. The unholy glee in the professor's jet eyes somehow made him look both frightening and rather attractive at the same time. So I'd have a narrow window of time to escape. I will make a deal with you, however. You distract them from me and I shall do the same for you. You've got a deal then. Let's agree to throw Malfoy to the wolves instead. Harry realized that if there was no way to beat the master, he might as well just join him. Harry straightened the robes he had changed into after their chamber excursion. For some reason he really didn't think that Lady Malfoy would appreciate him showing up in worn Muggle clothes 3 times too big. Agreed. Snape opened the door and waved Harry out to head down before the ladies noticed their absence. The next morning found Snape shrugging on a comfortable robe and pouring some tea and studying the small amount of greenery he'd hung around his personal space for Yule, while contemplating the fact that neither Narcissa nor Miss Granger had poked at Harry nor himself about further holiday plans last night. They were up to something, but he'd deal with it after Yule passed. He, like many of the more traditional half and purebloods, celebrated the traditional Yule rather than take part in the insanity of Christmas that the Muggleborn had brought into their world. He much preferred it, truth be told, the hanging of the holly and ivy. He didn't indulge in mistletoe as he had no one to share keys with. The gifts of the clove-spiked fruits in evergreen and wheat sheaf baskets. The true goodwill celebrated by the neighbors, sitting in quietly cheerful company while the Yule log burned down, and the small ritual promoting good luck for the next year. It suited him better than the insanity of Christmas. He glanced up when a knock came at the door and walked over to open it, curious about who would be visiting him so early, and found himself blinking at a beaming Narcissa dressed in a white ceremonial Yule robe with gold trim and embroidery. Clustered behind her was Draco, in white and silver, Granger unsurprisingly found in red and gold with her hair spelled to behave for once, and Harry who was in a Yule robe of green and silver. He absently marked that the teen looked very good in Slytherin colors before noting that Narcissa carried a chest and the teenagers were laden with greenery in the traditional Yule baskets. Narcissa, to what do I owe the early morning visit? She nudged him back. Yule, of course, my old friend. She sniffed at his plain ceremonial robes. I thought we should show Miss Granger and Harry how the season is traditionally celebrated. And those old things will never do. Once she was inside, she set the chest down and brought out black and silver robes, quickly dressing him in them with a wave of her wand. Ah, that's better. Harry had to agree. Snape really looked good in those dark robes trimmed in silver. Narcissa marched into Snape's chambers and the teen trio followed, Harry shooting an apologetic glance Snape's way. Draco covered his face with a hand and smothered a yawn. His mother had come knocking very early and saying no, and falling back asleep was not an option. Blessings on this Yuletide. Draco bowed to his godfather. Snape bowed in return. Blessings on you as well. He looked over to Miss Granger, who'd been instructed to set the greenery aside by Narcissa, and took her hand in a deep courteous bow. Merry meet Miss Granger. The girl sketched a curtsy Lady Malfoy had been instructing her in. Merry meet Professor. He released her hand and gave Harry the same short bow he'd given Draco. Yuletide blessings, Mr. Potter. Yuletide blessings, Professor Snape. Harry replied and bowed to the older man. He had no idea what to expect from a true Yule celebration, but he really liked what he had seen so far. It was calm, dignified, and it seemed powerful in a way that Harry had never experienced before. Snape moved to let Harry further in and closed the door behind the teenager. How early did she wake you up? He nodded over at Narcissa, who was murmuring something to Hermione. Too early, around 5 a.m. Harry snuck a glance at Narcissa. Scared me half to death, she did, coming into the boys' dorm waving robes around and talking loudly about the miracle of Yule. He fidgeted with the robes. I almost hexed her before I realized who she was. The potions master chuckled. She's reveling in her freedom. She hasn't had it in so long it's making her somewhat giddy. He studied the woman. I believe I'll take her temporary insanity over the frighteningly stiff and proper facade Lucius forced on her. Narcissa looked up at them and pointed at the chest she'd carried in. The Yule log is in the chest, Severus, a gift. I assume you have the ale and flour for it as well as the bit of last year's? He nodded. Of course. Wonderful. She picked up a lidded basket. In that case, you and Draco help Miss Granger with the greenery going over the Yule tradition, and Mr. Potter, if you'll join me in the kitchen. The area that serves as a kitchen anyhow, please. Harry nodded and followed the striking witch into Snape's kitchen area. Of course, my lady, just tell me what you need and I'll do it. Draco stood very close to Hermione, helping her hang branches and place the greenery. Every so often Draco's hand would brush against hers and Hermione would blush lightly, though she continued to smile as the blonde explained the meaning behind the greenery, that it was to invite nature sprites to come and join in their celebration of the ending of the long days of winter. Snape smirked at Granger's rapt expression, knowing that it wasn't only because of learning something new but also the fact that she was near the boys she fancied. The professor lifted the large Yule log out of the chest and carried it to the fireplace, settling it into place. He began placing sprigs of greenery over and around it, explaining quietly about the purpose of the log and the traditions surrounding it. Hermione listened in fascination as she charmed the 2 sprigs of mistletoe Narcissa had instructed her to set floating about. One with a red ribbon and one with a white. The white-ribboned one would hover over friendships and allow them to get away with only a key asterisk on the cheek or forehead. The red one would hover over those who were attracted to each other and required a key asterisk on the lips. Not that she imagined that one getting much of a workout with only the 5 of them about. Narcissa pulled out several pre-prepared items and had Harry help her chop the ingredients for the Yule slaw. She raised her brows, impressed by the speed and familiarity he used the knife with. Do you cook often, Mr. Potter? Not so much these days, but I used to cook plenty. Before. Harry answered pleasantly as he remembered being pulled out of the cupboard by his arm or neck and being ordered to cook for his bottomless relatives. It smells very nice, Lady Malfoy. He pointed at the ingredients with the tip of the knife he was holding. She smiled. Thank you. The poor house elves nearly had a heart attack when I invaded their kitchen last night to cook the lamb, ham log and ham balls. They worry so when the humans about start doing chores. Now let's see, Yule traditions are fairly simple all things considered. They are meant to invite good fortune from the elements and celebrate the days that will be getting longer. The Yule log burns through the day and night, and at midnight for wizards there is a ritual to spread the good fortune and goodwill. That sounds nice, much nicer than the Muggle version of Christmas now, which is mostly about getting things. This is a wonderful way to welcome the light back, Harry said as he listened closely to what Narcissa was telling him. She positively beamed at him. Yes, it is. As nice as it is to have a little fun giving and getting the gifts of the Muggle Christmas, good company and food are worth so much more. Before things became so fractured, many wizarding families would gather together in one house one year than another's home the next. Perhaps if this war ever ends we can work towards that again. Her gaze grew wistful on the ham loaf that she was putting the final touches on. I hope so, Lady Malfoy. I hope for that more than anything, Harry said silently and finished his chopping and put the knife down. In fact, it's not only the wizarding world that could use a little understanding and tolerance. The whole world is growing cold, it seems. She reached out and pat his shoulder. But there are spots of warmth that, if nurtured, should grow. She moved the food to a large floating tray. You're a good young man, Harry Potter, warm and generous, and you do Severus a world of good, I think. I hope you'll continue to share your good nature with him. So few can see past his intimidating persona. Harry flushed both at being called a good man by a Malfoy and for the Snape comments. He couldn't help but wonder what the Lady Malfoy would think if she knew all the things he wanted to do to one Severus Snape. I'll stay close to him as long as he lets me, Harry answered softly. He is a good man, strong, brave and kind, even if he doesn't like to let it show. I know. He's more haunted by past mistakes than he'll show as well, and continually punishes himself for them. Brief sadness flit in her eyes before she shook herself out of it. Let's get back out there, shall we? Let's. Harry agreed and offered Narcissa his arm, leading her back into the larger room where the others were. Ah, there you are, Mother. I was beginning to wonder where you'd gotten to. Draco looked up at his mother with a smile, still standing close to Hermione, one hand resting on the small of her back. She waved a hand at the tray following them. Just finishing the food, dear. She moved with Harry to a couch and smiled at him as she settled down onto it. Severus, it is your home. She nodded at the Yule log. The professor smirked a bit, tossed a cup of ale, then a handful of flour over the log. He then took out a glowing coal and used it to start the fire. He glanced up and the smirk deepened. Draco, Miss Granger, look up. Pulling his eyes from the burning log, Draco looked up and noticed the mistletoe fluttering over their heads. The bright red ribbon made it clear that he wouldn't get away with a peck on the cheek either. Draco's pale cheeks turned pink and he clenched his fists before relaxing them and turning towards Hermione. He wanted to key asterisk her, he wasn't going to deny that, but he had hoped to not have so many witnesses to their first key asterisk, especially not his mother. Nevertheless, he gave Hermione a small smile, cupped her cheek and leaned down to cover her lips with his. She could feel her cheeks burning from the time she looked up at the little sprig of greenery, and she could swear a dozen frogs were jumping in her stomach as Draco's face grew closer. The first touch of his lips on hers had her eyes fluttering shut. She lifted her chin a bit to press her lips a bit more firmly against his, a little shiver making its way through her. The key asterisk ended too soon for her taste, but any longer and propriety would be scandalized. She gave Draco a fluttering smile when she opened her eyes. Draco smiled back, letting his thumb caress her cheek and neck as he slowly pulled his hand away. He wanted to pull Hermione close, let her know that he wouldn't mind a repeat performance sometime, but this was not the time or the place for that. Draco settled on letting his fingers tangle together with hers. Harry caught Hermione's gaze and gave his friend a knowing smile. He was happy for her, and as long as Malfoy treated her well, then he was all for their relationship. Hermione smiled back and moved to sit with Draco on another couch. Narcissa gave her son an approving smile. She crossed her legs and turned to look at Snape. Severus, you know the best tales of the solstice gods. Why don't you tell the stories? Snape shook his head in fond exasperated affection at the order as he moved to sit in his favorite wing-back chair. Very well. He started with a tale of the Mother Goddess. The teens listened to the tales that created the Yule traditions, Hermione a bit surprised to note that, when not drawling in nasty sarcasm, Snape had a rather pleasant voice, and occasionally nibbled at the food availed to them. The Gryffindor girl exchanged an amused look with Harry, the both of them knowing that if Ron had been here he'd have devoured it all. The day progressed to evening and night smoothly. A few games were played and other stories told. Narcissa's brows lifted when Harry told of Hermione decking Draco in third year and exchanged a look with her son, who just shrugged as if to say he'd deserved it. By the time midnight was approaching, the only two people not caught together by mistletoe were Harry and Draco, much to the boys' relief, and Snape and Harry. The red mistletoe had yet to catch anyone again, but that was about to change as Harry helped Snape set up the circular altar for the ritual. Harry was on his knees helping Snape set up when he saw something in the corner of his eye. He looked up and saw the mistletoe floating right over their heads, the red ribbon almost glowing in the dim lighting. Harry ducked his head again and wondered if it would move away if he didn't say anything. Maybe no one else had noticed. Narcissa caught sight of the mistletoe, her lips twitching in amusement, and met Hermione's eyes before cutting a glance at Harry and Snape. Hermione looked, her eyes widening briefly before her mind processed the situation with amazing speed, and then her lips curled up in amusement and she nudged Draco in the side softly. Draco looked at Hermione questioningly before following her gaze, seeing the mistletoe. His jaw dropped. The red-ribboned mistletoe was supposed to only float over people who were attracted to each other, right? That meant that Potter and his godfather. Draco did not want to finish that train of thought. It was highly amusing though, and scary too. "Go for it, Uncle Severus," he called out. The professor glanced up from where he was arranging the candles, brow knit in confusion. "What?" Narcissa and Hermione both pointed at a spot just above his line of sight that had his stomach dropping, then bouncing up in a nervous jitter. He stared at the little sprig of greenery, for once unsure of what to do next. It felt as if his face was on fire. Harry didn't even want to know how red it was. This was a nightmare. He was sure that Snape didn't want to key asterisk him. It was probably his less than pure thoughts about the potion's master that was confusing the mistletoe. Oh crap. If this was his one chance at keying Snape, then he would go for it. Snape couldn't hex him in front of witnesses, could he? Harry got off his knees, reached up, took a hold of Snape's robes and pulled the other man down towards his face. The professor's eyes widened as Harry's lips connected harshly with his. It wasn't a smooth, soft key asterisk by any stretch of the imagination, and still it managed to send sparks shooting down his spine and over his nerves. He braced his hands on the altar, his brain momentarily overruled by his libido, and shifted his head, angling his mouth into a better position against Harry's. It still wasn't soft or sweet, but it certainly smoothed out as he slid his mouth against the chapped, plush lips of the younger brunette and got a good feel of the other's mouth. It was amazing, even better than in Harry's dreams, because this was real. Snape's lips were warm and the way they moved against his made heat pool low in his belly. Harry couldn't help himself. He let out a moan and opened his mouth to deepen the key asterisk. He wanted to taste Snape every way that he could. His fingers tightened in Snape's robes, holding the older man in place so that he couldn't move away. By Merlin's frilly knickers. Please blind me now. Draco burrowed his face into the crook of Hermione's neck, not wanting to see his godfather snog the boy who lived. Hermione hissed the blonde's name in irritation, and Narcissa sent her son a glare as his moaned complaint snapped Snape back to his senses, and the potion's master's head jerked up, his cheeks mottled with mingled arousal and embarrassment over having forgotten himself. As Snape snapped up, Harry had no choice but to let him go. Harry's green eyes were hazy with want and emotion, but they slowly filled with horror when he thought about what he had done and with who he had done it. Right. Let's continue with this altar then, shall we? His voice shook a bit, but it was the best Harry could do at the moment. The professor cleared his throat but otherwise remained silent, not trusting his voice to remain steady, as he finished setting the altar up. Narcissa closed her eyes and put a hand to her face, not aware that the action was being mirrored by Hermione, much to what was probably Draco's discomfort. Her son had to break the spell those two had been under, hadn't he? He just couldn't have waited until they'd gone far enough that they'd have had to discuss it, could he? What? Draco slowly shrunk back, his eyes looking as if he'd encountered a wild bear. "What did I do?" Harry did his best to not let his hands touch Snape's and to not meet his gaze. It had been a wonderful day, but right now Harry couldn't wait for it to be over and give him a chance to escape to the solitude of his dorm room. Hermione whispered lowly into Draco's ear. "You interrupted, that's what." Now they'll both tiptoe around each other and ignore what just happened instead of talking it out and realizing that they both like each other. Like each other? Draco was truly baffled, and he didn't understand what he had done to earn both women's wrath. The thought of Snape and Potter actually, truly liking each other in all ways was slightly disturbing. Not because they were both male. Gender had no meaning in the wizarding world, but because they were Snape and Potter. Draco could not wrap his head around it. "I'm sorry," he tried in a small voice. She sighed and shook her head softly. "You are such a boy. I'm not really mad, it's just, Harry deserves to have someone." Draco couldn't argue with that. Nobody should be alone. He studied his godfather. If Snape really wanted Potter, really wanted him, then Draco hoped that he would pursue him. Harry was in hell. He hadn't wanted to end the key asterisk. He knew that it was thoughtless and probably wrong, but it had felt so right. He didn't know when exactly, but sometime during the year Snape had become one of his most important people, and the thought that the older man might hate him now hurt. Severus, for his part, concentrated fiercely on setting the altar up the rest of the way, though he was all too aware of how studiously Potter avoided even an accidental brush of hands. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. It bothered him to be this attracted to Harry, though not because of the age difference. The younger brunette was 16 after all, 1 year away from wizard adulthood and at the English age of consent. No, he wasn't bothered by age. He was bothered by the ties to the past. Harry was the son of Snape's first childhood friend, a friend he'd pushed away, a friend he'd betrayed, though not knowingly or willingly, and the youth knew nothing of Snape's past sins or how they were connected to his present situation. Considering that, he had no right to touch the teen until he did know of the unwitting role Snape had played in his parents' deaths. The potion's master was dead certain that once he told Harry after the 25th, the youth would return to his hatred of him and certainly wouldn't want to so much as share the same room with him, much less allow the professor to touch him in the way he longed to now. So, no matter how much he wanted to key asterisk the young man currently avoiding his gaze again, no matter how incredible that one key asterisk had been, he would not indulge himself and would instead keep things as the status quo until Potter went back to hating the fact of his existence. Narcissa stifled a sigh and glanced at Severus' wall clock, rising to her feet just as the professor and Harry completed setting up the altar. Almost midnight. "Let's gather round the altar, shall we?" Her eyes connected with Hermione's and, in true scheming female form, they moved to cut off avenues of escape for the two stubborn lovesick morons. Narcissa moved to stand beside Harry, and Hermione stood beside Snape, leaving Draco to complete the circle, standing between his mother and his love interest and forcing Harry and Severus to stand by each other in the round. Draco wasn't a fool. He could see full well what Hermione and his mother was up to. He didn't know whether to cheer or pity the two poor souls. If those women put their minds together, then Snape and Potter didn't stand a chance. Harry reached out his hand tentatively and took a hold of Snape's long-fingered, elegant one. Snape's hand was warm and dry, and despite everything that had happened, Harry felt comforted just to be touching the other. Warmth seemed to spread up from the slightly calloused, surprisingly broad, nimble-fingered hand Harry had slipped into his own, and Snape couldn't help but glance down ever so briefly, lips quirking in very slight contentment before he remembered that he shouldn't let himself fall deeper into the emotional suicide that was caring for Harry Potter. He raised his eyes to Narcissa's exasperated ones as Granger completed the circle so they were all connected. He looked over the altar to be sure everything was in place. The two white candles stood still and unlit. The dishes of honey, water and salt were settled in the right place. The cauldron with its special candle set within, the small statuettes of Dagda and Brigid, the small bell, the althames, the goblet of wine and the small cakes were all aligned just as they should be. He closed his eyes and for this rare occasion lowered his shields, allowing his personal magic to be exposed within the wards of the circle and to mix with and feel the soft brush of magic herself that gifted him his own. He could feel Hogwarts looking on and joining in their ceremony, could feel the castle's pleasure that he was, for once, not alone for this ritual. He drew breath and opened his eyes. "Let it be known that the circle is cast. Let none be here but of their own free will." The words were weighty and deep, holding more than just the sound of Severus' authority but that of a ritual lord's intoning magic. Narcissa's lips tilted up with the laughter of the lighter side of ritual, and she stepped into role of ritual lady opposite Severus. This is the night of the solstice, the night that the darkness is triumphant over light, and yet on the morrow, the dark begins to give way and the light will return. The spirit of nature is suspended. All living things wait the transformation of the Dark King into the infant light. We watch for the coming of dawn, when the Great Mother will again give birth to the divine child, the sun god who is the bringer of the life of spring and the promise of summer. We call the sun from the womb of night. Blessed be. Blessed be. All the others repeated as they had been told to do. Well, at least Harry had been told. Malfoy and his mother had already known, and Hermione had without a doubt read up on the ritual. Harry felt the magic swirling as Snape talked, and he found it beautiful. It felt so real and honest, and it was a perfect way to welcome back the brighter times when the sun returned. A pentagram began to glow before them, and Severus spoke again. Lords of the Watchtowers of the East, we summon, awaken and call you up to guard the circle and protect us in our right. Come to us now on the cold winter wind and breathe into us the spirit of the pure joy of life. So mote it be. So mote it be. Hermione had indeed read up on the ritual as well as been coached by Narcissa, but she'd never imagined it would truly bring the power it was invoking. She could almost see the currents of magic swirling around them. Her hand tightening on Draco's, a pleasant shiver went up her spine as she felt almost cradled by magic. Here, now, it wasn't just an abstract concept or theory but a living, breathing, caring sentience. Snape continued, calling the corners and pausing each time to allow the others to agree or disagree. None disagreed, and a thin line of light circled around them, all closing the circle completely. The circle is sealed, and all herein are totally and completely apart from the outside world, that we may glorify the lady whom we adore. Blessed be. Narcissa smiled wider as they all echoed the blessing, and she received a nod from Severus. She met the eyes of the teenagers and spoke in unison with the group. As above, so below. As the universe, so the soul. As without, so within. Blessed and gracious one, on this day do we consecrate to you our bodies, our minds, and our spirits. Blessed be, she continued, he voice speaking alone now. To die and be reborn. The wheel is turning. What must you lose to the night? After a tiny squeeze of Narcissa's hand in his, Harry remembered that they were supposed to answer. Fear. The group spoke up as one voice. Harry would gladly give his fear to the night. Merlin knew he had plenty of it. The woman continued to speak, her voice remaining low and calm yet somehow gathering in power. Fear is lost to the night. Fear is lost to the night. To die and be reborn. The wheel is turning. What must you lose to the night? Severus breathed in the feeling of magic surrounding them, protecting them all as they answered. The light was born and the light has died. Narcissa inclined her head. Everything passes, all fades away. Snape released Hermione's hand to reach down into the dish of salt. One by one he placed a pinch of the mineral on each person's tongue. My body is salt. Taste the breath of death. He knew that they'd all been closer to death than they'd have liked, but in this space of time it was nothing to fear. Narcissa picked it up once more. You are entering a space of perfect freedom. She closed her eyes and envisioned her hopes and dreams for the future. A continued life of freedom for her son and herself. Seeing her son grow into the man he was swift becoming, perhaps marrying the clever young witch, joining them and gifting her with grandbabies. Freedom for the wizarding world from the constant threat of Voldemort, peace and happiness for all those she cared for. Severus envisioned his arm clear of the mark of his past mistake, saw the world about him celebrating the fall of the Dark Lord, saw Harry standing in a patch of sunlight with a beaming smile free of the shadows of his burden. He saw himself measuring out a perfected wolfsbane potion and administering it to a child afflicted with lycanthropy. And he envisioned impossible forgiveness from the young man at his side. Hermione saw herself, Harry, and Ron tumbled to the ground, laughing with relief as they triumphed over Voldemort. She saw herself diving into Draco's arms and boldly planting a key asterisk on him in front of everyone in the Great Hall, despite Ron's teasing, gagging noises. She saw Harry dancing with the snarky professor officiating this ceremony and smile on both their faces while Ron danced with a smug pansy. She saw Narcissa and Sirius looking out over it all, both free of the looming threats they'd been under. She saw herself graduating with her two best friends, all of them getting top marks and going on to do what made them happy. And she saw a brief glimpse of herself in white satin and lace staring down an aisle at a certain blonde Slytherin. Draco saw his mother free and without bruises, her head held high as she walked down the street of Diagon Alley. He envisioned their lives without Lucius' cruelty and bad choices. He saw the golden boy defeating the plague of the wizarding world and the following celebrations. He saw himself showing the manor to Hermione for the first time, hoping that she would like his childhood home, and he saw himself growing old and happy with a brunette, bushy-haired witch by his side. Harry saw the downfall of Voldemort. All his friends safe and happy, not having to live under the shadow that Voldemort had created anymore. He saw himself teaching and being just Harry. He saw a tall man standing next to him, ready to catch him if he fell and knowing he would do the same to him. Snape looked happy, having cast off his double life and living life like he wanted to. Magic took their dreams and held them to her, circling this group of her children and connecting their dreams with those of the few others who joined in this ritual. The joy and happiness and positive energy pouring into the ley lines, connecting people separated by distance but held close by heart. It fed Magic, and she, in happiness, returned the energy twofold to them, her approval so tangible to all those who wished only for the good of the world that it brought tears to the eyes. Narcissa opened her eyes and released Harry's hand, reaching down as Severus had done, but instead of salt she came with honey, placing it on the tongues of those here with them. Taste the sweetness of life. Once more all spoke, magic in their voices, goodwill in their hearts. We are awake in the night. We turn the wheel, to bring the light. We call the sun from the womb of night. Lady Malfoy continued. He sets his face to the west, but in the east arises, Queen of the Sun, Queen of the Moon, Queen of the Horns, Queen of the Fires, bring to us the child of promise. Hermione smiled and joined her voice again in the ritual. More than knowing the words, she felt them in the core of herself. It is the Great Mother who gives birth to him. It is the Lord of Life, who is born again. Darkness and tears are set aside, when the sun comes up again. Narcissa met Severus' gaze and read the grateful light there as she spoke again, knowing that she'd done exactly right by bringing company to him this night. Golden sun, of hill and field, light the earth, light the skies, light the waters, light the fires. They all called the names of those the ritual invoked, power swirling through the room. Io, Evohe, Io, Evohe. Severus lit the candle and everyone chanted along with him and Narcissa. I who have died am alive again today. The sun is born again. This is the birth of life and love and wings. We are born again. We shall live again. The sun child, the winter-born king. The dark god has passed the gate. He has been reborn through the mother. With him we are each reborn. The tide has turned. The light will come again. In a new dawn, in a new day. The sun is rising. Io, Evohe. Blessed be. Narcissa took the goblet of wine in both her hands and lifted it into the air. We give thanks to the gods for that which sustains us. Snape likewise raised the plate of cakes into the air. We give thanks to the gods for that which sustains us. The group intoned, so be it. May we ever be aware of all that we owe to the gods. Narcissa lowered the goblet and extended it towards Severus, who set the plate of cakes down in front of him and took up an alfame and held it point down between his palms. He lowered it into the wine. In like fashion may bodies join together. The witch nodded. For the happiness of both, and let the fruits of the union promote life. Snape finished the blessing. Let all be fruitful, and let peace, happiness and good will be spread throughout all lands. Narcissa held the goblet for Severus to sip from, then for Harry and Draco to likewise take a sip. She then passed the goblet to Severus and he held it for her and Hermione as they sipped from it. Her replaced it upon the altar and took the cakes in hand, once more holding them before Narcissa, who touched each cake in turn with the second alfame. This food is the blessing of the gods to our bodies. Severus inclined his head. Let us partake of it freely, and as we share, let us remember always to see to it that what we have we share with those who have nothing. Narcissa took a cake and placed it in her mouth, eating the small confection before offering one to Severus, before offering them to the three teenagers in the circle. As we enjoy these gifts of the gods, let us remember, without them, we would have nothing. Snape continued. Eat and drink. Be happy. Share and give thanks. So mote it be. Once more they all called out the last phrase to Magic, and Severus then turned his attention to bringing down the circle. One by one he called down the corners until he reached the last. Lords of the watchtowers of the north, return now to the earth where seeds nestle awaiting the warmth of spring. Take with you our blessings and thanks. Hail and farewell. They all called the farewell to the corners, and Severus raised his althame in respectful salute. We came together in perfect love and perfect trust, in love and friendship. Let us part in the same way. Let us spread the love we have known here outward to all, sharing with those we meet on our separate ways. Narcissa raised hers as well. Lord and Lady, we give you our thanks for sharing this time together in our right. We give you thanks for watching over us, for guarding us, and for guiding us in all things. Love is the law. Love is the bond. Merry did we meet, merry do we part, and merry will we meet again. She brought down the althame, using it to douse the candles. Our rite draws to its end. O lovely and gracious goddess, be with each of us as we depart. The circle is open but not broken, so mote it be. Hermione called with everyone, feeling oddly bereft as the circle closed and the magic settled once more into sleep, yet also incredibly honored to have taken part in this ritual. So mote it be, merry meet, merry part. May the love of the Lord and the Lady be always in your heart. Narcissa and Severus laid down their althames, and the professor gave her a short bow. Thank you for playing lady to the ritual. She returned the bow. Thank you, old friend, for letting me. Harry had never felt magic like that before, old and wild as it curled around them and gave them their blessing. It was unlike anything he had ever felt, and he was truly humbled by it. He bowed at both Snape and Narcissa. Thank you so much, both of you, for letting us join in this. I will never look at Christmas or magic the same way again. I feel honored. Even Draco's gray eyes were a little wide, and he hadn't let go of Hermione's hand. He was used to the ritual, but magic had never responded like this throughout the years. This was special and valuable in a way that you couldn't put a price on. You felt it too, right? He whispered at Hermione. She squeezed his hand and nodded, then addressed Snape and Narcissa. Yes. Thank you, I've never felt anything like that before. Even before I got my letter from Hogwarts, I always felt something, just sort of on the edge of my consciousness. A bit like something flitting just out of the corner of my eye, and then once I started learning how to do magic, it's always been a bit like this constant, warm feeling just under my skin, but this. She searched for the right words. It was living and infinite. I can't explain, really. Narcissa smiled. You don't have to. One thing you should remember, even if you never perform a solstice ritual again as long as you live, is that magic is alive. It thinks and lives, and we are all her children. She turned her gaze to Harry. And I consider myself honored to have been able to join her in showing you that. Severus nodded. You all have my thanks as well. Magic comes when called, even by a solitary ritual, but it is so much better to have company. It was incredible, and I'm so happy to have shared it with you. Harry was still buzzing softly after the touch of magic, and in a really weird way it felt as if he would never be truly alone again. He looked over at Snape before turning his eyes away again, not feeling quite comfortable with the other yet, but well on the way of getting there. After experiencing this, it felt as if there was nothing that he couldn't do. Hermione smiled and turned back to look at Draco, who was studiously ignoring his godfather and Harry. She tugged on his hand and grinned at him, leaning in to his cheek. Pale cheeks flushed with color as Draco tore his eyes away from the very unlikely couple and locked them on the witch beside him instead. He did hope that Snape and Harry would talk things out, that they would make it. Who was he to talk about unlikely couples? Even a year ago he could never have seen himself falling for a know-it-all Gryffindor mudblood, but he had. He had fallen hard, and he didn't want it any other way. Narcissa hid her smile at the sight her son and the young witch made. Looking at that, she knew for certain that Draco would never turn out like his father, not so long as a clever, bushy-haired witch was at his side. Her gaze slipped to the clock in the room and her brows lifted. I do believe that it's time for us to be going, unfortunately. It's nearly 2 in the morning and we all need some sleep. Draco nodded. It is getting late, we should get to bed. Lovely as it has been, it's been a long day. He reached for Hermione's hand and brushed a light * over her knuckles before releasing it again. It had been an overwhelming day, but in a good way. Hermione blushed at the action, but her beaming smile told that she'd enjoyed it, as did the faint dismay when he'd released her hand. Yes, I suppose it has been. Doesn't quite feel like it, but it has been. They all moved to the door and Narcissa smiled at the potion's master. Merry meet. He bowed lightly at them all. Merry part. And merry meet again. Narcissa slipped out the door with her son. Hermione gave the professor a small wave and pat Harry on the shoulder. Come on then, let's get to Gryffindor Tower. Harry smiled at Hermione and put his arm around her shoulder. Yes, we should, shouldn't we? He gave a small bow to Snape. Thank you for having us. He nodded goodnight to Narcissa and Draco too. He's had a surprisingly good time with all of them, and even though it was very late, Harry was a bit sad to go. I enjoyed having you here. Sleep well. The man closed the door after them as the small group walked down the hall. He looked down at the robes Narcissa had spelled onto him and had them exchanged for his nightshirt with a flick of his own wand. He made sure to douse any lights that remained burning and cast a charm on the Yule log that would save a few embers to start next year's fire. He went into his lab for a bit to check the black coals and the basilisk egg, knowing that Harry had done the same several times during the day. Then Snape headed to bed, knowing that his dreams that night would be filled with the taste and feel of full chapped lips, yet somehow he could not scold himself into being the least bit dismayed by that. The day after Christmas, Snape was nervously neatening the shelves in his office as he waited for Harry. He'd sent the teen a request for a meeting earlier, and since he'd been on pins and needles knowing that after this meeting he'd forever see only hatred on the face of the youth he was fast becoming infatuated with. It had to be done, however. He would not continue to let Harry be kept in the dark by a well-meaning, manipulative old man who still saw Potter as a child. Harry pulled on his brand new Weasley sweater and made his way down to Snape's study once again. He wasn't sure what the potions master wanted to talk to him about since lessons were put off for the holiday, but he was glad that Snape was willing to talk to him and not avoid him after the mistletoe incident. Harry knocked on Snape's door and entered at Snape's reply. You wanted to see me, sir? Snape waved a hand at one of the chairs by the fireplace. Have a seat. There are things that we need to discuss. His expression was shuttered and his voice was very carefully modulated to conceal his nerves and dread. Discuss? Harry furrowed his brow but did as Snape had asked and sat down in the soft, comfy chair. Has something happened? Do you miss your princess hat from yesterday? The joke fell flat as Snape kept his serious expression. The professor moved to sit in the chair opposite Harry and met his gaze steadily, though internally he felt anything but steady. Has the headmaster told you anything about why it is you the Dark Lord is so fixated on? Something beyond the fact of you surviving against him? No, Harry shook his head, all signs of mirth gone. Is there another reason? I thought he was just hell-bent on revenge, the whole I'm a master of evil and will not be bested by an infant spiel. No, that is most certainly not it. I had hoped that the headmaster would have told you the entire story, but I can't say I'm surprised he hasn't. He still views you as a child much of the time. You more than lost the childish innocence he seems to want to preserve last year, yet he persists in refusing to see that. It is high time you knew the entirety of the truth, however, and it seems as though it falls to me to share it. Snape crossed his legs, settling in firmly. I imagine you've wondered why it was that the Dark Lord was there that night, why he'd even gone to Godric's Hollow after you and your parents. The entire story is somewhat complicated, but at its core it boils down to a prophecy. Of course I've wondered that a million times. I know my parents were in the Order, but what could have been so dangerous about them that Voldemort felt threatened enough to go after them himself? It doesn't make any sense, never have. Harry's stomach clenched. From Snape's expression he knew he would like what the other was about to say, still he wanted to hear it. He was so sick and tired of secrets. A prophecy, you say? What kind of prophecy? You know of Professor Trelawney. She is more than a batty witch playing at divination. She comes from a line of true seers who were known well for the accuracy of their prophecies. However, the line died out, leaving Sybil as the only one left. Prophecies are strange things, and those who speak them never remember doing so. A prophecy is only recorded and known by two ways. The first is if someone is there to hear the prophecy as the seer speaks it. The second is held deep within the ministry in the Department of Mysteries. There is a large archive of sorts where every prophecy ever made is automatically recorded within an orb that only those who the prophecy concerns can read. 16 years ago Albus met with Trelawney in the Hog's Head for just a simple discussion. However, in the midst of their discussion, Sybil went into a true trance and spoke a prophecy involving the downfall of the Dark Lord. Snape drew a breath and recited what he now knew by heart. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. That was the prophecy given the Christmas before your birth. Harry sat quiet and looked into the fire. He didn't really know what to feel at hearing the words that tore his family apart and made him always different. What if Trelawney had never had that vision? What if she'd been alone when she'd had it? So many what ifs. So, how did Voldemort find out about the prophecy? Harry turned his eyes away from the fire and towards Snape. The man's jaw tightened. That is where the complication comes into it. The Dark Lord never heard the entirety of the prophecy, only the first 2 lines. Had he heard the entire prophecy, he may well have stayed far away from your family or the Longbottoms, as Neville was also born at the end of July and his parents also had defied the Dark Lord thrice. But the Death Eater who reported the prophecy to him had been thrown out of the Hog's Head before he himself heard the entire thing and, like an idiot, ran immediately to his master to report it. Snape turned his gaze to the fire. Your mother was given a choice the night he came. The Dark Lord offered to spare her if she stood aside from you. She chose not to. Mercy has never been in the Dark Lord's soul. He did not offer her the choice because of mercy, but because one of his Death Eaters, upon learning which family he intended to go after, begged him to spare Lily Potter. The fire crackled and popped in a short silence that stretched between them. Lily and I were once friends, best of friends. I met her even before Hogwarts, and even after we were sorted, despite being of different houses, she remained my friend. Much like you and Miss Granger or Mr. Weasley, we were nigh inseparable through much of our Hogwarts career. The only fly in the ointment was James Potter's infatuation with her and the fact that because of it he decided I was unworthy to be her friend. In my ambition to become strong enough that he and the Marauders couldn't torment me any longer, I turned to darker and darker arts, and that pushed Lily away from me, as she was and always had been, disgusted with the darker side of magic. Still, she continued to be my friend until I made an unforgivable mistake, lashing out during an argument, the one that you saw, and calling her the most foul insult I possibly could have come up with when my pride was wounded. I have regretted that moment, that single slip of the tongue, every day of my life since. The raw pain in Snape's voice echoed in the chamber like broken glass falling to the floor. After that I buried myself in the dark arts, and once I left Hogwarts I fell in with Lucius and the Death Eaters. Much of what the Dark Lord touted back then aligned with my own views, and so I joined the ranks of the Death Eaters and rose through them quickly. I was ruthless, cold, cruel, and the most trusted of his men for my utter blind loyalty. And then, I overheard Sybil Trelawney speak the beginning of a prophecy to Albus Dumbledore in the Hog's Head Inn. Being the good little Death Eater that I was, bitterness coated his words as he spat them out like milk gone bad. I went straight to the Dark Lord before I knew the entire story and told him what I heard. It wasn't until your birth that he decided what he would do and announced it to us all. That evening I went before him and begged for your mother's life. I used every last ounce of cunning and guile I possessed to convince him to try and turn her to our cause, to have you raised within the Death Eater ranks as an ally rather than an enemy. He agreed to offer her the choice but not to spare you, and I knew that if she lived and you did not, that Lily would hate me more than I had ever hated James Potter and his Marauders. So I went to Dumbledore and I spilled out everything I knew, Death Eater identities, crimes that hadn't yet been linked to the Dark Lord, what I'd heard and told, everything on the off chance that he could protect your mother and you. I agreed to spy for him, to give him that little edge so he could better protect Lily and you, and it wasn't enough. One pale hand was balled into a tight fist, the nails biting into his palm. My stupidity cost your mother her life and threw you into this tortuous farce of a war. Harry was numb. He had no idea what to feel or what to say. Right now he only felt empty. The person he had slowly fallen more and more for during the fall was the cause of everything that had happened to him. Except he wasn't. Deep down Harry knew that, but at the moment he couldn't think straight. Hell, he couldn't think at all. He wouldn't have spared her anyway, you know that, right? Harry didn't recognize his own voice. It was as empty as he felt. You could have crawled and begged until you turned blue, but even if my mother would have stepped aside, he would not have spared her. It's not in him to do such a thing. He would have killed her either way and relished in your pain." Harry kept his eyes on the floor. He couldn't stand to meet Snape's eyes. "I don't know what you want me to say. What you want me to do with this?" Harry wrapped his arms around himself tightly, feeling more lost than he had since he arrived at Hogwarts. "I told you because Albus won't, not until he's forced to by some horrible occurrence. I told you because you deserve to know, because it has been kept from you long enough. I told you so you would know why, even as he tries to protect you, Albus pushes you to become stronger, to learn more than any other student. Why he turns a blind eye to the reckless actions that result in you gaining some kind of understanding or strength. I don't expect you to say or do anything. You simply had a right to know." Snape couldn't look at Harry's face. He couldn't stand to see what he was certain would be utter hatred, no matter the dullness of the youth's voice. "I need to go." Harry got up from the chair. "I have a lot to think over." His hand hovered over Snape before hesitantly settling on the older man's shoulder. "You did not know what would happen. I think it's time you let this go. The past is the past and you can't change it no matter how desperately you wish to. You've lived with this guilt for 15 years, that's enough punishment for anyone. You've done a lot of good too. Let the guilt go, Severus." Harry lifted his hand from Snape's shoulder and slipped out of the room. He needed to be alone. Snape closed his eyes, 2 tears slipping down his face at the gentle forgiveness the teen had given. The door shutting barely registered as he finally allowed himself to cry for the past. Harry walked along the softly lit, empty corridors. It was funny, but when there weren't a lot of students milling about, it really registered how huge the castle really was. Right now Harry was thankful for that. His mind was in chaos and he couldn't stop thinking about what Snape had told him. He turned a corner, intending to go out on the grounds, when he bumped into a warm body. Flailing about trying to keep his balance, he noticed the soft blonde hair of the person he had bumped into. "I'm so sorry, Lady Malfoy. My mind was elsewhere." The woman reached out to steady him, meeting his eyes. "It's fine, Mr. Potter." She noticed the shadowed emotions rioting in his gaze and kept her hand on his shoulder. "What have you so distracted, if I may ask?" "Some unexpected information. About a prophecy." Harry spoke before he even thought about it, and he looked a bit startled at his own words. "I see. The one involving you and the Dark Lord, I take it?" Harry looked up with wide green eyes. "You know about it then? It seems I was the only one who didn't." A sliver of resentment crept into his voice. Damned Dumbledore and his love for secrets, this was something that he had a right to know. "I am the wife of a high-ranking Death Eater, Mr. Potter. All those within that circle know of what sent him to Godric's Hollow, as well as how desperate he is to learn more about the prophecy." "Well, that's easy. I need to kill him. That was my plan already, but now it's settled." Harry looked grim. The exact words, if I remember correctly, were, "Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." "That sounds pretty clear to me." Harry gave a hollow laugh. "Prophecies are an odd thing, Mr. Potter, and those who let them rule their lives most often end up miserable. Kill him. By all means do, rid the world of that monster, but not because some prophecy tells you that it must be you. But it has to be me. I've always known that. I would never burden anyone else with it." Harry bit down on his lip hard enough to taste blood. "You stop that, young man." Her voice was firm. "No matter how you feel, there is no need to injure yourself. It is one thing to choose to fight to destroy a monster. It is another entirely to let a prophecy tell you to do it. Severus. I would imagine. He only told you so you could understand why so many push you to do or be one thing or the other. Ignore them. The only thing or person you need to be is Harry Potter. Learn what you wish to, when you wish to, and grow strong in your own time. Being who you are is all that is needed for you to succeed if it's meant. And you certainly do not have to face the monster alone, and if you tried, I dread the hell Miss Granger would raise about it. You have friends and allies ready to do what they can for you. Let them share some of the burden before you collapse underneath it." Harry opened his mouth to argue but closed it again when he realized he didn't have any valid arguments to counter with. "You're right," he said instead. "It may take some time to come to terms with the fact that I'm not alone anymore, but I will try." No one had told him to just be Harry Potter before. It seemed as if everyone had expectations on him, and hearing the wife of one of the nastiest Death Eaters out there saying it was a bit like a punch to the gut, it made the message sink in though. Thank you, Lady Malfoy. She nodded, accepting the thanks as her due. Of course I'm right, I'm a woman. The slight spark in her eyes made it clear it was mostly a playful jibe. Now, what is it that Harry Potter would like to do before dinner? Harry Potter would like to sneak out on the grounds and pelt a certain lovey-dovey duo with snowballs so that what Harry Potter will do. He smiled and leaned forward to press a feather light key asterisk on Narcissa's cheek. Really, thank you again though. Sometimes I need a kick in the behind before I get it. You're welcome. Do try and get some snow down Draco's collar. After all, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. She smiled lightly at the laugh he gave before running down the hallway. She pulled out her wand, summoned a camera, and followed. There weren't enough good memories floating around these days. The least she could do was capture a few for posterity. Hermione huffed in irritation as she dusted snow off her shoulders and performed a drying charm on her clothes. Really, Harry? Did you have to shove that handful of snow down Draco's shirt? I never disobey a lady's orders. Harry grinned wickedly and shook the melting snow out of his hair following Hermione's lead and cast a drying and a warming charm on his clothes. His hands were so cold after throwing snow that it hurt to bend his fingers. The bushy-haired girl tsked, though you could see a smile tugging at her lips. It had been too long since she'd seen Harry so animated and cheerful, and certainly too long since he'd indulged in some harmless fun, though Draco hadn't viewed it as such. You're incorrigible. She moved to sit in front of the fire, enjoying the way the flames licked up over the logs. So what brought about the snow fight? Harry shrugged. Just got some good advice that I decided to follow. He was moving towards the other chair when the fire roared to life and Ron's face became visible in the flames. Bloody hell, you wouldn't believe what's been going on here. His eyes were large and he was paler than usual even with the flames licking around the image of his head. Hermione jumped nearly a foot in the air. Ron, what on earth? I was at the ministry, visiting Dad and following your advice, trying to get in all nice and cozy with the Aurors when you know whose bloody pet snake showed up and attacked Dad. Bit him, it did. I barely found him in time. Harry crouched close to the fire. What? You heard me. Voldy's pet bit my dad. The bastard is going down. Hermione's eyes were wide as she went to kneel in front of the fire beside Harry. Oh no, is he all right? Do you need us to do anything? He's okay. It was touch and go for a while, but he got to come home from St. Mungo's yesterday. A bit banged up, but all right. What I want to know is how that bloody snake made it into the ministry to begin with. The girl frowned. Why would Voldemort's snake even be in the ministry? It's not as though he hasn't got a few dozen little followers there to feed him information and whatnot. Exactly. Ron's head nodded eagerly in the flames. It must have been something really important that he was after, something he didn't trust his little henchman with. Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration as he tried to figure out what that important something could be. But what could be that important? Ron, where was your dad when he was attacked? Hermione's face was set in firm lines and you could almost see the cogs in her head turning. Ron frowned as he was thinking of where his father had been when he found him. The location hadn't exactly been the first thing on his mind. I think it was in the corridor outside the Department of Mysteries. Well, that doesn't narrow it down much. There are all sorts of things in the Department of Mysteries. Things that could be used for weapons or even just gathering information that he can't get by any other means. But it does explain why the snake was there. The Unspeakables keep a tight watch on anyone going in or coming out of that department. The snake was probably his best chance to get in. Harry nodded slowly, still finding it strange that no one would notice the huge snake slithering through the hallways. Also, there was something nagging in the back of his mind, but he could for his life grasp the thought hovering just at the edge of his mind. It was extremely frustrating. Thank Merlin that you were there, Ron, that you found Arthur in time, he said instead, and meaning it. I'm grateful too. Ron agreed. I have no idea how we would make it without Dad. Ron's face was pale and serious. Mum would not make it, I think. Hermione wanted to reach through the fire and hug her friend. She would for a while at least, for you and Ginny, but I'm glad she doesn't have to. Ooh, this makes me so mad. Her hair almost bristled. Why can't that bloody arsehole just cock his toes up already? Both Harry and Ron turned to Hermione with twin expressions of shock on their features. It was so unusual to hear Hermione curse or use any kind of bad word. We'll put him in the ground, Myone. I have to believe that we will. Harry told her solemnly, and Ron nodded. I know, but I'm getting right sick of him hurting you and now Ron's dad, and for what? Power. What power is constantly attacking a schoolboy going to give him? Especially as that schoolboy has, to date, either defeated him soundly or made a fool of him by escaping every time he goes after you. You'd think the embarrassment would just have already killed him, considering he sounds to have more pride than the entire lot of Slytherins here put together. Maybe the time attached to Quirrell's head affected his brain. Quirrell wasn't the sharpest wand in the world. Perhaps it was contagious, Ron said, causing Harry to grin despite the seriousness of the conversation. Trust Ron to provide the amusement. Hermione had to giggle. Only Ron. Entirely possible. Other than the giant snake, how have your holidays been? It's been okay. Chaotic as usual. Ginny has spent all her time not worrying about Dad mooning over some bloke. I will find out who and hurt him. Oh, and the twins made my tongue polka-dotted just in time for Christmas supper. Mother just about had kittens. Ron prattled on about his holidays and Harry sank back to listen with a small smile on his face. He did miss the Weasleys, but he wouldn't want to trade the celebration he had experienced for anything. Hermione listened, laughing at the reactions of Molly to the twins' antics. When Ron paused for breath, she tilted her head and asked, Ron, does your family perform the solstice Yule ritual? She'd been wondering about that since Narcissa had mentioned that most old pure-blooded families kept to the old ways as well as celebrated the new. We do. Ron nodded. Mother despairs, though, since more often than not George and Fred can't keep from performing pranks even during the ritual. This year we didn't get to do it. We were all at St. Mungo's with Dad. She smiled. I imagine the twins will calm down somewhat when they graduate and spend all their energy on their business. Strangely enough, they can be serious when they want to be. But you tell them they're missing out on something amazing by disrupting things. Harry and I got to be part of a Yule ritual this year, and it still leaves me speechless. And since when am I at a loss for words? Never. Ron laughed. It must have been something out of the ordinary for that to happen. Harry nodded. It was. I agree with Myone. You can't explain it in words. I think you'd had to experience it to understand. I'm happy for you, Ron said and turned when he heard shouting behind him. Listen, I gotta go. Gred and Forge want their money's worth. See you when I get back. The flames flickered and returned to normal, burning merrily in the huge fireplace. Hermione shook her head. I wonder if he'll come back purple. Seems like a sweet the twins would come up with, don't you think, Harry? Purple, striped, or rainbow-colored. With those two I don't even dare to guess. All I know is that I think Ron sold himself way too cheap. Harry grinned. Yes, but he really wanted to get something nice for Pansy. How long do you think that will drag out? Well, it is Ron we're talking about. He will moon and obsess and despair until he finally gives in. In a fit of jealousy or something. It will be entertaining to watch at least. Oh, you're horrible. She chuckled. I've got odds on Pansy stirring up his jealousy purposely to get him to move. A neat little chime echoed through the room and Hermione got to her feet. Dinner time then. Let's go. Of course she will. She's a Slytherin. Harry nodded and rose from the floor as well. He was hungry and dinner sounded like a very good idea. Shall we, my lady? Harry held out his arm to Hermione. She laughed and poked him in the arm before taking it. You're acting silly. I'm glad to see that. They walked out of the common room and headed for the Great Hall. We don't get to be silly often enough these days. No, not nearly enough. Harry agreed softly as the moving stairs slowly took them down the floors until they could make it to the Great Hall. There was only one table set and the handful of students that had stayed over Christmas were mostly seated already. Harry and Hermione walked over and took their seats next to Draco and Narcissa. Harry nodded to them both and smiled at the way Draco lit up when he laid eyes on Hermione. Narcissa smiled at Harry and then hid a grin at the way her son and Hermione had immediately dove into discussing some obscure runes with an animation that really only a fool would associate with the runes. She glanced around as the rest of the professors and the headmaster filed in and her brows knit in concern when Snape didn't appear. Knowing him as she did, she knew he was quite obsessively punctual and was never late if he could avoid it. Harry was worried too. He truly hoped that he wasn't the reason that Snape hadn't showed. Suddenly he wasn't all that hungry anymore and he found himself poking listlessly in the delicious food on his plate. Hermione looked over at him and narrowed her eyes. She'd noticed the absence of Snape as well, and now Harry was poking at his food. She poked her friend in the ribs. "If you get any skinnier, Harry, you'll be blown off your broom next Quidditch game." Underneath her words was the clear message that she knew something was up and intended to badger it out of him as soon as they returned to the common room. "It's okay, Myone. I'm just not all that hungry." Harry forced a smile her way. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Not that it would be a bad thing for me if you did blow off your broom, but really. You're beginning to look haggard, Potter, and I would so prefer to beat you with skill alone." Harry glared at the snarky blonde but picked up his fork and shoved some food into his mouth. Hermione pretended to give Draco a soft glare even as her hand brushed against his in silent thanks. If anything could get Harry to eat when he didn't feel like it, it was a taunt from his rival. A tiny, almost invisible smile showed up on Draco's face as he continued eating in silence, his fingers tingling after Hermione's touch. Harry forced himself to finish his food. He would not let Malfoy get the best of him no matter how worried he was. He decided to go to Snape's chambers after dinner though. He would not let the other hide from him. Snape was currently working rather intently on the Wolfsbane potion. After the violent storm of emotions that had finally been released from the emotional control equivalent of the Hoover Dam had ended, he'd gone to his bedroom to press a cool cloth to his eyes and ended up falling asleep. He'd only woken a few minutes ago, long past the start of dinner, and rather than create a scene by arriving late, he'd asked a house elf to bring him some sandwiches and gone into his lab. His mind was a bit chaotic at the moment, but rather than meditating and reordering it, he was working on a potion because several good ideas had come up out of the swirling mess. Harry had waved goodbye to Hermione and Draco, not sure if they had noticed that he left, as they were totally captivated by each other. He hurried down the stairs to the dungeon and paused to catch his breath before he asked for admittance. He realized that maybe Snape wanted to be alone, but Harry needed to see that the other was all right. The portrait was more than used to Harry coming by now and, as Severus had not said anything to the contrary, simply let him in without a word. Making his way further into Snape's chambers, Harry found himself in the lab where he watched Snape silently for a while, admiring the skill with which he worked. Snape made it all seem so effortless even though Harry knew it was an extremely complicated potion. He did recognize it from previous visits. "You missed dinner," he finally said. It took an effort not to jolt as he added rowan wood shavings to the potion when he heard Harry's voice. Snape had been so absorbed in the potion that he'd not noticed the teen enter the room. He cast a brief glance Harry's way and set about stirring the potion carefully. "I fell asleep and woke too late to make it down at an appropriate time. I was worried." Harry stepped further into the room, but he was careful not to get too close to Snape since he still didn't know how the other felt about him being there. "Are you okay?" Several long moments passed as Snape fiddled and stirred and added things to the potion before it reached a point where it was to sit for an hour. Then he turned to the youth. "I should be asking you that question. You are the one who was faced with a revelation today." "Strangely enough, yeah. Yeah, I am okay. As you said, I was faced with a revelation. With a little help from a lady, I know now that I only have to be me. I won't let anyone push me into a frame that doesn't fit." Harry took another step closer. "Thank you for telling me, I needed to know." The professor nodded and moved to a locked cabinet where he kept his most rare potion ingredients. He opened it and slid a panel aside, taking a box out. He set it down on the table, well away from the cauldron and potion ingredients before locking the cabinet again. "Remember that the next time someone tries to press you into something outside school curriculum that you don't wish to do." He looked down at the box, resting his hand on it. "Page. Harry, thank you for what you said before you left." Letting the breath he had been holding out, Harry gave up on trying to keep his distance and stalked over to wrap his arms around Snape from behind, resting his forehead against the other's shoulder blades. "I meant it, you know. Whatever you did, you have atoned for it 1,000 times over. I was so scared that it was me you were avoiding now." The man froze and closed his eyes, savoring the feel of the arms wrapped around his waist. Perhaps, now, he could take a chance. Perhaps he could seek a relationship with the youth behind him. The hand not on the box he'd taken from the cabinet touched the back of one of Harry's lightly. "No, I was not avoiding you. I only avoid people who irritate me. You are no longer grouped in that category." Harry snorted, but it had a bit of a desperate edge to it and he kept his hold around Snape's waist. "Glad to hear it. You have You have become very important to me, Severus. A purely Slytherin smirk tugged at the corners of the older man's lips, and he turned around in Harry's arms and looked down at the youth. Really? How so? Harry blinked in surprise. How so? You want the details? Maybe because I trust you more than myself most days. Or do you want to hear the dreams I have about you at nights? Making me have to change the sheets before the others wake up. The smirk more than tugged at his lips now, and Severus moved to back Harry up against the table, his hand coming to rest on either side of the youth's hips on the piece of furniture. Yes, by all means do go into detail. You have my unwavering attention. I have I? An answering grin played on Harry's lips. How about I just show you instead? He cupped Snape's face and pulled the older man down so that he could capture his lips with his own. He keyed the other for a moment, nipping lightly on Snape's bottom lip before pulling away, breathing into Snape's ear. It always starts like this. The dreams. A small shiver went up Snape's back as he turned his head to nuzzle Harry's ear in return. Do they? It would seem as though our dreams have something in common then, Mr. Potter. He nipped the soft lobe gently. A shudder went through Harry. He had no idea his ears were so sensitive. Gee, good, having things in common is good. Feeling less than articulate, Harry decided to put his mouth to better use and claimed Snape's again, this time letting his tongue come out and play. A satisfied soft growl came from the older man as he opened his mouth and met Harry's tongue with his, welcoming it into his mouth. He very nearly purred as Harry explored his mouth thoroughly, but instead he beeped lightly on the slick muscle, trying to commit the taste to memory. It was the most brilliant feeling, right up there with flying. Keying Snape gave Harry the same tickling sensations in his stomach as when he performed a flawless Wronski feint. A deep moan slipped out and Harry's hands moved from cupping Snape's face into his hair, holding him close to him as their tongues dueled and played. Severus nipped playfully at Harry's tongue, then chased it with his own into the youth's mouth. This was, quite honestly, a greater high than creating a groundbreaking potion or a new spell. Keying Harry, he suspected, would outshine even the moment the Dark Lord finally fell. One hand lifted from the table to stroke up the teen's side over the emerald sweater he wore, mapping out the subtle shift of muscle beneath the thick wool. Another moan slipped out and Harry pressed closer. He felt hot and needy, and all he knew was that he wanted more. He wanted this wonderful feeling to last. Snape tasted like rain, fresh and clean and oh so addictive. The professor curled his hand around the youth's waist, resting it on the small of Harry's back as the key asterisk grew ever more heated. He was about to lift the younger man up to sit on the table when a throat was cleared politely to his right. Sorry to interrupt, but the headmaster is knocking. Snape lifted his head reluctantly with a soft curse that was unprintable and nodded sharply at the portrait that had informed him. Very well, give us a few moments. Harry's eyes were dazed and unfocused, and his lips were key asterisk swollen to the point where they actually ached. Still, at first he couldn't understand why Snape had stopped, and he made to drag him back to press their mouths together when the portrait's words finally penetrated his mind. Oh crap. Harry tried to think about Dudley in his underwear to get rid of his insistent erection. He reluctantly released Snape and breathed heavily in an attempt to regain composure. The older man took a few steps back and inhaled softly while thanking Merlin for loose robes. He moved over to a bookshelf and plucked a text from it, handing the book to Harry and nudging the youth over to a stool that would keep the area below his waist hidden. There wasn't much to be done about the swollen lips, but no matter what suspicions the headmaster might end up with, there was absolutely nothing he could truly do about it. We will talk after he leaves, Harry. Snape found himself brushing the wild black hair away from the youth's eyes before the sound of steps coming towards the lab had him moving back to stare into the cauldron and pretend to note down the most minute reactions within. Sitting up straighter, Harry pretended to be lost in the book in front of him as he waited for the headmaster to come in. He was glad that Snape wanted to talk later, but he hoped that the potion's master wouldn't say that it had been a mistake. Harry wouldn't let him say that because the two of them together wasn't a mistake, far from it. Dumbledore walked in and his bushy silvery eyebrows rose in surprise when he caught sight of Harry. Harry, my boy. This is a surprise, the last place I thought I'd find you on a school break. Harry just smiled faintly. You know me. I need all the extra studying time I can get. Dumbledore mused but didn't say anything else. And you, Severus, how are you? It's not common for you to miss a set time, even if it's only dinner. I am perfectly well. I did not wish to leave my potion, though I apologize if I caused any undue concern. There was very little sincerity in that statement, as there were only a few who he cared anything about that he did not wish to distress. The teenager he just ravished the mouth of being one of them. Well, good to know you're all right. Dumbledore beamed. Had to check, you know. You can't be too cautious these days. Harry felt a feather light brush against the web he had risen to guard his mind, and he quickly tossed the trespasser out, shocked that Dumbledore would even try legilimency with him. I see studying has paid off. Good, good. Dumbledore straightened his glasses. Severus turned slowly to give the old man a stony stare, as he'd also felt the old wizard attempting to poke into his own head. Is there some other reason you came down, Albus? No, just checking in on an old friend. I will leave you to your potions now. Dumbledore's smile seemed a little strained. Good evening to you, and don't study too hard now, it's the holidays after all. Snape humphed and turned back to his potion with a dismissive, good evening. Albus bowed his head, making his long beard wiggle, and walked out of the room. Is it just me, or was that really weird, even for the headmaster? Harry asked and closed a book in front of him. It wasn't exactly as if he'd been reading it anyway. The professor held up a finger for a moment, waiting until Uriah popped into his frame and nodded, affirming that the headmaster had left. Yes, it was rather strange. He peered down at the potion, checked the time, and picked up a single ingredient, some kind of fine powder, and sprinkled it in, stirring clockwise with the silver stirring rod 7 times. The potion turned a brilliant vermilion, drawing a half-pleased hum from the potion master. I tend to err of the side of caution around anyone who can poke into my head, but as a rule Albus doesn't attempt it unless it's after a Death Eater gathering. That was quite unlike him just now. Harry nodded. Everything he said seemed forced somehow. Harry knew that the headmaster had his quirks, but he had never behaved like this before. It made Harry feel very uncomfortable, like one more foundation had been ripped from underneath him. Snape scooped up a small bit of the potion into a vial for testing and stored the rest in a large sealed ewer in case he'd succeeded in the brewing. He doesn't particularly like the dungeons, but he was a bit stiff even with that. He vanished all the potion paraphernalia with a wave of his wand. I wouldn't worry overly about it unless it happens again. You're probably right. Anyone can have an off day, I suppose. Still, there was something that wasn't sitting quite right with Harry, but he wouldn't obsess over it. There was nothing he could do anyway, and besides, Harry hoped that he and Snape would have more pleasant things to discuss. The older man met Harry's gaze. Shall we move to more comfortable environs? Flushing lightly, Harry held Snape's gaze and got up from the stool Snape had placed him on. That sounds like an excellent idea, sir. The professor lifted a brow and gestured Harry towards the door to his sitting room. I think, under the circumstances, you could continue to use my name when we are in a private setting. He followed closely behind the youth, close enough that he could feel the warmth of the other's body. In fact, I insist upon it. You insist? Well, in that case I have no choice but to obey. Harry looked back over his shoulder, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Severus. The name came out like a purr. Like that? Harry asked in mock innocence. An upward curve of lips, just a shade more wicked than the gleam in the youth's emerald gaze, graced the older man's face. I do believe that you, Harry, the way he drawled the teen's name made it sound as though it was exotic and sinfully forbidden, have a bit of a minx in your personality. A delicate pause came along with a subtle brush of fingers at the base of Harry's spine that directed him towards the small sofa in front of the fireplace. I have no complaints about that, so long as I'm the one getting the benefit of it. Well, I could have been in Slytherin, you know. The hat told me I would do great in your house. Harry shivered at Snape's touch even as he kept his teasing smile. All of a sudden, having been sorted in Slytherin didn't seem like such a bad thing. He was happy where he was, though. And believe me, you will benefit. Severus tugged Harry down to sit on the sofa, one long-fingered hand clasped loosely around the youth's wrist. The other hand went up to trace the pads of his fingertips over the planes and soft angles of the peach-pale face. An amused tilt came to Severus' lips when he felt no hint of stubble along the youth's jaw, even though he knew that Harry did end up with a 5 o'clock shadow every so often. Shaving charm? Yes. Harry grinned. Hermione had a hard time teaching it to me and Ron after we'd done our best to botch up our faces with traditional razors. He looked a bit sheepish. Thank Merlin for magic, I say. It may not be much, but it's the only face I have. Having Severus touch him was very distracting, and Harry knew he was babbling. He couldn't seem to stop though, even as he shifted in his seat to get closer to the other. Not much. Snape raised a brow. Harry, you are one of the most attractive young men I have ever seen. Don't sell yourself short. His thumb brushed across the edge of the youth's cheekbone. I find it quite astonishing that no one has snapped you up before now. Perhaps I've not wanted to get snapped up before. The blush on Harry's cheeks deepened and spread across his face and down his neck. He was certainly not used to being called attractive. I could say the same thing for you though. Harry took a hold of Snape's hand and brought it to his mouth, nipping lightly on the pads of his fingers. An almost purr came from the older man. The greasy git. The dungeon bat. My personality is quite off-putting to those who look beyond my unfortunate nose, and I've never seen much point in investing attention in those who balk at the first hurdle. Snape released Harry's wrist to stroke his fingers through to soft, wild black hair of the youth. Their loss, my gain. Harry said softly and moved to straddle Severus. He ran his fingers through Snape's hair and tilted his head back, placing key S on his forehead, cheeks and nose before moving to key asterisk his lips lightly. Sue, my gain. Severus nipped lightly at Harry's bottom lip, one hand at the back of the youth's neck, the other on the base of his spine. I am pleased you think so. I give you fair warning, Harry. I am Slytherin to the core. That means I will be extremely possessive and likely to have bouts of jealousy. He nuzzled the edge of the teen's jaw. I am not a good man, Harry, but if I consider something or someone mine, I take care of it. You have nothing to worry about, nothing to be jealous about. Harry leaned him closer, continuing to key asterisk Severus. I don't mind being yours. In fact, I want to be, but it goes both ways. You're mine too, Severus Snape, and now that I've got you, I'm not letting go. The older man flicked his tongue over Harry's lip. Good, we're in agreement on that. I do have a question, however. His hand stroked lazily at the back of Harry's neck. What kind of question is that? Harry asked, his skin prickling into goosebumps as Severus caressed the sensitive skin of his neck. If Severus continued to touch him like that, there was a high risk that he would agree to anything. How do you wish to handle your friends? Snape's voice, while still soft, was serious, as well as the rest of the school. Harry pulled away a little and rested his head on Snape's shoulder, burying his nose against Snape's neck, breathing in his scent. I would like nothing more than to flaunt you. I don't want us to be a secret, but I will if you needed to be one. How will it work with your friends? I can't let you get in trouble. The professor grimaced. That would be the only reason to keep us a secret. If they find out, I would be expected to bring you before the Dark Lord, likely within a very short amount of time. Were it not for the Death Eaters, I wouldn't care, who knows. I guess it's best to keep it between us for now then. Until Snakeface is gone, but after that I will show you off and claim you in front of anyone who wants to look. Harry nuzzled the tip of his nose against Snape's warm skin. Hermione will know though, she'll know before I tell her. She's scary that way. She won't tell anyone. I trust her with everything. Snape pet the youth's hair. I'm not bothered by that, nor by the possibility of Draco or even Weasley knowing. For either Granger or Weasley to share any information with a Death Eater, it would likely be a sign of the apocalypse. As for my godson, he'd bite his tongue off and choke on the blood before assisting Lucius Ames now that his mother is away from his influence. Harry nodded. I'm shy at keeping things from my friends, so they will probably find out. Ron will have kittens, but he would never spill. Harry moved slightly so that he could run his lips up and down Snape's throat instead of his nose. We'll just have to make the best of the situation until we can be out in the open. Secret trysts in empty classrooms. Me hiding under your desk during class. Endless possibilities. A soft growl came from the older man and he tilted his head to allow Harry better access to his throat. You are surprisingly wicked. Why didn't you get sorted into my house if the hat wanted to place you in Slytherin? The hand on Harry's back slipped up under the sweater, stroking the skin beneath. I begged it not to. Harry let his tongue come into play, tasting and licking his way across the smooth skin of Snape's neck. In my defense, I had just heard that all dark wizards came from Slytherin, and I'd had a less than thrilling experience with a certain pointy-faced, blonde git. A soft chuckle came from Severus. Ah, I see. He scraped his nails lightly over the small of Harry's back. Now I know better, of course, although Malfoy is still a pointy-faced git, but I'm glad you're not my head of house. If you were, I might feel awkward doing this. Harry pulled Snape's collar further down to beeple at his Adam's apple before nibbling his way up Snape's jaw. Oh, Merlin forbid. Snape's sneaky little hand slipped down from Harry's back and up under the waistband of his pants to cup one firm globe of his ass. I'd hate for you to feel awkward. Then I couldn't take advantage of this delightful position. The older man's voice had dropped an octave, growing husky as he arched his hips up against Harry's. Harry's back arched and he ground down, meeting Snape's movements, feeling the older man's erection against his own even through all layers of clothing. NNGH. That would be bad, so very bad, because this position is glorious. Harry was panting now. The hand on the bare skin of his was setting his entire body on fire. Harry leaned down and captured Snape's lips in a fierce key asterisk, all teeth and tongue and deliciously wet. Snape growled into the key asterisk and pushed Harry's hips down harder to create more friction as their tongues danced. His other hand found its way beneath the youth's sweater and stroked up the lithe body to tweak a nipple. The young man in his arms was a heady drug in taste and feel, and he had no problem with becoming addicted. Oh, sweet Merlin. Harry shuddered. The tweak on his nipple was just on the edge between pleasure and pain, and Harry reveled in the sensations. He had no idea what he was doing. Wanking and a few less than satisfactory keys had done nothing to prepare him for pleasure like this. The older man shifted, angling his head to bite down gently on the tendon in Harry's neck as he continued to grind against the teen and play with the nipple. Tell me, Harry, do you like this? Like it? Harry rocked and moved along with Snape, trying to heighten each sensation. I bloody love it, better than magic. Harry felt too hot all of a sudden and reached for the hem of his knitted sweater and pulled over his head, making his hair stand on end. A darkly amused chuckle came from Severus as he nipped and nibbled his way down Harry's throat to latch on to the spot where his neck met his shoulder and apply himself to making a vivid mark. Once he was satisfied with the dark purple hickey, he keyed his way down to the neglected nipple to flick his tongue over it and blew teasingly on the nub. In a surge of sudden movement, he had Harry on his back on the sofa and was lying between the youth's legs. His hand slipped out of the back of the younger man's trousers in favor of cupping the tented front and massaging the hard bulge there. Harry tossed his head back, exposing his newly marked skin, and a ragged moan escaped him when he felt Snape's hand on his erection. Even through the wool of his trousers it felt wonderful, and he couldn't help but push his hips up into the glorious touch. The fabric of the sofa was scratchy against his back, but Snape felt amazing on top of him. It was like he belonged in the cradle of Harry's hips. His hands carted through Snape's hair before settling on his shoulders. Harry frowned. Why do you still have so many clothes on? Obviously I'm not doing my job right, if you can form a coherent sentence. Snape nipped gently at the nipple before his mouth, echoing the action with a pinch from his fingers on the other. His hand shifted to draw down Harry's zipper and slip the waistband of the youth's underwear down just enough to have Harry's erection freed from the cloth. He wrapped his fingers around the stiff flesh and stroked slowly, his thumb rubbing at the tip, smearing the bead of precum that had gathered there. Harry's air came whooshing out of him in a long, unsteady sigh, and his universe narrowed down to Snape, his mouth on his nipple and his hand. That glorious hand. Touching him where he wanted it the most. The chilly air of the room combined with the warmth of Snape's hand made each sensation even more noticeable, and Harry quivered. His erection bobbed in Snape's hand. His hands tightened on Snape's shoulders and his eyes almost rolled into the back of his head. Snape shifted his own hips against the sofa, seeking friction to ease his own erection as the delicious sounds Harry made inflamed him further. He made a sound somewhere between a purr and a groan as he stroked the youth's cock a bit faster and lifted his eyes to watch the pleasure flit over the other man's features. He was absolutely gorgeous like this, and Snape had every intention to see him sprawled naked beneath him on a bed in the throes of passion eventually. It was too soon for that to his mind, but there was more than one way to bring your partner to release. He was vaguely aware of the noises he was making, the whines, moans and growls, but Harry was too far gone to be embarrassed. Harry had never had anyone touch his prick but himself, and sadly enough he knew that this wouldn't last long, not with the way Snape rubbed and stroked, touched and nibbled. It was too much, it made his entire nervous system short-circuit. He dug his heels into the sofa and arched up. pressing himself into Snape's touch as he climbed higher and higher only to soar over the edge at one brilliant twist of Snape's hand. Harry thought that he shouted Severus' name when he came all over himself and Snape, but he couldn't be sure over the way his thundering heartbeat echoed in his ears. A smirk of satisfaction crossed the professor's lips and he lifted his head to watch Harry better as the youth came. The sight of Harry and the sound of him nearly screaming his name made his cock actually throb in the confines of his trousers. He shifted so that Harry was cradled in his lap as the youth slumped, panting to catch his breath. Severus pressed a key asterisk to one still too thin shoulder and summoned a warm, wet cloth wandlessly to clean Harry off. Slowly Harry regained control of his senses. Well, mostly anyway. He blinked up at Snape, his glasses askew on his narrow face. That was... wow. He must have shouted louder that he thought because his voice came out hoarse and scratchy. But what about, you? A gentle chuckle came from the older man as he reached up to straighten Harry's glasses. Yes. What about me? If he hadn't been a sated, boneless puddle of goo, Harry would have blushed. He was not used to having conversations like this. Don't you want to release? What if Snape hadn't thought it was good? What if Harry wasn't enough to turn him on? All kinds of unpleasant thoughts started to run through his head and Harry felt himself tensing up. Severus snugged his chin on Harry's shoulder and gave the youth a small smirk. If you'll notice precisely what you're sitting on, it really wouldn't take much more than a few well-timed wriggles to set me off, Harry, but I didn't do that for me, at least not entirely. I did it for you, because I wanted to see you lost in pleasure. Now that he mentioned it, Harry did feel a hard bulge under him, and without meaning to he did wiggle, just to get a better feel of it. A small smile spread over his features. He was very happy that Snape wasn't unaffected. It felt brilliant, Severus, totally bloody brilliant. If you didn't gather that when I got lost, I'm telling you now. Snape groaned and shivered when Harry wiggled and nipped the youth's neck. Minx. I gathered it quite well. You make a glorious picture when you're in the throes of pleasure. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just molded his body to Snape's and leaned his head against his shoulder, content to be near him and to be held. Next time it's my turn, though, to watch you come undone. I can't wait to see it. The older man slid his arms around Harry. You would indeed have done well in Slytherin, you little minx. He chuckled. I'll look forward to it. Me too. Harry snuggled closer into Snape's embrace. Right now everything was perfect. He could shut out the rest of the world and lose himself in Snape. Severus closed his eyes and buried his nose in the untamable mop of hair on the youth's head, breathing in the other's scent contentedly. He knew that sooner or later reality would intrude, but for now bliss was here in his arms and he could relax for a time. Neville closed his eyes and for a moment forgot what he was trying to do as the unique scent of Luna's Christmas rose perfume and ink from her journal of unusual creatures caught his attention. She'd taken to joining him in these private attempts to change into his animagus form in empty classrooms because, she said, she wanted to be the first to pet his fur. It always made him feel better. He'd been looked down on by so many for so long that having her solidly, constantly in his corner made him want to really and truly try and do better, and it always made him feel that he would succeed these days. He shook his head at himself and spoke the incantation, concentrating, as Sirius had said, not on becoming a badger but on becoming a more physical expression of who he was. Sometimes clumsy, a bit forgetful, loyal to family and friends, stubborn. Usually this was where the transformation sputtered out, but once more he caught Luna's scent and he remembered how he'd first really gotten to know her, and it reminded him that he could be savagely protective too, just like a badger. Sitting cross-legged on top of a desk, Luna watched Neville closely. He was so serious, so focused, and it made her admire him all the more. She treasured these moments when they were together by themselves. She didn't mind being quiet and sitting on the sidelines as Neville practiced. It was enough to be there, to witness the devotion Neville put into everything he did. Silence had never bothered Luna, and it bothered her even less these days because she knew that when she did have something to say, Neville always listened with an open mind. She watched and her light blue eyes widened as Neville seemed to be flickering and melting. Luna bit down on her knuckles to keep from shouting out in excitement. Neville was really doing it. It was an odd sensation, really. He felt he was growing and shrinking at the same time, magic tingling through him to every part of his body. He kept concentrating on who he was though, remembering to add in the boldness that had him hexing two bullies and the calm logic that had convinced Ron to stop making excuses and reach for what he wanted, and soon the tingling stopped and he was looking at the classroom from a shorter point of view. He opened his mouth to say something, but instead of words an very badger-sounding noise came out. Luna's blonde hair swept the floor as she leaned over the desk to watch the small animal on the floor. "You did it, Neville." Her eyes were wide and shining and a brilliant smile lit up her features. Luna carefully climbed off the desk and crouched next to the badger. Gingerly she reached out her hand and ran her fingers over the surprisingly soft fur of his back. "I knew you could do it." The badger nuzzled her hand and leaned into her stroke, eyes closing happily at her words. He wiggled just a bit in excitement, the thrill of knowing he'd succeeded making him want to dance. The soft chuffs of excitement amusing himself as he thought of his friend's reactions as well to his success. Oh, he couldn't wait to see the look on Malfoy's face. "You are just too cute, like a bubble rump." Luna continued to pet the excited, wiggling badger. Neville was amazing and adorable in any shape. This was simply a new form to love him in, and Luna was really happy that she had been with him when he finally merged with his animagus self. It was something she would never forget. The badger made a happy noise, then started to flicker again, and soon Neville was there crouching in his human form, a brilliant grin on his face. He surged to his feet, his hands grabbing her around her waist, and spun her in a circle, laughing happily. "It's because of you. You remind me that I'm more than what I've always thought." He set her down and pressed a key asterisk to her cheek. Luna laughed a bell-like laugh and wrapped her arms around his neck, placing a light key asterisk on his lips too. Just a barely there brush of lips. "You can do anything you set your mind to, Neville Longbottom, and don't you ever forget it." He brushed a lock of pale blonde hair out of her eyes. "How could I ever forget it with my moonflower by my side?" He laced his fingers with hers and his eyes took on a rare mischievous gleam. "So do you want to be there when I show the others and Malfoy's jaw hits the ground?" She chuckled and squeezed his hands. "No, I can imagine the look on his face just fine. I'll already witnessed your triumph and that's enough for me. I bet we'll be seeing way less of Malfoy in the days to come though while he's practicing to catch up." "You're probably right about that." He tugged her towards the door. "Now I think you mentioned wanting to go fishing for glupping plimpies, right? Let's get some poles from Hagrid." He left the room with her, the both of them having beaming smiles a mile wide. Hermione watched as Neville displayed his animagus form and was aware of the small, strangled noise that came from Draco, who stood off to her left, and of Ron, who used the time while they were trying to shift as a group to do some studying for his future career, laughing in delight over the irony of Neville besting them all. She had to admit that she was a bit put out that she herself hadn't yet managed to shift into her animagus form, but she was happy for Neville and it did make sense when she thought about it. Neville was first. Draco watched the badger with narrowed eyes. Longbottom had become a friend and Draco had learnt to respect the Gryffindor boy, but still. It did sting to be beaten by him even though it wasn't a competition in the strictest sense. In Draco's world almost everything was a competition. He mentally rearranged his schedule so that he could fit more practice in. He would not be upstaged by any more bloody Gryffindors. Harry was impressed. Sure, you wanted to manage changing into his animagus form too. Of course he did, but he was still impressed and happy for Neville. Harry had a feeling he would have been more upset if he hadn't been mind-blowingly snogged after lunch by a certain tall, dark professor. "Congratulations, Neville. This is great. Any tips?" The badger returned to Neville form and smiled at his friend. "Well, sort of. See, I was concentrating on what I knew about myself, faults and all, before, but I'd forgotten some things." "Well, maybe forgotten isn't the best way to put it, more like overlooked. See, I'm so used to thinking of myself a certain way that I was ignoring other qualities that I have but that I don't use all that often even though they're still a big part of me. Once I remembered to include all my qualities in how I see myself, not just the ones that I think about most, it was like a switch was thrown." Hermione blinked then nodded. "That makes sense. I mean, we all see ourselves in a certain way and sometimes we don't even recognize a part of our personality until it's pointed out." It did make sense. Draco could see it now. Neville was right. You had to include all of yourself, the good and the bad and everything in between. "That's brilliant advice, actually." Harry nodded. "I don't know how long it would have taken for us to figure that out for ourselves if you hadn't first. Now we have something more to work with too, we'll catch up in no time." But Neville will always have been first. Ron pointed out, helpfully making Draco tense in annoyance. No one could rub him the wrong way like Weasley. Hermione flicked her wand and had a pillow sailing through the air and hitting Ron in the face. Back to studying, you. Oi, watch the nose. Ron's voice was muffled by the pillow before he pulled it off and dropped it on the floor next to him. No need to get violent because I tell the truth. Ron grumbled and turned his attention back to the heavy book in his lap, pleased that he had managed to get a reaction. Harry rolled his eyes at his best friends and turned back to Neville. Would you mind switching again, just so we can watch? Since Harry was a visual learner, he thought it might help. No problem, Harry. Neville spoke the incantation, and soon again there was a cute badger before their eyes. Hermione smiled and closed her eyes, trying to think about what it was that she forgot about herself that was foxish, clever, loyal to pack. As canids were, quick-tempered, light on her feet, occasionally playful. What was she missing? Draco watched the transformation closely, wanting to achieve one of his own. He had been practicing so hard, but he still couldn't get it. He considered himself rather feline in personality, but no matter what, he couldn't seem to get in harmony with his animagus self. Harry watched closely too. He wasn't even sure what kind of bird of prey he was. Harry didn't know if that made things easier or harder for him. Maybe not being so locked onto a particular shape was a good thing. He could concentrate on the traits instead of the bird. Harry went into the place inside him that he had learned from Snape and started to think about the joy of flying, the fierceness of a hunt, the satisfaction of being able to protect his loved ones. Neville transformed again and went to sit with Ron. You are so very much a braver man than I'd be afraid of Hermione hexing me with something that'd bite me later if I did half the stuff you did. Ron grinned. Most people would call it stupidity instead of bravery. The redhead stretched. Hermione really isn't as straight and narrow as she appears. She has a wicked sense of humor, and it takes a lot to actually get her upset enough for a hex. He watched the other three concentrate and trying. Look at them. You've managed to get all of their knickers in a twist. Good job, mate. Hermione tuned Ron out as it smacked her on the back of the head what she'd been ignoring about herself. Mischievousness. Most Gryffindors didn't discuss it, but Draco and his mother both had commented with approval on the evil twinkle that sometimes entered her eyes. She concentrated, calling out the incantation, and at first she was certain she hadn't got it, but then she felt her body shifting and magic tingling over her skin, and when she opened her eyes, things in the room looked a whole lot bigger. She dashed to the mirror they'd set up in the room and found herself looking at a sleek, little brownish-red vixen with warm brown eyes. Woohoo, you go my own. Ron called out, twisting his head so that he could look at the fox closely. Even in animal form, there was something purely Hermione about the sleek fox that made her familiar to him. Harry opened his eyes, pulled out of meditation at Ron's shout. He wasn't surprised that the smartest witch at Hogwarts was the next to achieve her animagus form. Draco was happy for her, really he was, but now he wanted to get his form down too. His pride was starting to hurt here. He ran the tip of his fingers over a soft, furry ear and he gave Hermione a warm smile. She made a somewhat concerned-sounding squeak and licked at his hand. She knew how prideful he was and didn't want him to be upset. She nipped affectionately at his wrist, then nudged it with her nose, giving him vulpine encouragement and essentially telling him to get back to work. Then she went to explore the room and try to get used to her new form. Watching the fox explore for a moment, Draco finally managed to tear his eyes away and get back to trying to get his own mind right and in balance. He didn't know how long he stood there with his eyes closed when he finally felt a tingle all over and a melting sensation. When he opened his eyes, he saw the world from an entirely different perspective, and even though it was a bit confusing, he loved it. He stretched his new body, having a bit of trouble with the tail at first before getting all his limbs in order. Hermione the fox gave a joyful yip and dashed towards him, wiggling down on her front paws before jumping up playfully and nuzzling at him. Neville looked at the cat and hid a smile behind his hand. Somehow I am not surprised to see that Malfoy is a Siamese. Harry wasn't surprised either as he watched the cat version of Malfoy nuzzle the fox as a loud purr echoed through the room. Even in feline form the git was snarky, high maintenance and bloody gorgeous. The fox leaned into the cat happily, then turned towards Harry and geckered, making it clear that it was his bloody turn and would he hurry up already? The fluffy tail swished impatiently before she nuzzled Malfoy into examining the room with her. Pushy even in fox form. Harry said with a smile and closed his eyes again, concentrating on himself and his bird-like traits again. He tried to take everything into account, including the way the others had shifted. Finally he started to feel something shift inside him and he saw a shape in the distance of his mental room. He hurried closer until he could grab the elusive shape and meld it with his own. As he did that, the world shifted and his bones rearranged themselves. It was a weird feeling that couldn't be explained. Harry blinked sharp yellowish eyes open and gave a shrill cry as he flexed his spotted wings. "Oh, this is too good." Ron chuckled. "Bloody hell, Harry, only you're a Merlin." Another overjoyed yip came from Hermione even as Neville grinned and came over to let the Merlin hop up onto his arm. "Hey Harry, you already know how to fly like this, or do you think you'll be needing lessons from Hedwig?" Harry twisted his head and pierced Neville with a predatory glare before he gave another shrill cry and spread his wings, letting himself drop from Neville's arm. One flap and he was in the air. It was like no other feeling. He circled higher and higher, letting himself soar underneath the ceiling. "I guess that's a no," Ron said as he watched his mate fly around the room. "Do Merlins prey on cats? Because that would be really funny." Draco hissed and showed Ron his claws. Hermione gave the redhead a growl and then transformed back into her human form just so she could levitate a book in his direction. "Hush you." She then leaned down and picked Draco up, petting him affectionately. She always had rather adored cats. She moved to the fireplace, with a grin. "I think we should tell Sirius the good news, don't you?" She tossed a handful of flow powder into the flames and called for Sirius, whose head popped in almost right away. "Hey kids. So how is it going?" Neville walked over beside Hermione and shifted into his badger. Though Harry was sad to land, he slowly landed on the back of a chair in front of the fire, wanting his godfather to see his new form. Draco preened in Hermione's arms and reached his head up to nuzzle against her chin. "Just so you know, Neville was first," Ron said and ducked behind the headrest in case Hermione would send more books his way. Sirius laughed heartily. "So I'm guessing you got it down too, Hermione? And that the cat in your arms is Draco?" She beamed. "Yes." The man grinned broadly at Harry, nodding. "A Merlin, fits you well, Harry. As for Draco, oh, your mother has to see this. Sissy, come here. Take a look at your boy." His head disappeared and suddenly Narcissa's concerned face was in the coals. "Draco? Where?" Hermione hastened to assure her, holding the cat out carefully. "He's fine, Lady Malfoy. He got his animagus form." Draco stretched and blinked blue eyes into the fire, wanting to present himself from his best side to his mother. He meowed at her and purred happily. Harry flickered and returned to his normal shape, hurriedly jumping down from the back of his chair before it tipped over. He grinned at Malfoy's showing off to his mother, but he understood the feeling. Being in animagus form was exhilarating. Narcissa beamed at her son. "You're so beautiful, my baby." Sirius' face appeared next to hers and he grinned wolfishly. "Hermione, come on, put the purr machine down and show your cards." She rolled her eyes, lips twitching as Narcissa started scolding her cousin, but did set Draco down and transformed. She gave a vulpine yawn and sat prettily, bushy tail curling around her paws as she stared disdainfully at Sirius. The reprobate just kept grinning. Draco's going to be beating the Todds off with a stick. Narcissa just made a scandalized noise and shoved him out of the fire before smiling kindly at Hermione. "You're a lovely fox, dear." Draco flickered and sat cross-legged in front of the fire, not a single hair out of place, much to Ron's disappointment. "She is, isn't she?" Draco agreed and petted the soft red-brownish fur lightly. Ron made gagging noises and this time it was Harry who hit him in the face with a pillow. "Be nice, Ronikins," he scolded. Hermione looked up at the blonde and leaned into his touch contentedly before turning back into her human self once again, aware of Neville doing the same. She gave Harry a smile over her shoulder. "Thank you, Harry." Then she looked back into the fire. "We just wanted to let you and Sirius know that we succeed in achieving the forms." Sirius' voice came from behind Narcissa. "And you did a brilliant job too. Wait'll I tell Moony." Lady Malfoy shook her head at her cousin's antics. "He's mad, but he is correct. You all did very well." "Thank you, Mother, I'm glad we succeeded finally," Draco said pleasantly and placed his arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Sirius, You can't believe the feeling of flying. Harry called to his godfather. It's brilliant. Better than a broom. What am I saying? Of course it is. You're under your own power now. The dog Animagus' voice was still disembodied as Narcissa wouldn't let him in the fire again. You'll have to go into detail the next time I see you. I will. Harry nodded even though Sirius couldn't see it, and then he got up from the fire, letting Draco and his mother speak. Harry moved over to where Ron was sitting. Keep on making swipes at Malfoy and Hermione will really get pissed. She'll box your ears. He looked at the redhead closely. Are you really bothered by the two of them together? No, I'm not. Ron sighed. Depressingly enough, I'm actually starting to warm up to the little git. It's just that old habits are hard to break. I'll try to do better though. Neville appeared over by them. That'd be for the best, I think. Besides, you've got a Slytherin of your own, don't you? Parkinson's been getting a lot of comments on the fact that she's always seen with a pretty dragonfly in her hair. Ron turned red and clamped his mouth shut. He still hadn't worked up the courage to actually ask Pansy out, but he had noticed that she wore the hairpin quite a lot, something that made him very happy. Get your thumb out before she's snapped up by someone else. Harry told him, knowing that Ron could use a push. She's not going to wait forever. Ron didn't say anything, but he got a thoughtful look on his face. He hated the idea of someone else dating Pansy. Neville nodded. I've heard that Knott's been sniffing around her ever since it's become clear that she's not Draco's. He's second, I think, in Slytherin's academic scores and about third in male popularity. He follows Draco and Zabini. Blue eyes narrowed. Theodore Knott. The git has a face like a bullfrog. Pansy is way out of his league. Still, Ron was worried. Knott was a Slytherin and he came from an old pureblood family with several vaults in Gringotts. Harry met Neville's eyes with a grin as Ron sunk into brood mode. He wondered exactly how long it would take for the redhead to cave, spurred by his own jealousy. Neville lifted his shoulders just a bit. Plus, you know, she's seen around Zabini a lot, and even you, Ron, can't say Zabini's anything but gorgeous. Even your own sisters drooled over him before. Zabini. Ron mentally hissed the name and cursed the suave Italian. He was a pretty git and he had quite the reputation. Excuse me, I have something I need to do. Ron got up from the love seat and walked across the room in long strides. He would not lose Pansy to some skirt chaser who only wanted to get her into bed. Well, that was quick. Harry deadpanned as Ron disappeared out the door. Brilliant move to bring up Blaze. When did you develop this sneaky streak, Nev? Neville beamed. I've been taking lessons from Luna. She can be brilliantly sneaky. What I would give to be a fly on the wall right now, though. The gentle Gryffindor wondered just what was going to happen when Ron found Pansy. It was going to be interesting to say the least. The Slytherin girl was, for once since Crabbe and Goyle's assault, by herself. She'd escaped the well-meaning but irritating hovering of Blaze to find a quiet spot on the lake and had transfigured her shoes into ice skates. She was now making loops and turns on the frozen lake, enjoying the feel of the wind sweeping against her cheeks and freedom. Ron came tearing down the grounds like a red tornado after having asked more Slytherins than he felt comfortable with where Pansy could be found. He stopped abruptly when he caught sight of her on the ice, moving and swirling like some sort of graceful fairy. Oh, who was he kidding? She was way out of his league too. What would a girl like that want to do with him? Ron's heart dropped and he moved closer to a tree. He leaned against the trunk and watched Pansy ice skate in silence. In the middle of a turn, her eyes caught sight of a flash of red and she slowed, a sly smile crossing her lips when she saw Ronald leaning on a nearby tree. She skated to the edge of the lake and a quick flick of her wand had skates turning to shoes again. She walked towards him, one hand rising to readjust the hairpin he'd sent her for Christmas. The moment she'd opened the gift, she'd fallen in love with the delicate silver and green ornament, and at least half of it was that it came from him. Ronald, fancy seeing you out here. Hello, Pansy. Ron took in her cheeks, pink from the wind and the way her blue eyes sparkled. Bloody hell, he was going to give it a go. She would most likely shoot him down, but he needed to take the chance, needed to at least try. I caught sight of something beautiful, had to stop and look. Her lips parted briefly and a becoming blush darkened her already pink cheeks, but she remained who she was, so she recovered fast and gave him a sly smile. Oh really? I think the view might have been lacking something, a handsome gentleman to complete the picture. She slipped her hand into the crook of his arm. Mind filling in the blank? I'd love to, but please don't ask me to skate. It would be horrible and painful for the both of us. Ron eyed the ice warily. I was wondering something. Would you like to go with me to Hogsmeade next weekend? Ron swallowed loudly and his heart thundered against his chest as he waited for Pansy's reply. She beamed brightly. Yes, I would. As long as we don't step foot near Pudafoots. Her nose wrinkled. Really, I don't know what that woman's decorator was thinking. Inside her inner Slytherin was practically doing a serpentine dance and screaming in triumph. Right, no Pudafoots, we'll stay as far away from Pudafoots as possible. Ron nodded with a dazed expression, still not really believing that she had said yes. Having Pansy say yes to him felt like he would be able to fly without a broom. I will meet you in the Great Hall and we can go together then. He reached down and slowly placed a dark lock of hair behind her ear, marveling at how soft it was. She smiled up at him, angling her face so that she almost but not quite nuzzled his hand. Yes. Did I thank you for the dragonfly? It's absolutely perfect. You did thank me and I'm really happy that you like it. It suits you even though it's not nearly as pretty as you are. Oh Merlin, where did that come from? It was the truth, but Ron was amazed that he had dared to say it. He felt his ears grow warm and knew he was turning red. Her cheeks burned a bright red to match his face, but she still beamed. She'd been called pug-faced over the years, so she was far from immune to the boy she fancied calling her pretty. She leaned up and pecked his cheek at the corner of his mouth. Good, because every handsome Gryffindor knight should have a pretty Slytherin by his side. Ron's blush spread and he couldn't help but push out his chest a little in pride. The perfect couple then. He said slowly. May I walk you back to the castle? He placed his other hand on the hand she had resting in the crook of his arm and patted her midden-clad fingers. Absolutely. They began walking back to the castle, and when a few Slytherin girls came into view she lifted an imperious brow and nodded at the silent question their tilted heads asked. Her smile at their dismayed noises as she and Ron passed was wicked. Message received. Ronald Weasley was officially off limits as of today. Any girl who ignored that would be punished accordingly. This particular Gryffindor knight was hers now. Hermione's lips twitched as she peered out the window at the scene Ron and Pansy left behind. After Draco had finished talking to his mother and they'd left the room of requirement, she and the blonde had headed for the library. He was going into the restricted section for potions and she was doing a little research on rebound spells for a new cause that was buzzing in her head. She'd happened to glance at the window and seen Ron and Pansy walking into the castle arm in arm, and now she was watching the decimated expressions of the little twits Pansy had just told to stay away with only a single, subtle move. Serves them right. Serves who what? Draco rounded a bookshelf, carrying several tomes on potion in his arms. He placed the books on a table and walked over to Hermione to look out the window. By Salazar. I have to question Pansy's taste, but I'm glad Big Red finally got his ass off the wagon. At least he will treat her right. Her lips twitched as she considered just how close to Ron's reaction to her and Draco being an item the blonde's statement had been. Well, Ron had shouted a bit more, but a pillow in the face had stopped that. I, for one, am glad. None of those little twits down there ever so much as looked twice at Ron before hearing about him being a hero. But then they flocked over like the vacuous idiots they are, not even bothering to really look at him. They don't deserve him. Pansy, I think, has more than taken a good long look at Ron and she likes him, warts and all. Well, I don't doubt you regarding the warts. A blonde eyebrow rose. The other girls are just typical Slytherins, were raised to be attracted to power, and being a hero taking on two thugs on his own to save someone is very powerful in the eyes of little Slytherin girls. They won't cross Pansy though. She laid first claim and she won him, proving herself strongest. Draco couldn't help but grin. The intrigue and politics of our house is very complex, but fun. Hermione's eyes glimmered in amusement. The other girls though, the Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and Gryffindors, I don't think will be quite so accommodating at first when they see that Pansy's got him. They'll try to take him. She chuckled and moved away from the window. They'll fail and fail badly. Ron may have been a dog, but he's made his choice, hasn't so much as looked at another girl since Pansy caught his eye, and dogs are nothing if not loyal. First girl to try going for him is going to get a shock when he tells her to shove off. She tilted her head in consideration. And then after Pansy's done with her, well, I think the message will get across. Oh, I'm almost looking forward to it now. Draco chuckled darkly. He was still a Slytherin to the core after all. It looks as if things are bound to get very entertaining. He did understand Pansy though. If any creep would dare to put their greasy fingers on or even look at Hermione too closely, they would need to spend the rest of the year in the infirmary. The girl bustled to the table and chuckled. Tell Pansy I've got a hex that writes insults across the forehead of an offender in pimples if she's interested in something to add to her repertoire. I will definitely forward the message, and if she's not interested then I certainly am. You can never have too many hexes to fall back on. Draco walked to the table too, sliding into a chair gracefully, and started to look through his potions book for something useful. Very true. She leaned over to brush a key asterisk over his cheek. You ever happen to see a girl running away from me with slut or bint in big pulsing pimples on her forehead, you'll know she'd tried to come on to you at some point. She then moved back to her study materials, making notes on rebound spells and ancient rituals and humming happily. They can try all they want, I have found my prize. Draco replied with slightly pink cheeks before resuming going through the books. With Hermione he could let his guard down and be himself. That wasn't something he was spoiled with, and he treasured it dearly. She just beamed and made another note on her parchment. That was music to her ears. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.